ATM Hotep, 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 Hotep. Again, ETM Hotep. I want to say welcome and peace. This is your brother Wujahu Menew Eri Ma'at. And appreciate anyone who's tuned in on our Out of the Blue drive-by live streams. You know how we do it. If you don't know, now you know. That's why I say you have to subscribe to our channels. Hit the notification. Make sure you click on all notification. If you're on YouTube, on Facebook, the same. Make sure you subscribe and get notified, because we will pop up out of the clear blue sky on you at any time, any day of the week. 3 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock midnight, 9 p.m., 6 p.m., 2 in the afternoon, Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday. It doesn't even matter. So it's 2022, new year, and we're going to try to be consistent with just going live and sharing information, changing the narrative from the same old, fussing matches, drama, and non-productive, I should say, conversations. There are some worthwhile conversations that are very good, but it's too far in between with all the goofiness and the mess and things. So, as they say, be the change that you like to see, or, lead by example. So we're going to definitely be about that kind of work. So again, welcome, ETM Hotep, once again. And so tonight is simply, we're just going live. It's Sunday, and where I am, I'm on the East Coast, and I'm in the South. I'm in Georgia, and we have a winter storm, the beginning of a winter storm watch, and it's actually not that bad. The temperature is not bad. It's just that it brought about a little bit of snow today. Snow in the South, everybody goes crazy. I'm originally from Washington, D.C., DC, Maryland area, and I was pretty much used to snow, because Maryland and DC, they put funding into plow trucks and salt trucks and plow trucks. So when snow comes, in the middle of the night, they have the plows going, the salt trucks going on the major roads, and even many of the side streets and stuff like that. But down here in the South, when I moved here in the South, I just wasn't used to it. And the little bit of snow, I mean, if it's just like 5 snowflakes, everything shuts down. I was shocked and surprised. But, I understand it, because they don't have the infrastructure or the budgeting in those kinds of things, because it doesn't happen very often when you get snow or any bad weather like that. So anyway, that's what's going on right now. So a lot of people are in the house on a Sunday, kind of chilling out. You got the holidays, federal holidays, as well, and all that. So anyway, we're live. We just want to hang out on this Sunday evening, and so I titled this "Open Discussion and Q&A." So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post the link to the panel link, and I invite any and everyone to come on. Now, we only get 10 people in here at a time, but just come in, and since I'm not actually presenting anything specific, I can keep track of the chat. So if you have any questions, comments in the chat, we could just vibe from the chat, or you can come on the panel. I prefer you come on the panel if you have something to share or any questions about anything related to what we do. And so if you don't know already, if you're on YouTube, you're on the Sesh Monumental Netcher YouTube channel, and the focus here is ancient Egypt or Kemet. It's language specifically, but overall the culture, and our advocacy, we advocate that you can never fully understand a culture unless you engage that culture by way of its language. And it doesn't matter if it's Egypt or not. It's any culture that's not your own. Obviously, your own culture, you grow up in it and you're cultivated in your culture. But when you want to study another culture outside of your own culture, you have to do it by way of its language. Otherwise, you'll be severely handicapped. And if you're okay with that, then fine. If you're not, then you have to enter that or engage that culture through its language, and that's what we do. We study ancient Egypt, but by way of its language. It's a must. That's the doorway and opener to engage the culture, to become intimate with the culture. So that's our focus. So, when we say open discussion and Q&A, anything related to that, if it could be remotely anchored into Kemet in some kind of way, then it's fair game. All right, So I want to first let me just stop running my mouth and allow the existing panelists to introduce themselves, participate in the discussion.
Hotep, Hotepu, Abed E, Ren E, Imiket. You already know that means my name is Imiket, and yeah, just saying welcome. And I'm actually glad to see Send Boom all the way from Australia. And he said he already got the book. He's going to learn. He said his 2022 is learning an African script this year, and that is definitely the way to go. And I also saw Senate Juju, looking back to see you, with the translations, because Juju, most people don't know Juju's like she's quick on the translations, the ones that we do like freestyling and all that kind of stuff. She's quick, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing her back on. And also, I want to say Hotep to Senate Safar, also known as Miss Sense and Sensibility. So hopefully, I actually see y'all on a panel and we could get to discuss. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Team Hotep, everybody. I'm Dr. Duacho Dara. I'm here to watch today. I have some really great interest in this discussion you have here. So welcome everybody and enjoy the show.
All right, all right. So I have posted the link to the panel. So join the panel. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. We're all here to learn. We learn from each other, and everything is everything. Everything is all good over here. All right. So we do like to create an educational environment, and so I always say that we want to hold true to what when we say ETM Hotep, when we greet people, and then when we depart, we say Shemem Hotep. We want to make a utility out of that. So when we say ETM Hotep, it's basically saying to come in our presence or to be welcomed with an offering, and this offering will bring about a state of peace. So by extension, Hotep means offering, but it also means peace. And when you leave and depart, and when we're done, we want you to leave with an offering. So we want you to leave with something on your mind to where either it sparked curiosity, or you learned something, or at least you've gained something or an interest to investigate further. So that's the goal of all of our discussions. So again, ETM Hotep, welcome and peace, and shout out to everyone in the chat for hanging out. Spread the word if you think people are just chilling, don't have really anything to do, or interested in our topics, our nerdy topics. Send them the link to either watch or participate. But I want to see some people click on the link, come on the panel. I see Boom is in Australia. I don't know what time it is over there. I believe Australia. That's clearly on the other side of the world. So you may be, 7 in the morning? I'm not sure what time it is over there. But welcome. That's definitely far distant. So all right. So open discussion, open mic, open discussion, Q&A. If you have any questions about anything, fire away. If you want to spark something, spark it, light it up, spark it up. But in the meantime, while you all get the cobwebs cleared out and get the machinery in your mind starting to spin and working to formulate some questions, I do want to maybe open it up with a brief topic of my own and kick it off. All right, so I will do that. But before I do that, I do see. I want to make sure I don't miss any questions now, because I just now said this is what it's all about tonight. Because when I start sharing my screen, I can't. It's hard for me to keep up with the chat. So I do want to bring up a question, topic of my own. Let's see. All right, so we have. Yeah, shout out everybody. I didn't even realize that people have been chatting all this time. We got Boom. So that Emmy Cat already gave shout out, so I guess I don't need to do that. All right. Hotep, I see we have Sheffrin in the house. Sonette Mika is in the house. Omar Reed. All right, so let's see. Oh, Sheffrin said it's snowing bad up there. I guess in Bmore, in Baltimore. Yeah, I think it's a winter front that's coming, stretching all the way down here in the south. So I can imagine up north. So man, hope you all stay safe. But I was saying, at least in the north, people are used to it, because like I said, I'm from DC, and we're used to a certain amount of snow. We're used to it. We were used to it. At least I was used to it. But coming down here, I'm still used to it, but the other people aren't. So I don't play. I don't drive, because other people do not know how to drive in an inch of snow. They do not. I'm sorry. And you get a little freeze, and if it freezes over, no sir. That's why I did all my little grocery shopping, got the knickknacks, and everything I need for a day or two and 3 days or whatever. So I'm cool. I encourage everybody to do the same. All right, so let's get into it. So what I'm going to do first, all right, 1 second.
Yeah, before we start, I just want to go back to what we used to do, which was the offering formula. Having like an offering for the show. But on this show, I'm going to recite the offering formula, and I'm going to do it in the name of our Senate Lisa. I just realized that Senate Lisa's mom passed away sometime, I think last week. Just realizing this now, but I think we should actually have an offering formula in dedication to her mom. So if you don't know, Senate Lisa is one of the Seshat in of the Seshu. So she's gone through the classes, and she's not so much active, but she's definitely one of the Seshu. So I'm just gonna recite this this offering formula in dedication to her mom. So Hotep Dinesu, Wetser Nebjedu, Netcher A Neb Abju, DF Peret Keru, T Henket, Ka Apet, Shes Menket, Nebet, Neferet, Wabet, Anket, Netcher M, In Kani, Imaku, Margaret, Blackman, Maakeru. And that basically is saying an offering which the king gives Osiris or Wesir, Lord of Jadu, the great deity, Lord of Abydos, so that he may give a voice offering of bread, beer, fowl, linen, alabaster, and all the good things, all the good and pure things on which a god or a deity lives, for the car of Margaret Blackman, the revered one, and justified. Yeah.
Okay, nice. And listen, we have tons of videos on the offering formula specifically. So definitely go hit the archive on our channel to see what that's all about. See what the offering formulas are all about, why they were used, and why they would be used even to this very day. All right. So definitely check that out. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Because like I said, we do drive-bys. We do out of the clear blue skies, all of the above. Midnight, 3 in the morning, doesn't matter. All right, so I'm going to kick things off a bit and just bring up a topic. Now, this doesn't have to be the whole discussion. Like I said, tonight is open discussion, Q&A. So fire up your thinking caps, and let's have a discussion. All things Egypt, Kemet, ancient Egypt, whatever's on your mind, doesn't matter. All right, so let me just share this. Give me a second to get it shared. All right, so hopefully you can see the screen here. So The topic I want to bring up is a an Egyptian text, and it's famously known as the Book of the Destruction of Mankind, of Humanity, the destruction of humanity, and it's a part of a larger text called the Book of the Heavenly Cow. And this specific text exists in several different tombs in ancient Egypt, and it's a famous text. It is written in Middle Egyptian, although a lot of the time frames of the copies of them are later, but it's written in Middle Egyptian, which indicates that it's an older story, and so on. Now I have on the screen here Dr. Theophilo Benga's book that I've recommend to everyone. And anytime anybody asks me, hey, what book can I get to start things off to learn more about Egypt or whatever the case is, I always refer this book as my top 3. Okay. Dr. Obenga has done an excellent job with this book. It's over 672 pages long or big. And what he does, just if you don't have it, what he does is he walks through different topics. So it's topic driven. And in each topic that he covers, he shows primary text, primary sources, and he shows the glyphs of those sources, the transliteration of those sources, and the translation of those sources. And then he proceeds to give his commentary. And that is definitely how you do such a book like this. So you take a text, you give the whole thing about the text itself, and then you proceed to give your commentary. And that's exactly what he does. He starts to elaborate, explain, et cetera, et cetera. And he walks through, it's called African philosophy, but specifically of the Pharaonic period. And it walks through a lot of different topics from astronomy to politics to kingship to the social fabric of the community to trades, professions. I mean, you name it, map making, everything. And so this is definitely a book to get. So anyway, in this book, he also touches on this particular story that I'm talking about, the destruction of mankind. So what I did, I took some pictures of the pages because I don't have this in PDF, and to support, I wouldn't even recommend people bootleg this in PDF. Just go ahead and buy the book, get the book, get your copy. And but I took pictures just to share with you all and to type it out here. So I just want to walk through this story as his commentary of this story. All right. And he gives a summary of it as well. So I'm just going to use his commentary to talk about it. So if you have the book, it's coming from pages 175 to 178. So it's 3 pages long, actually 3 pages of commentary. Prior to the commentary, like I said, he gives the transliterations and translations of the text itself. And it's only this particular portion. All right. So it begins, according to the mythology developed in Inu, which the Greeks came to call Heliopolis, because the town was supposed to be precisely centered on the sun, which comes from the Greek word helios, meaning sun in Greek. At the beginning of the universe, there was first of all Nun, the body of primeval water. Out of Nun, Atum was the first to come into existence on his own. And in that story, it stresses that he came into existence on his own. Keper Jesseref, meaning to come into being by himself. Now, from his spittle came the first couple, which was Shu, which is the embodiment of dryness, and Tefnut, the embodiment of humidity, and other people may say moisture. They gave birth to Geb, the earth god, and Nut, the sky goddess. And if there, by the way, if you see any like slight misspellings here, it's because I tried to transcribe it from the pictures I took of these pages. So forgive me for that. The sky goddess, Nut. Geb and Nut bore Osiris, which we refer to as Wasir, Satuk or Seth, Set, Isis, and Nephthys, which is Nebet Hut. The first set of 9 divinities made up the great Ennead, which is a group of 9 of the Heliopolitan mythology. And a lot of people are already familiar with these particular deities. They're pretty much the most famous, in addition to Ra and Jehudi and so on and so forth. But these 9, a lot of people are familiar with. Okay. All right, so let's continue. The narrative of text we have here is quite clear. And he's talking about the book of the destruction of mankind. It is intended to be a mythical narrative, but given the important themes underlying the story, its meaning is unmistakably philosophical. So what does it say? That long ago, and so now he's giving commentary about the story. Long ago, Ra was king over both gods and goddesses on one side, and then men and women on the other. Eventually, the king grew old, so that his bones, his limbs, which means his body, and his hair showed signs of his aging. Humans, observing his vulnerability, plotted against him, but the god found out their evil intentions. He therefore convened a great meeting of the gods and goddesses, the Eye of Ra, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, together with a generation of parent gods plus Nun himself, in order to ask them what should he do about the plot. All right, so I want to emphasize this. We're gonna come back to this this portion here. Convene a great meeting of the gods and goddesses. So there was a discussion between Ra and the other divinities. The upshot was that the divine daughter called the Eye of God, in the shape of Hathor, went on a search and destroy mission against the conspirators. Now, normally, Hathor is a goddess of joy, love, and fertility. Here, though, we are faced with Hathor as an angry, ferocious goddess in ruthless pursuit of human subjects in revolt against the immortal deities. In this vengeful role, Hathor, which is the Eye of God, becomes Sekhmet, the incarnation of power. Thus, feminine power makes its appearance in the narrative of human civilization. And so just a quick side note here, the very word Sekhmet it's a feminine form of the word Sekhem, which means power. So this is where you say the feminine power, because it's the feminine form of the word for power, Sekhem, and then you have the feminine form Sekhmet or Sekhemet, but most people just say it as Sekhmet. All right. And so let me just get Dr. Odara back in here. All right. Okay, so to continue. Now, while the executioner goddess decimated humanity, Ra had second thoughts and decided to save the remnants of humanity. The ultimate theme of this narrative, then, is salvation and not destruction. Okay, so I want to emphasize that, underscore that. The book, scholars have called this book the destruction of mankind. But when you read the story, and we're not reading the text of the story itself, I'm sharing with you all Dr. Obinga's commentary on a portion of the story. Okay, so I just want to make sure you all don't think that I'm reading the story itself right now, which we can do. Maybe in a future video, we can go through the story. But that kind of stuff is a little boring. But we could do that, and we definitely do that from time to time. But anyway, so scholars refer to the story as the destruction of mankind, or humanity's destruction. But what Obinga is saying here is, if you read the whole story, the overall theme of it is really humanity's salvation and not the destruction. Okay, and so we'll see why, even in his commentary. So to continue, and matter of fact, let me get my trusty arrow so you all know where I am reading from. So to continue, to achieve it, Ra ordered red ochre, ochre, ochre from elephantine, milled by the high priest of Heliopolis, mixed with beer to make a drink the color of human blood. He then had the fields flooded under the blood red beverage. All right. And so if you're familiar with the story, just to kind of plug in missing pieces here, in the story, Ra, and I'll just give you a gist of the story. Ra is disturbed by the plot that humans have created because of his waning age. He's getting older, and humanity senses his old age and thinks he's vulnerable, and they plot against him, and they disturb him. And so he sends his daughter Hathor in the form of Sekhmet to go down and take care of business. I mean, I'm giving you the Cliff Note version of the story. Sekhmet goes down and decimates people, but not just the ones who plotted against Ra, but she starts to kill everybody, all of humanity. And Ra's like, hold up, I didn't mean for you to kill everybody now. Don't go crazy. But she's just bloodthirsty. So what he does, he has to trick her, and how he does it is that he changes this drink, this potion, and make it look like blood because she's out for blood. And so she drinks it instead of blood and killing people. She drinks this potion, and she gets drunk. She goes to sleep for 3 days, and she calms down. She stops killing people. So I just want to plug that in, so you all could follow along. Now, the magic potion had inebriating powers. Once the fierce, destructive Hathor drank it, she got drunk. Her perception of reality softened, and she grew into the gentle, elegant, and gracious lady that we know now. You know, if you read about Het Heru or Hathor, everyone would know that she's all about merriment, joy, fun, imagination, visualization, fertility, sensuality, all of those good things. All right. Not a fierce one who kills. And so after she drank this potion, she became what we do know her of. Now, from that moment, peace appeared in human civilization, as exemplified by the town of Yamit, famous for the beauty of its women, elegant as the drunken goddess. Speaking of Hathor or Het Heru, and the very word Imait means gracious and charming. That's what the word means. And so there's a pun or a play on that word Imait, which means gracious and charming, on the name of the town, which is, we spell it with a Y, Yamit or Yamit, but it's really Yamit or Yama, from the word Yamat. Yamait. You see here, you see Yama, and we spell it Yamit, Yamit or Yamit. All right, so there's a play on the word. So the goddess having stopped slaughtering humanity, people were saved from total destruction. All right. To go on further. Now, this should start to sound familiar to everyone listening right now. This should start to sound familiar. Now, before I read on, let me pause here for a second and ask you, what does that story sound like so far? Let me take it off the screen because I don't want y'all to cheat. What does that story remind you of so far? And I know there's a delay between the chat and me talking, but what does that story remind you of so far? Anyone? And while I'm waiting, just want to say peace again. Welcome and give a shout out to a few people. I see we got Monica is in the house. Hotep. I already gave a shout out to Mika, Philologist, brother Donnie Williams in the house. Alexander Davenport. Peace, peace, everybody. Niwasara in the house. Peace. Yeah, I'm waiting to see if anybody can tell me. Okay, Aziz Fall, peace. He said, all right, let me put it on the screen so everybody can see. All right. So he said it reminds him of Noah's Ark. Okay. All right. Anybody else? I don't know. I'm not sure if Niwasara is serious, but he said it reminds him of China trying to block the sun. Oh boy. Maybe you had some of that Hathor wine. That wine we talking about. That beer. That beer and that wine. Um, that's crazy. Okay, so brother Aziz, he says it reminds him of Noah's Ark. All right. Everything's in the house. Peace. Okay, so let me just continue and put this back on the screen. Okay, so I'm gonna continue on. So the myth implies that it was human beings who themselves brought evil, and the word for evil in Egyptian language is the word Jew or Jut. It was human beings who themselves brought evil into the world by plotting against the supreme God. Ra, in his power, which is the word Ba, and people familiar with Ba, they translate it as soul, but that's a whole nother topic there, how we got to really, really work on the concepts behind these words. But Ra, in his power, is at first vengeful. Okay, he's pissed off that these people are ungrateful and trying to plot against him, take advantage of him, think he's, OG, a OG getting old. So first he's vengeful, and then he's compassionate. Finally, he saves an ungrateful humanity. So Ra goes from being mad, vengeful, then he has compassion, and then he saves. Now, who does that sound? What does that sound like? So let me pause again. Pause again here. Take it off the screen. Who or what does that sound like? Doesn't that sound familiar? And again, I know there's a delay. That's why, listen, I put the link to the panel in the chat. It should be pinned to the top. So if you see it at the very top, that's the panel link. Click the link, come on the panel, so that I don't have to wait for a response if you have responses. And again, you don't have to have your camera on or whatever. You could be chilling, have your what do they call it? Bonnet, sisters, if you got your bonnet on and some rollers in your hair, stuff like that, it's perfectly fine. You could keep your camera off, or whatever. It's been a long time since I turned my camera on. I used to have my camera on all the time, just like everybody else. But it's something about that. Why I don't turn my camera on, because in an educational environment, online, a digital environment, the focus being on persons and personalities. Now I see too much of that, but that's a whole nother thing. But anyway, so yeah, just come on the panel. Juju, come on the panel. You might, I know you probably got your bonnet on and you're chilling, whatever, that's fine. Okay, so hold up. It said, Niwa Sarah says, all right, let me actually show this. He said, it sounds like Revelations in the Bible. Okay, really? Revelations? All right. So you in the ballpark. Okay. Everything says it sounds like Christianity. Okay. Yep. Philologist says Christians sounds Christians sounds Egyptian-y. Okay. Let's see. Anything else? Up we have Amen Ra Sut Atum. JC, I'm assuming that's Jesus Christ, or Jesus. I'm assuming that. All right, so let me continue. All right, so I'm here. So again, so Ra is mad, he's vengeful, then he's compassionate, and then he saves an ungrateful humanity. All right. Now, from the moment when Ra's command for the destruction of humanity is rescinded, does that sound familiar? So he gives the command to destroy mankind. But let me emphasize again, he did not come up with that decision on his own. So let me go back again. Let me get my little trusty cursor here, arrow. Remember, Ra convened a great meeting among the gods and goddesses. So Ra didn't make this decision on his own. He had a council and asked them. He said, listen, what do you all think I should do about this evil plot that these ungrateful humans are plotting against me? So he called a meeting. And it says there was a discussion between Ra and other divinities. So they had a conversation. All right. That sounds a little familiar too, doesn't it? A little bit. All right. But anyway, let's get back to where we were. So from the moment Ra's command was for the destruction of humanity is rescinded, the constituent values of human civilization become peace and feminine beauty. All right. So let's keep going. So now this is a profoundly philosophical text. Focus on human freedom, which is the plot against God, the power and goodness of Ra, the creator God, peace and feminine beauty. The drama here presents a serene, agrarian, virtually idyllic. So we have red ochre, beer, fields flooded under a magical potion, the tipsy goddess, all of that ending in human salvation. Okay, so what Obenga is doing is he's giving a summary and brief commentary about the story here, which is what I'm sharing, and the story itself is a lot more lengthy and it gets more involved, and I don't want to take up a lot of time just going through the story and bore you guys to death. Although we may do that on a different show. But let's read on. Now, in other civilizations, he's going outside of Egypt now. In other civilization, this drama dips inexorably into tragedy. Yahweh Sabor, I'm not sure if that's the word that he used. Give me a second and check that word right there. Because I don't believe that that's the word. I think that is a misspelling on my part. Sabat. All right, Sabat. Let me correct that right now, so y'all don't get on me. Okay, so Yahweh Sabat, which is the God of Israel, Yahweh. Everyone knows Yahweh Jehovah. All right, Yahweh Shai. Yahweh, the God of Israel, for instance, sends his own son. Now this is I think I'm in the chat. I think you were touching on this. Sends his own son among men who kill him on a cross for their salvation. So the biblical worldview, furthermore, so in the biblical worldview, furthermore, sin is original, liked, violent. Let me just make sure, because again, I was rushing and typing this. Let's make sure I got this right. Oh, like divine, see? Like divine violence itself. Like divine violence itself. Now, you compare Yahweh's reaction to the reality of human corruption. And so now he's quoting the Bible. Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth. That's supposed to be earth there. And mind you, I gave you all my disclaimer that I took a picture, a screenshot of the book. I don't have it in PDF. and I don't encourage anyone to put it in PDF either to support the Dr. Obenga. Just get the book. But anyway, so the man compare Yahweh's reaction to the reality of human corruption. Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and that all day long man's heart was bent on hatching evil plans. Yahweh regretted having created man on earth. Oops. I'm going to get it right, y'all. Bear with me. Created man on earth, and his heart was afflicted. And Yahweh said, I shall wipe the men that I have created from the face of the earth, and with them the beast, great and small, the birds of the sky, because I regret having created them. So that's roughly Genesis, chapter 6? Genesis chapter 6, verse 5 through 7. So that's what this story should sound familiar to you. This story should sound familiar to you in that regard. Okay. And if it doesn't, then obviously you're not familiar with the Bible. But that's interesting. So that's interesting that we have these two different quote unquote civilizations, and the stories sound similar, but there are differences as well. So we know in the Bible, the biblical God makes these decisions and does these commands. But occasionally in the Bible, you'll see this plurality, this come, let us go down and confound their language. Behold, the man has become like one of us. So this biblical God appears to have a council going on, other people, like a team. But then it's all about monotheism, this one God. And by the time you get to the Arab or Islamic culture and the Quran, Allah is alone. No partners has he. Allah Ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah is alone. Or as they say, La ilaha illallah. In what they advocate. Same thing with the Jewish community. Same thing with the Christians, but the Christians kind of a little lukewarm with it because they got this 3-in-1 thing going on. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit going on. But regardless, when you read all of these stories yourself from the Bible and the Quran, you'll see that this one God that they advocate, one, mono, always has like this team vibe going on. The us, the we. And then some people try to explain it, say it's the royal we, or it's the majestic plural, and all the different kinds of explanations for it. But the Egyptians keep it real. They're like, look, Ra called a meeting. He had a business meeting. He's like, listen, man, why don't y'all come up to the, he pushed the intercom button. It's like, hey, this is your boy Ra. Ra calling on Shu, Geb, Tefnut, Newt, Noon, even you. Can you come down to the 5th floor? I'm trying to have a meeting, trying to have a powwow. Can y'all get down here? I got some coffee. I got the biscuits. We gonna have a meeting. I got the chalkboard. We gotta have a discussion. These folks down here are plotting against me, so let's have a discussion. That's what's going on. They're keeping it real. So Ra's having this meeting, and they trying to figure out what to do. And evidently, at the end of the meeting, they decided to go ahead and destroy mankind. All right, so let's continue. So Obenga goes on to say that he talks about the sequel. So he said the sequel is well known, a deluge of rain, after which it took 150 days for the flood to recede. So basically in the Bible, where God decides to wipe out humanity with the flood. He's like, listen, I'm going to wipe all these people out. Wipes them out. But then God in the Bible repents as well. He said that, it's repented him that he had made man. He regretted making man. He regretted. He didn't regret the flood part. He regretted making man in the first place. He's like, oh man, what did I do, boy? Oh, I done messed up, but I'm God, so I can't mess up. There's no such thing as a mistake. So, what can I do? Let me just go ahead and flood these bad boys and kill everybody but the fish, because obviously fish live in water. I can't kill them with water. That don't make sense. So, so God chose the fish, and this is what's funny, that God God has a chosen people, and you got Hebrew Israelites with the fist pump in the air and say, yes, God, Yahuwah, Yahweh chose us. But that's not true. I mean, in the Bible it does say, God's chosen people. But but really think about it. God actually chose fish over humans. Because you don't kill fish with water. Think about that. He wiped out everything but the creatures that live in the water. They didn't have fish on the ark. Think about it. So God's real chosen people are not people, fish. So God chooses fish, which is my favorite dish. Anyway, I don't know. So y'all think about that. Think about that for a second. So anyway, but back to this. So now, Obenga goes on and says, Ra is no isolationist God, taking decisions all alone, then wreaking havoc, wreaking extremist vengeance on whoever offends him, Yahweh style. See, that's what the God of the Bible does. God of the Bible is just jealous. He just spaz out. He's like, oh man, the humans are building a tower to reach my living room. I can't have y'all knocking on my door. Man, go down there and destroy that tower and confound their language. We can't have humans talking to each other. Doesn't that sound like jail? Or what not? When you separate communication, you separate people so they can't communicate and all that. That's crazy. But God does that in the Bible. The biblical God punishes man for trying to reach him. Listen, so we got this guy named Nimrod. Y'all should be familiar with the story. Nimrod has unified all of humanity, according to that story. Everybody's talking to each other. Everybody can communicate. And then obviously they building a tower to reach heaven. So they want to get close to their God. They're like, hold up, God the Father, our creator, man, we love you. We trying to reach you. We're gonna build this tower to get up, knock on your door. We trying to, knock on the front door. And God's like peeping out the window. God looking down there like, oh man, what are they doing? Oh my gosh, they're getting close. They're getting close. So God's like, man, let us go down there and confound their language, destroy the tower, and then separate these folks into different speech communities so they cannot talk to each other and do anything like that again. What kind of God is that? Hey, but that's the biblical God. And if you don't know, just read it. Read it for yourself. I'm making it sound funny, but that's a real story in the Bible. I don't care what kind of spin you put on that bad boy. That is what the Bible is saying. Okay, anyway, so back to this. So what Ra does is he convenes a council. So he discusses plans and examines the matter in an exhaustive detail. Now, obviously, Obenga's not in his commentary, he's not reiterating the story, and I'm skipping the story as well. But when you read the actual text, it's very detailed, where certain deities speak. They take turns speaking. They're like, hey, well, I think you should do this, Ra. Or maybe the humans don't really mean that. Maybe you a little paranoid, Ra. Maybe you a little paranoid there, man. What you smoking a little too much weed. You got a little paranoid in you. The humans not really doing that. So they're having this discussion, but then at the end of the day, they decide to destroy humans. But then Ra rescinds. But anyway, so um, we're going. Where am I? Let me fix this. So the palaver, the discussion session, is an institution among pharaonic divinities. So basically, he's saying that it is a custom of the Egyptian gods to have a discussion session. And where else do you know that? Let me ask you all that. Where else do you properly know where Egyptian gods form a council and decide make a decision? Where do you all hear that? That's a question for the chat. That's a question for anyone who can hear my voice. Anyone. I see we got Chuck Morgan in the building. Chuck Morgan is bringing that Mesopotamian, Babylonian, Sumerian aspect into the conversation. Let me put his quote up there. Move this out for a second. Now, don't forget my question, y'all. My question again is, where else in Egyptian texts that you may be familiar with, where the gods convene and with each other to make a decision? All right, that's the question. Where have you heard in Egyptian texts where the Egyptian gods convene a meeting, come together to make a decision or make a judgment? So anyway, so Chuck Morgan. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, in the Book of the Dead is typically uh, usual to see this kind of things.
Yep. Bingo. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, the so-called judgment scene. The judgment scene, you'll see what looks like a jury, but they're really deities, and Jehudi sitting there reading stuff to them, reciting stuff to them because they can't read. So Jehudi's the only one that can read, only deity that can read. He's the one reading this stuff to the deities, and then the deities convene and then they make a decision. They're like, oh, well, what Jehudi said is true. So therefore, boom, 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 boom. All right. So it is a habit and custom of the Egyptian gods to hold meetings. But the biblical God, for some reason, he's he's a dictator. He got his boys, but he hides his boys from everybody, because even to this very day, those people who follow Abrahamic belief systems really believe that the biblical God is only one God, and he does this stuff alone. But they'll cheat and they'll call the other ones angels, though. That's weird. The angel Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, um, I forget the other ones, the trumpet blower and all that.
And even when the angels came up, they are just emissaries of the will of the God. So they don't have that much power beside to be the messengers of God.
Right, and
So
that's where you get.
it's
Mhm.
interesting you say that, because in this history, in this yeah, in this Egyptian history, we see not just the justice as aspect of the Egyptian civilization. We see to the political aspect. Instead of just sparking a rain of lightning or a whooping flood in humankind, he decided to gather a council of gods, meaning that his power is not sovereign. He rules with another, with a council of another gods, equally capable as him to even uh, weight the situation and decide what to do with the wrongdoings of the wrongdoers in a non-dictatorial way. And not just that, we see that his power is not grounded on his on his strength, because it was not him who made the justice. So his power it lies on respect in another virtues besides the force itself, besides the strength. So it's interesting in a text like that we can see other aspects besides the one which is obvious.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And um, what I was gonna say about the biblical God is that people push mono, and then they kind of cheat a bit with the hierarchy, and then they, say angels do everything else. But then you have this we, us, our, and then it's plurality. But then they got explanations for all that good stuff. But as I said before, let me get this back on the screen. The Egyptians keep it 100% real when they tell you about these things. And this is why, I always say that when people try to compare the Egyptian gods or on the topic of God, and then they bring up Egypt, I pump the brakes. I put a lot of speed bumps in the way. I'm like, no, don't go down this road. Put a stop sign there. Nope, don't do that. Just because the word God is used, or God, don't get it twisted. People translate Netcher as God and so on and so forth. Or Ra is an Egyptian god, God. There's a connection that people make with their conceptualization of God by way of Abrahamic beliefs, and they're not the same. It's far from it. Okay, so all right. Anyway, let's see. Where was I at? Let me just read some more. So basically, the discussion, is an institution among pharaonic divinities. So basically, there is a tradition of these gods always having council and meetings. So Ra's on the fifth floor. He's like, look, he pushed that button. He's like, listen, all y'all get down here on the fifth floor. I got the tea. I got everything together. We're gonna sit around this round table, and that's what they do. So he goes on to say, Albinga goes on to say, such a spirit of dialogue and collective decision making is utterly foreign to the Bible, and that is absolutely true. Okay, and then lastly, he says, in this sense, the African palaver is a deep-rooted philosophical method, an aspiration to peace and beauty. Humanity strives constantly against self-destructive absurdity to concentrate its gaze on something better than Ezekiel's Valley of the Dead with its piles of dry bones. In this world, according to the pharaonic view, peace and beauty are essential values. So that's where he ends his commentary on that portion there. All right. So again, let me just show you all the book that I'm reading from. This is from pages 175 to 178 in a text here. African Philosophy by Dr. Theophilo Benga, and that's a picture of him on the right. Various different pictures of him on the right, and he's an elder. He's up in his age now. So hopefully, I wish him the best of health, continued health. But he's a colleague, a former colleague of Dr. Shekanta Diop, and student and colleague. He's also the one who, along with Diop, went to this Cairo symposium and definitely stirred the pot. All right. So anyway, this is the same Obinga. All right. So I just wanted to kind of share that with you all. And like I said, tonight's live is open discussion, open questions. I came with that topic to kind of break the ice up a bit. And I hope that you all have something to bring to the table. The panel link is in the chat on YouTube. I'm actually also on Facebook too as well. I should be live on Facebook right now. And on Facebook, you have to make an extra step. So if you want to comment on Facebook, or for me to see the comments, you have to actually allow Facebook to do it. And I don't have the instructions to give y'all right now, so forgive me on that, but I'm sure you all can figure that out. Or just come to the YouTube. So anyway, so at any questions, now I can pay attention to the chat again. I've shared what I wanted to share, and so we are here. We have myself, Sanet Imiket, and Sen Dr. Odara. So I see we have. Let me see. Let me scroll back up. Let's see. I know Donnie Williams had the correct answer. He had the judgment scene. Chuck Morgan says it's longer passage, but I ran out of space. The Lord here is Iridu. Of Iridu is Enki. So basically, Enki is doing the same thing. Now that's another thing too. In the Mesopotamian, Babylonian / Sumerian text, they actually reveal multiple deities, quote unquote gods and goddesses doing X, Y, and Z as well. It's only when you get to this funneling of all of this stuff through the lens of Abrahamic traditions of today, where the many become one. You know, this mono thing going on. And I really don't see how people don't see it. Let's see. Aziz says similarly to other parts of Black Africa. Yep. Council of Elders, exactly. Council of Elders and specialists that get together and counsel to pass judgment or make decisions for the community or whatnot. Hearts need to be lighter than a feather. Yep. That's the judgment scene. Let me say something real quick about that. When you see the judgment scene in the so-called Book of the Dead, it's not literal. And I've done several shows where you know we talk a little bit about figurative expressions, but when you step in Egypt and you deal with Egyptian text, your default setting should be figurative, and not literal. Just remind yourself, not literal. Most of what you read, you're not going to be taken literally, or you shouldn't take it literally. And you just have to get used to that. So I say that because the heart needs to be lighter than a feather. No, the heart in the judgment scene represents the mind. The heart represents the word ib, which is the mind. And so the metaphor of the weight, the scale, is a decision or comparison. When you compare two or more things, you're weighing it figuratively. You know, if you weigh your decision to buy Reeboks versus Nike, or Adidas versus Nike, or whatever the case is, you're weighing your options. That's how we word it. We say, "Oh, I just want to weigh my options." You know, you get 2 job offers at the same time, and you're like, can I sleep on it? Can I get back to you in a week? I just want to weigh my options. And we use that word weigh because we're comparing. And so the scale is not literal. There's no way ever that a heart is going to ever be lighter than a bird's feather. So again, that's figurative expression. Those are figurative expressions. All right, I just wanted to make sure everyone's clear on that. Let's see, going down. Let's see. Fire Lightington says Asar also say that God and Netcher mean the same thing. See, that depends. See, we can't make that blanket statement, and I'm familiar with Asar's presentation on that, and we can't make that statement on an island by itself, because here's the thing: meaning, which is what the word semantics means. Meaning is semantics, and semantics is the child of context. So what something means is based on how it's used in an environment called context. I can take a word that is defined in a dictionary as one thing, but then take that word and use it in a different context, and the person I'm talking to will still understand what I mean, but I have changed the meaning, the dictionary meaning of the word. So to say, well, that word means that, yes, in a dictionary, that's the meaning in the dictionary, but that's not what I mean by that. So the reason why I'm saying all of this is because we have to consider what God means to various different people. And so to a Christian, God, the word God or God means something different than to another person of another culture. Okay. And so we can't just put the equation God equals Netcher, because that depends. And so I just want to make sure we understand that. Meaning is born out of context. Context is the mother and father of meaning. All right. And that gets into semantics and pragmatics. So if you ever want to, look further into that, study pragmatics and semantics side by side. Study that. Study how the phenomenon of meaning and how meaning is transmitted and things like that. So, we gotta understand all of that good stuff. Let's see. Kevin MC Chill is in the building. He said bars are done. Just got to roll up on my family studio and drop it on the track. Hey, all right, we looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. Let's see. Yeah, Chuck Morgan bringing that triple fire, Sheffrin. Let's see. I'm looking for questions. Yeah, Philological, if you had a question, repost it, please. Again, I put the panel link in the chat. Let me make sure it's there. I'm surprised people are not clicking it. Yeah, it's pinned. It's pinned to the chat. All right, it's pinned up. Panel link is pinned above. Yep. Okay. Here's Philological question. He said, I have a question about the language. It's known that the common people didn't have a written language. That a written language was more for the royals and scribes. But what was the common? And it cuts off. What was the common? What language were the commoners speaking for thousands of years until they had written languages themselves? Okay, good question. So, first, we have to separate. When we say language, we gotta get a little technical. We gotta dive in a little bit. We gotta go under the hood a little bit. So, usually when people say language, they're talking about either written or spoken, but we have to be specific. So we have to separate spoken language from written language, and we have to understand the difference. Written language is the visual representation of spoken language. So, and a spoken language can be written using multiple writing systems. So, for example, the Latin orthography is used to write English, is used to write Spanish, is used to write French, is used to write a whole lot of words. A whole lot of languages. So one written language or orthography can be used for multiple different spoken languages. Totally different. All right. Sometimes you have these diacritic marks around letters and things like that, but otherwise it's the Latin orthography coming out of the Latin script. And so when you ask what were the commoners speaking, they were speaking all the same language. The language was called Rani Kemet, and that was the national language of the country, Ra-ni Kemet. And that word breaks down into three words. Ra, which is the word for mouth. Ni is the word of. And then Kemet is the country or kingdom. So literally it means the mouth of the kingdom. But we know kingdoms don't literally have mouths or talk. So it's referring to the language spoken, or that which comes out the mouth of the people of the kingdom. And so they all spoke Rani Kemet. Now, what they wrote, now during the lifespan of ancient Egypt or Kemet, we have roughly over a 3,000 year span of time. During those 3,000 years, certain languages among the people rose to dominance. And so these are tightly or related languages, but they're not the exact same languages. But no matter what and what time, whatever language rose to prominence was Rani Kemet. And so when you ask what language they speak, scholars separate the languages into 5 stages. They say Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, Demotic, and then Coptic. They separate them into 5 stages. But those separation of 5 stages is based on very limited data, linguistic data that was done on African languages in general. And this is the argument that Diop, Obenga, and now many other scholars are now, bringing to the forefront about that. So what comes out in the wash with what we now know today is that at the very least, ancient Egypt had 2 prominent languages. And this coincides with ancient Egypt always seeing itself as a unity of 2 regions. This is why they call the country Tawi. The word Ta is often translated as land, but that's like a loose translation. In a lot of contexts, it means region. It could mean earth. It could mean land. But it also means like a region of space, a region of area. And so Egypt was always 2. That's why it's dualized. Tawi, not just Ta, but Tawi. The we on there is a masculine dual. So Tawi, which means 2 lands or 2 regions. And those 2 regions was Ta Shemau and Ta Mehu, or as most people know as Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. And so Upper Egypt had a dominant language, and Lower Egypt had a dominant language. That's what the data clearly shows at the very least. Now, when you dive in and do more work, you'll see other information and nuances in there, but at the very least, we know that there's 2 prominent. So when you ask what language were they speaking, overall they were speaking related languages, but the prominent one was always referred to as Rani Kemet. All right. Now on the written, you got to understand, writing was not necessary to be known by everybody. Like unlike today. Today, if you run into somebody who don't know how to read and write, that's odd. Like, depending on how young you are, mature you are, people like that get made fun of. Like, man, you don't know how to read and write? Like, where you been? Like, what's wrong with you? So we in our society today, reading and writing is the norm. But in ancient Egypt, it wasn't necessary for everybody to know how to read and write. So it's weird for us to really look at it like that, because we grow up in a world where reading and writing is essential. That's basic, very basic and fundamental to us. But back then it wasn't. So not everybody had the need to read and write. But there were many people who did, but there are many people who didn't. All right. And so the scribes was a very prominent profession in those days, because you have to understand what writing brought to the table. The invention of writing brought to the table. It made a permanency of information where you don't have to rely on the remembrance of things. And so just like the calculator today, where the invention and the use of the calculator tends to reduce our need to be really good at math and memorize the multiplication tables and all these things to do it in our head. We rely on the calculator. Well, likewise with writing. When writing was first being spread in different populations, people were against it, especially certain Greek philosophers. They were against writing because they felt that writing was going to damage the mind. It's going to prevent people from it's going to make people dumb, to put it simple. So anyway, just wanted to hopefully I answered your question. You said, what languages were commoners speaking for thousands of years until they had written languages themselves? So yeah, again, you have to separate written languages from spoken languages, because it doesn't matter if you write or not. You speak what you speak. And so the spoken language was Rodney Kemet. That's the mouth. And the written language, by the way, the hieroglyphs are originally called Sesh, Medew, Netcher. The word Sesh means to carve, scratch, or write. And so Sesh is the written Medew, Netcher, divine words, that which is written. All right. So hopefully I touched on enough of that. Anybody else got something to say to that?
Yeah, I wanted to say that a good example that will help people understand is how we have computers, because computers is also relatively new technology. And when that first came in, is we had few people who could actually operate computers. So then you have those people who are like professionally operate that, and then other people like just go about their regular business, and then it becomes so ubiquitous in a way that once you know uh, everybody, the masses, the people in the societies, there's a lot of people who start using computers, then it becomes ubiquitous to a point where you have like newer generations today who are just raised basically with this technology. But prior to that, probably you might have some people in your family who to date are not very computer savvy. They don't know how to get around on their own if they have to go around with with everything being automated in that sense. So that's a good example of actually seeing that picture, because at that point when we're talking about ancient Egypt or Kemet, at that point writing was relatively a new technology, and that always happens like with new technologies in that sense. So that's a good way of actually looking at it. Why we would say that most people weren't able to there was not, it wasn't like everybody could read and write, but there was a majority, there was a enough number of people who could do that, and then there were other people who were not doing that because obviously they didn't need to in their daily. But that's a good way of that helps you understand that particular time.
Nice. To add to that real quick, same thing with driving. When cars were first coming out, everybody didn't drive. Everybody didn't need to drive. Then over time, more and more people drove. Then driving became a thing to implement, or things, because driving became available or cars became available. Now other things around that start to get created and invented that involve driving and involve cars and so on and so forth. So same thing. All right, let's keep it moving. So let's see. Let's see. Mika said they was babbling. Oh, she's answering babbling. No. I'm just going down the list, trying to make sure I'm not missing any. Okay, so Sheffrin asked a question. So Netcher isn't equivalent to God. So again, that's not, you can't just make that statement and walk away. You can't say Netcher is equivalent to God and then just walk away from the statement. That you just can't do that. So again, it depends on the meaning of God, because we're saying equivalent. So we're putting an equal sign. Netcher equals God. That's not a true equation at all times. So for example, for a Christian to believe, so there are Christians who believe Jesus is God. So Jesus, so in a Christian's mind, they're equating Jesus with God. So they got Jesus equal sign God. Now, if I come along and say Netcher equals God, then what people are going to do is if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. So what's going to happen is if Jesus equals God and Netcher equals God, then now Jesus equals Netcher. And that's not true. So once again, we can't make these statements on in isolation. So no, Netcher is not equivalent to God. In most cases, it's not. If you're talking to a person beholding to the Abrahamic belief systems, the answer is no. But the moment you step out of the Abrahamic belief systems and you talk to somebody who has a different conceptualization about God and they happen to call it God, G-O-D, then you can have a dialogue and have a conversation with that person, and you'll have a better chance at equating Netcher to their concept of God, but not the Abrahamic concepts of God. The answer is no. Emphatically, no. It's not. All right. That's just the bottom line. Anything else? Aziz says, I would say only in certain instances, it's a whole different thought process. Okay, I'm not sure what Aziz is addressing. Probably the same thing I just addressed. Silos, peace. Question: did the Ma Confederation predate Kemet, and did they have a written language? That's a good question. I do not know the answer of that right now. Anybody on the panel want to chime in on that?
Then, not me.
Boom. Dr. Odara bumped out, but boom. I don't know if you had a question or you want to comment on anything. If you can, if you might, if you're speaking, you had to unmute yourself. All right, so I guess not. Okay, but now what I can say about your question: did the Ma Confederation predate Kemet, and did they have a written language? I can answer the second part as far as a written language. When you say predate Kemet and have a written language, we can say no to that, because writing itself, what writing actually is, it has its genesis in Kemet. Now there's arguments between Sumerian writing and the Egyptian writing and which came first. But on the surface, a lot of people argue that. But when you actually when you go into the study, and those people who are at the front lines of that type of research, the Egyptian writing edges out slightly the Sumerian writing. And there's a book that I would recommend that everybody get if you're interested in that topic, is trying to think of it. I see the book right in my head and I can't even I don't see I see the cover but not the title. Give me a minute and I'll post the book in the chat. Give me 1 second. I don't know why I can't think of the book. I've recommended so many times. Boy, I'm telling you. I don't know what it is. Maybe I had too much of that Hathor, that raw magic potion or something. I don't know. Something, man, it's right in my head. I see the cover. I see the color. I see what's on the cover, but I can't see the title in my head. I'm going to look for it.
Okay, so while you do that, let me see what else we have in the chat. So right after the Ma Confederation, Let's see. That's me putting. No God, but nature. Okay, so that's still with the God and the nature. Well, you can put. Okay, that's yeah, while I look real quickly, just to kind of, because I can see there's still some comments on the God and the nature. Um, one of the basic things that just kind of helps with this kind of conversation is usually when somebody says something is this, or something is being, some, especially with God. Let's just say God. When somebody's talking about God, like Wujao said, like you have to figure out in what context. So instead of just saying this is that or this is not that, you have to figure out what is that person putting at the end of the equation for the word God or for any other word of something else. And usually once you have that, then you can have a conversation where you understand that when this person is saying the word God, then this is what they mean by God. And then the conversation becomes easier. So you have to have a working definition first, and that's why it's not either a yes or no. It's always about the context of what is being spoken about. So that's that. So let me just look further if we have any other question.
All right. So I'm gonna share. It's called Visible Language. I'm gonna share the cover real quick, so that you all will know what to look out for and what to get. So this is the book here. It's called Visible Language: The Inventions of Writing in the Ancient Middle East and Beyond, edited by Christopher Woods, with Emily Teeter and Geoff Emberling. All right, seek out that book, get it, and it'll answer all your questions about. Now they have a second edition or the latest edition, and that's what I have. So make sure you get a hold of that, whatever the latest edition is. All right, and I believe, let me just through it a bit here. Visible Language. This edition here is from what year? I just thought I saw the year here. Okay, this is not clear. Usually right here. Series edit. 2015. This is from so they first published in 2010, and then it's published again in 2015. All right, the Oriental Institute of Chicago is their team, and so if you go through this, it will tell you about the writing. All right, so that's why I'm saying, so just to kind of go back to what I was saying about the question, and the Ma Confederation predating Kemet. When you say anything predating Kemet and then you bring up writing, that makes it a little easier. Writing, and you got to understand what writing is. We're not talking about pictorial use, pictographs, because that's not writing. We have to understand what writing actually is. Writing is a visible representation of speech. And so just because you have rock art that predates writing. You have archaic rock art, cave art, and things like that predates writing, but that's not writing. And people get confused about that. So I've seen people recently, they brought up, the Egyptians are not the people who invent writing, or Sumer. We got cave art, we got rock art in the Sahara, we got rock art in South Africa, and blah, blah, blah. And they don't understand what writing actually is. Okay? And that's one thing we have to definitely be mindful of. We have to understand what these things are before we start to talk about it, and definitely before people start arguing about things. Okay, so let me keep going down. Salute, champ. Peace to you. No God but Netcher. Most people were illiterate back then. This is from Mika. Most people were illiterate back then. Yeah, but now even when we say that, okay, that's a good example. If I were to call somebody, like right now, if I were to call somebody illiterate, it would over 75% of the time, if somebody say that, it would be taken as an insult, or by the person that is said to, or by people onlookers who hear you say that to somebody or about somebody. So and so is illiterate. That would be taken as an insult today. But in ancient Egypt, obviously, if they spoke English, they didn't. But if they were to say the equivalent, nobody would be offended with that. Why? Because it was not offensive. It was the norm. Literacy came out of necessity. It wasn't like that was the default setting where everybody had to be literate, and if you weren't, that's a shortcoming. So no, it's totally different. Okay, all right, I appreciate. Hopefully, I answered your question for philolitis. Let's see. I'm trying to think. So Flightington says, I was asking that question because I was thinking heavily on the SARS comparative linguistics. Yeah. Do you see at the end of the day, this is what we have to do. We have when we're talking about what things mean, we have to understand context. That's why what I practice, even with Egyptian concepts, you can't just open up a Budge dictionary, which a lot of people do, because they don't go any further than that. They just look up a word. Even in dealing with English stuff, they look up the word in English. But with anything, they go to Budge. With Egypt, I'm sorry, they go to Budge and they say, well, look, see, this word means that. All right, well, pull up a text that has that word in it. Let's see how it's used by the Egyptians. Let's see how the Egyptians use that word. Because you have to get the environment that things are in. Because listen, no thing is what it is unto itself. Everything is connected and interrelated to everything else, and things are defined by its own properties and how it relates to other things. And so, well, look at this simple example where they say birds of a feather flock together. Like human beings, we're judged not by us, by ourselves, and only us, individually. We're also judged. They're also some tablespoons and 3/4 cups of the company you keep that people view you. So if you hang around some messy individuals, even though you may not be messy as an individual yourself, but you hang around messy individuals, people are still going to put that in the mix in their judgment of you. And so context or these other things matter. And so this is what I'm saying about context in terms of words and their meanings. And so again, do a basic study on semantics and pragmatics. You're gonna have to really understand that. All right. What else was said? And boom, I know you keep coming in and probably getting thrown out. So I'm not sure if that's your internet connection or not. Okay, if all these people in Kemet were speaking the same language when they scattered, it's safe to say that the language stayed with them just because dialects of it. If all these people in Kemet were speaking the same language when they scattered, it's safe to say that their language stayed with them just because dialects. Yes and no to that question, or to that. I don't know if you're asking a question, but yes and no to that. And here's why. You have to understand language contact and what is referred to as language. What is language? So just real quickly, when we say language, and let's name one. Let's say English. Let's name two. English and Spanish. We call English a language. We say the English language. And we say Spanish. We say the Spanish language. But what are we really saying? What is it? What is the English language? And what is the Spanish language? And why are they different for us to name them two different things? Well, a language is actually a set of signs that is shared in the minds of a group of people. And the people themselves speaking or being familiar with those signs is called a speech community. All right. And so what do I mean by signs? A sign is a set of shared a set of items that are concepts glued to the form. And the lay, everyday speech, we call them words. So in other words, to make this easy, English speakers have a certain set of lexicon in their mind. So they have a mental lexicon. When we walk around, we have a certain vocabulary or lexicon in our head, in our mind. Spanish speakers, they have a certain lexicon in their head. The two sets of lexicons are not identical. So it's only people who walk around with the same set of lexicon in their head will be able to understand one another. And so we call that a speech community, because now I can communicate to you. Why? Because you share the same signs or the same lexicon, the same mental lexicon. And if you don't, you're not going to understand me. And so each sign consists of three parts. One is the concept, two is the form, and three is the glue between the two. It's a triad entity. We call those words, but they're not really words, but that's what we call them in everyday conversations. So to get back to your statement, as people move away from each other, they come into contact with people that have a different mental lexicon, or a different set of signs. And those signs are borrowed, mixed, blended, and so on and so forth. And it creates a new set of signs, a new inventory of signs. And the group that they broke away from don't have those extra signs in there to blend and mix to have the identical set anymore. And therefore, that is defined and considered, now they speak different languages. But at one time, they came from the same set of signs, meaning they spoke the same language. So I'm just giving I'm trying to give a very simplified explanation for how a population of people who speak the same language, which means they share the same signs in their head, in their mind, they therefore move away from each other, come in contact with other people with other sets of signs. Those signs get blended in, and the entire inventory becomes unfamiliar with the group that they broke away from, the other half of the group who went in a different direction, and now they become unintelligible to each other. They can't understand each other because they're working with different sets of signs. And in a layman's way, we say now they speak two different languages. Prior to that, we refer to them as dialects because there's a gradient with all of this. It's not like cut and dry. You're not going to say, okay, I live in Kenya today. My grandchildren moved somewhere else, and now, boop, they speak a different language. It doesn't happen, with a thick demarcated line like that. It's a gradual thing where dialects come out of this process as well. Then dialects may eventually turn into a different language altogether. All right. So just keep all that in mind.
I wanted to say that if I put the link on the chat for what you were just explaining, we have a video that goes in depth into all of that stuff, and it's called the mechanics of language. So that in that video, there's the whole conversation is slowed down where you get to understand what language is, why we use language, and how what we say when we mean somebody else speaks different language, what is happening in those scenarios. So the link is there. And also, just to remind everyone else, also the link on because somebody asked about, there was the language, the scripts, having to know the difference between language, the writing systems, and the spoken language and whatnot. I also put the link to the book that we wrote, and that is has the hieroglyphic writing system being deciphered, a rebuttal to Walter Williams. And that book, the first chapters actually goes explains in very easy to understand and easy to digest how language works, what is a writing system, the different parts that you find in a writing system, the orthography, the script, and Rebus principle, all that kind of stuff. So that's a good a book to get the very very basics of writing systems. So I just put that on the link as well, so check it out.
Okay, sorry about that. I had muted my mic. So hopefully, philological, I covered enough for you to understand. You know, and Emicat put the video up where I broke down the mechanics of language, where I discuss what a sign is, and I give a diagram, the triangle, and the whole thing. So if you get a chance to check it out, and then you have further questions, then definitely hit me up. All right. On any live, just do that. It's just that I don't want to go through the whole explanation when I've already done it here right now, unless I absolutely have to, and I don't think I have to right now. All right, so next question I see though is Salute Champ said, how did Tahuti come about? Thanks. That's a good question. A lot of people don't discuss that, how Tahuti or Jehudi come about. And so first, let's give a brief explanation of who Tahuti or Jehuti is. So Jehudi is the ibis-headed / ibis head on a human deity that people famously see in the judgment scene. He's the deity that can read and write. He's the one of the only literate gods of ancient Egypt. And I don't know if you all know this, but the other gods are illiterate. They don't read. They don't write. So Jehudi is the patron of scribes. He is the god patron over a different sphere of existence. That sphere being logic, mathematics, which is logic. They're one and the same. Writing, which we should just refer to as communication. And he is the ultimate conflict resolutionist. All right, he's the ultimate conflict resolutionist, meaning that he can solve problems without creating new ones in the process. And this ability to solve problems without creating new ones as a side effect or byproduct of solving a problem is because he represents the all-knowingness or the omniscience aspect of existence. All right, so without getting too far into that, now to your question, how did Jehudi come about? Jehudi, as a personification of this all-knowingness aspect of existence, there's a couple of stories that the Egyptian document about his genesis or origin. One of them is that he came about during the fighting between Heru and Satuk. When they were fighting, Heru was trying to avenge his father Osir, Satuk, and Satuk was trying to remain in power, and Heru was the rightful heir to the throne, and so on and so forth. During that battle, Jehudi is said to come about through the altercation between Heru and Satuk, specifically through the semen of Heru. Okay, so that's one story when he came about, because in that same story, Heru and Satuk fight, and it ends up being a stalemate until Heru consults with Jehudi and takes his counsel and asks him for advice. And it wasn't until that happened that Heru prevailed and won. And then as the story goes on, Heru defeats Satuk, and instead of killing him, he took Satuk to his mother Auset and wanted her to kill him or behead him or what have you, and she refused. Heru got mad and chopped off his mother's head. But that story wasn't her head, it was her crown. And so that's the story where, her crown was taken and it was replaced with the horns of the cow and so on and so forth. So you can get into those stories and find out that that particular story where he came about. But he's the personification of the ultimate wisdom, or the omniscient, the all-knowing aspect of existence. And he connects to Shat, which is the feminine form of the word Sesh, which is to write, to scribe, or to record, and Ma'at. He's also connected to Ma'at in a lot of different stories together. All right, and so the relationship between Sashat and Ma'at and Jehudi, that interplay is what allows him to solve all problems without creating new ones. And one of the reasons why is because he observes the interconnectedness and interrelationship between all things, which is what Ma'at represents. We call it law, we call it harmony, we call it balance, and so on. Jehudi observes that and is able to see what is connected to what, to know that if I do something over here, this is going to affect this thing over there. And so as the myth goes, he understands that, and he's careful at making change so as not to cause problems somewhere else. So think of it like a spider's web. When an insect hits the web, the whole web vibrates, and the spider is able to go all throughout the web, knowing how every node in the web is connected to something else, connected, or whatever the case is. And so he's that spider that's able to travel along the web called Ma'at, because he is able to see the interconnectedness of all things. All right, and so like a real life example that I always give when it comes to Jehudi is, if you think of a seesaw, like two kids playing on a seesaw. One kid is 300 pounds in weight. The other one is 100 pounds, weighs 100 pounds. On a seesaw, if two children are that weight on the seesaw, the one that weighs 100 pounds is always going to be in the air. The one that weighs 300 pounds, he's going to be on the ground. And it is no fun. So what Jehudi represents and what Jehudi would do in that situation is, he wouldn't put more weight on the 100-pound kid or less weight on a 300-pound kid. Instead, he would move the fulcrum, that pivot point of the seesaw, and he would move it towards the heavier person to balance it out using the length of the seesaw itself, and not add to either child, causing change. He would change the fulcrum. He would move the focal point, and that would solve the problem. All right, so hopefully that's enough to get you going on that. But look into the story of Satuk and Heru and their fighting, and you'll see where he's born from the semen of Heru during that fight. All right, and that's only one. That's one story. There's a couple of others. All right, so Jedem Ankh, Hekara, Visible Language. Yeah, I mentioned Visible Language. That's a very good book to get if you want to understand the invention of writing, the history of writing, and the different cultures, Sumerian writing, Egyptian writing, and other forms of writing in other places. And they give you attestations, the dates, and so on and so forth. And right now, as of that book, the Egyptian writing edges out the Sumerian writing by a few decades, or I believe even a century. All right, so let me keep on going. I'm just going down the chat. See, because you all are not joining the panel. The panel link is in the chat. So if you want your voice heard, I would much rather that. I mean, we're in here I have to read the comments. Silos Kungas said, I'm researching these narrative. Thanks. Okay. Courtney Thompson, peace to you. He said, yes, writing may include graffiti, but as we speak of it today, we are speaking of a whole system of language and grammar and syntax rules that are not extant in wall markings, graffiti, and caves. Exactly. Great point. And that's the point. The definition of writing. See, we have to understand, and we have to respect definitions that govern conversations, and we refer to that collectively as nomenclature, specialized nomenclature for the field of study that you're dealing with. So, for example, in the legal profession, among lawyers and judges and things, they have a specialized nomenclature. We call it legalese or whatever, but words are specifically defined in every specialized field: chemistry, biology, psychology, physics. They use words in a specialized way, and so it's discipline specific nomenclature, and they do that for a very good reason, because they want to remove ambiguity from what people may or may not mean by certain words. So this is why I always argue with people, especially on these trigger words such as God, spirit, soul, religion, belief, praying, worship. Those trigger words, when you step into the specific arena of specialized study, you're gonna have to understand and respect the specifics of these words and how they're used. You know, and so anyway, God is one of them. And but in this case, writing. What is defined as writing? You know, writing entails, like, we don't think of just some characters that we see or some pictures, something. Because check this out, all of the hieroglyphs, what they are, all of them are pictographs. But how do they function? They don't function in a pictographic way. As you all know the old saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So think about it. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, then writing or trying to communicate using pictures is a crazy idea. That's self-sabotage. Because if I try to communicate to you something specifically on my mind, but I'm going to use a picture which could mean 1,000 different things, then that defeats the purpose. So pictorial communication is not adequate for communication. So they don't call that writing. That's not writing. It's not until the rebus principle, what we now call the rebus principle, is invented and applied to pictures, that we now have something that we call writing. So look up rebus, REBUS, the rebus principle. All right, and we have videos on all this stuff. So I'm saying things that we have plenty of videos on in our archives about. And as a matter of fact, let me pull up my trusty whiteboard, because as I talk, you all know that when I talk, I'm very visual, and I have a lot of these things already laid out on slides and stuff. So I'm gonna share my screen, and let's see, just so I can get my trusty whiteboard up here. But is anything else in the meantime? Anything else am I missing? Let's see. On here. Oh, nope. Okay, here we go. All right, let me get my whiteboard. I have a lot of different slides. Let me see if I can find the rebus principle for you all real quick. I'm gonna show a famous one. Just trying to find it. You all may have seen it. You all may have seen me show this. I show it a lot. So if you've been tuned into any of our shows, you've probably seen it before. And in case I can't find it, I can just tell you it's the one where I show you Ramses, King Ramses II. He's a visual rebus. And I do not see the picture as quick as I would like to see it. So I don't want to bore you all. I think Emmy Cat's going to hunt that down. That's how you just put things on other people. Yep, Emmy Cat's going to hunt it down. Okay, so let me just keep going. Let's see. That's more like a class winner hypothesis. CeeLo. Yeah. Who's Clyde winners? Yeah, the Mod Confederation. Okay, so boom, you said my sound is working out. I'll come next time. But my question is about the relationship between the Minoans and ancient Egyptians. Have you come across any Egyptian writings about the Minoans? Not off the top of my head, no. That I can expound on right now. Not to say that there's not and or any text or anything like that. It's just that right now to explain. So apologize for not being able to be of any help to you right now on that. Let's see. Niwa Sarah says, "Who said the language hadn't been translated yet?" Oh, you all having a whole conversation in the chat. That's right, Donnie. If you hang around Messi, Messi gonna rub off on you. That's exactly how it is. I don't care how strong your personality is. It's inevitable that you're gonna gain attributes or qualities from your surroundings. This is just the way things occur naturally. Now, to what extent will obviously depend on the strength of your own thickness of your the borders of your own personality or whatever the case is. But we are listen. There's no thing in existence. There's no one thing in existence that is what it is unto itself. Everything is defined from its properties and attributes and its relationship to other things and those things, properties and attributes. And I hope you all understand that. And what all I'm saying is that's a elaboration on the fact that everything is interconnected and interrelated. Everything. And if you want proof on that, I dare you to ask me. Say, well, Jao, I want proof of that. I don't believe you. Type it in the chat. Or no, come on the panel. I dare you. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Okay. Yep, see? Found it. Here's the rebus. Here's an example of a visual rebus. Okay. So I'm not sure if you could. Can you make it bigger? Yep. Zoom in some more. Okay. Now, but scroll to the top. Okay. So let me explain this real quick. This is a statue of Ramses II as a child. Okay. He is being embraced by a falcon deity. So I want you to notice that he has the sun disk above his head and he's holding on to a sedge plant. So if you scroll down a bit, so he's holding on to a sedge plant. So the reason why this is a visual rebus is because what we're looking at is not only a physical mimic or resemblance of Ramses II as a child, but we're also looking at his name by looking at him. By looking at this statue, we're also looking at his name. All right, so what is that? So the sun disk above his head is Ra. So you put Ra, R-A. The child, the seated child itself, is the word Mes. So we have Ra, Mes. The word Mes is from a verb which means to beget, to give birth. Okay, and children are born. So it is the word for child here, as well as to give birth, to be born, etc., etc. So we have Ra and then Mes. Then the sedge plant that he's holding on to is called Su. The word for sedge plant in the language is the word Su. So we're looking at Ra Mes Su, and that's his name. It's the Greek transcription and pronunciation where we get Ramesses from, but it's really Mes Su. Ra gave birth to him. The word Su is the pronoun, him, dependent pronoun, him. Ra gave birth to him. Or some people simply translate it as he who is born of Ra. All right. And up, can you go back? So scroll to the bottom. Does it have the bottom? Okay, so now if you could zoom in on the bottom part. One more time. Yep. Okay, so at the bottom, we confirm this because we see his name in the glyphs. So right here, you see the pintail duck, which is the word Sa for the word sun. Then you have Ra, which is the sun disk behind the pintail duck. So we have Sa Ra, which is the son of Ra. And then in the first Shenu or cartouche, we have his name. We have Ra Mesu Meri Amen. And that's his name. Ra Mesu Meri Amen. And then beyond the Shenu or cartouche, we have the name of that falcon that's embracing him. And that is a falcon. That's people assume that is Ra or Heru, but it's not. It's a deity called Harun. And so all the glyphs behind him says Mer Ni Harun, the beloved of Harun. So the son of Ra gives birth to him, beloved of Amen, and then also the beloved one of Harun. All right, so that's what those glyphs say right there. And all together, you're looking at a visible or visual rebus. All right, so this is how you know that the Egyptians were genius about the invention and the application of the rebus principle, which gave birth to writing, the definition of writing, where you have pictorial images that are not used for what they are pictures of, but instead they're used for the sounds of what these objects are called, regardless of what you're talking about. That is the main ingredient for the invention of writing. All right, and so if you didn't know, now you know, and you heard it first right here. Niwa Sarah, I think you are in here. You can open your mic.
Yeah, peace to the chat. Peace to the panel.
Peace.
I had a few questions. I just wanted to call in. I just wanted to join because nobody else was joining. So,
all right, appreciate that, man. You know, we up here feeling left out and lonely. You know,
no doubt.
Yeah. So what do you think so far? I mean, you say you had a question, or you already typed them in there?
No, I didn't really have a question. I mean, when you just did that last, I was wondering what was that phonetic complement in front of the first glyph that was in the shin. It looked like a bow and arrow or something. I've seen it before, but I don't study all the time. So inside the shin, or yeah.
No, inside the Shanu was the hoe, the glyph of the hoe, and so that's the word mer for love, beloved.
Okay, cool.
So that's where we get Meri Amen. So it's Ramesu Meri Amen.
Okay,
Yep.
gotcha. So wait, I don't know. It's so when you know the Bible, and then when you really study this stuff deep, you see so many different parallels. I must say, I don't know if you see it the same way or what, but
Well, I mean, that's that we kind of start off with the story of the salvation of mankind, what scholars call the destruction of mankind. It parallels or is very similar to the flood story of the Bible, even though Ra didn't use water. But the concept of human of being mad at humanity and then wanting them destroyed, but then repenting. It's just that God of the Bible repented that He made man. He didn't. He didn't feel sorry about the flood.
okay. So if it is okay, so if if you do agree with that, then why? Years ago, I know you remember this, but the dude, I can't remember his name, the dude with the side lock, when he came out with his book, he used to be on Sonetta. The dude had he had the same side lock that kids would have, like back in the, in ancient Egyptian times. Why, when he came out with his book, basically saying that the Bible and stole from Kemet, I felt like, I can't know if it was you, but I felt like a whole lot of people was going real hard on him. Like he was
I could
tripping.
I could tell you it wasn't me, because
Okay.
I don't do that.
Okay.
I don't even dismiss the Bible. I think people should read the Bible.
Oh, yeah.
Not but I don't think people should take it literally at all. So I'm gonna go on record. I always say the same thing. I don't diss the Bible. I don't do that. But what I will say about you talking about Shaka Ahmos,
That's
what
right. Yeah.
yeah, what I will say about when people do that, you have to be careful, cause stole is a trigger word. If you say the Bible stole from Egypt or whatever, see that's an agitated, that's gonna create agitation, because you can't prove that it was stolen, because you got to remember that the same way we exchange technology today, like China and United States, or Japan, United States, and whatnot, we people share technological advances and ideas and stuff like that. In the ancient world, communities that were adjacent to one another and through trade, they shared concepts, they shared these things. So it's not about stealing, it's about coming from shared communities that was once one community that may have split, or through cross pollination, people just simply adopted these same stories. Because a lot of these stories that people see as religious or spooky are really not what people think they are. They're explanations of things, and the explanations will fit with one group of people like and the next. That's why you have a lot of commonality in the quote unquote creation stories. Why do most creation stories around the world sound similar? You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to explain the same phenomenons and realities. And so they're going to use the same figurative ways, because you can't explain certain things using concrete or literal aspects. So I would stay away from the word stealing and this and that, if you can't actually show that this was stole from this and that. So but I didn't even touch that when people do that. I don't deal with that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Made me think when you said that, in terms of, even if it was quote unquote, stole, if it hadn't have been stolen, I mean, not saying that it was, but just using the word that they're using, if it hadn't been, a lot of times we would have lost a lot of, lost a lot of the information or the knowledge. It wouldn't have been, preserved or kept or passed down. We wouldn't have been able to get it back if it hadn't have been borrowed or, used or copied or whatever, adjective you want to use. We wouldn't
Yeah.
have a clear understanding or way to get back to it. Yeah.
See, today we don't say that. Like who invented the airplane according to modern history?
Oh, the airplane that was in
Yeah.
No, I'm
They
not. I was
they
gonna say something about the glyphs and airplanes and stuff. No.
nah, but I mean that's it's attributed to the Wright brothers, right?
Right. Yep. I'm in St. Louis right now. Yep.
Yeah. So now you have all these countries that that create that manufacture airplanes and got you got Air Jamaica, Air China, Air Russia. I mean whatever the name is, but we don't word it like oh they stole from the United States.
Mm.
We don't say that. We don't use that language. We don't even frame it that way. And so in ancient times, when population of people mingle with another population of people, and they had the time and stuff to have those kind of ponderings and conversations, they would share. And the deity I just showed, that falcon deity I just showed, that's embracing Ramses, that's not an Egyptian deity originally. Harun is a foreign deity. So the borrowing is both ways. So people gotta stop that, and I don't get involved with that because to me it's silly to do it. It's not objective scholarship. It's not objective enough. Like I don't say stole or whatever. Even the Bible, like you can make more connections with the Bible, the books of the Bible, with Mesopotamian texts than anything else. Like the whole Genesis creation story is exactly come out of the Atrahasis or the Gilgamesh epics and Ashtar's descent to the underworld and all these other different Babylonian or Akkadian texts. You can make some way better parallels with stuff like that. You know, to say they stole this from Egypt, like even the cross, like even on the background, if I remove if you see the background right here on the screen, you can't see my cursor, but right to the left of you, of
Yeah.
your block, there's what looks like a cross
Right.
right there. And people will look at that and say, the Christians stole that from Egypt. That's what Jesus was killed on the cross. They stole that from Egypt.
I even heard somebody say something about McDonald's and like an arch or something. Like I don't know if you know which one I'm talking about, but yeah, I saw the
Oh
McDonald's arch.
man.
Or maybe I come on the channel too much and maybe you were making a joke, but I think I heard somebody seriously say something like that. But you never know some of these channels what you hear.
Yeah, I've heard it all, boy. I've heard what CBS with the eye, that's the eye of Ra. I mean, now listen, ancient symbolisms definitely inspire modern creativity. So I can't dismiss that at all. Like even me, I use a lot of in my art, I use a lot of motifs from different cultures and stuff like that.
Yes. So you said the heron. Is that like the I'm not sure. I think I missed that part. I heard a little bit of it, but I wasn't. Isn't it something like that with Taharka? And I think I know he had some with like Rams, but didn't he have the same falcon like behind
Um,
him?
no, he's you see a statue of him in front of okay, you have him actually let's pull it up. I don't know if you could find it. If you could find it, it's best to pull it up because I don't wanna we kind of shy away from the willy nillys.
Yeah, I would have to pull it up on my phone, and I don't. This is my first time using. Usually, I think y'all would do a different way, like Zoom
Oh,
maybe.
Zoom.
Yeah,
Yeah. We'd be
so
on Zoom.
it might kick me out. I'm not really sure because I'm not. I'm on my phone
All
right
right. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll pull it up. But
Okay, so while we pull it up, I just wanted to add to what you guys were saying about, when people say stuff with the, with the glyphs and signs and things like that. You gotta understand that there's just so many ways that you can actually write this kind of symbols. Because at the end of the day, you just have you either have straight lines, or that can be horizontal, or can be vertical, or can be slanted, and then you have like curves. And then when you're with the scripts, it's like you will always find similarities with the signs, because there's just so many ways you can flip signs to to create them into like scripts. or because obviously scripts are not as detailed as drawing. So when you simplify and those kind of stuff, there's just so many ways that you can actually do before you start running into things that are similar. So it's not really that, sometimes it could be coincidental, and sometimes it's just people see other signs, and they can switch it up a bit here and there, and obviously also with the borrowings and things of that nature. And it's not just with the writing system, that's just language in general, when you know how languages work. So it would be like there's sometimes where we've actually we've had some words on in a sesh that actually sound like the words that we have in English, like tep, TP for top or head, and you have like ASAP, things that we use, and you find it in in a sesh, which means also quickly, things of that nature. So there's things that with languages that sometimes that's where like linguists will actually try to see, is this a coincidence, is this a borrowing, is this inherited, things of that nature. But it happens, those things happen in both the written and the spoken. So we can't just always just jump into stole and things like things like that.
Right.
Yeah. So just to come back to Taharka, the statue that we showed that I was speaking of was Ramses in front of Herun, a falcon deity. The statue that people are familiar with Taharka is that he's in front of a ram in one famous statue, and the other one he's facing a falcon, and that falcon is different than Herun. That falcon is another falcon by the deity by the name of Hemen. And there's a place called Hemen as well. But that falcon is closely related to Heru.
Hemen.
Hemen. Yep.
Okay. It reminds me of what you were talking about. I missed the last one. I got to watch it. But the one before that, I think you're talking about Menin. Something. I think it's a snake that protects.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a boat. Yeah, from a pet. Okay.
Mehen. Yep. That's the known as the protector. Okay. Definitely. So all right, so let me go down to chat. I gotta make sure I'm not missing anybody. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on the panel. I don't know what's wrong with people not wanting to come on the panel, boy. Any other time, people got so much to say, and I don't know. Let's see. It doesn't take all day. Nothing. Okay. So let's go back to Salute Champ. I asked because of the conversation you had about about existence and nib. I think you mean nun, not neb, but nun. Just if you could clarify that for me. How Jehudi came into existence. So, but that's a very good question, because a lot of the deities. So let me explain this in case you are not familiar. With a lot of, first of all, myth, what we're calling myth, don't look at myth as in a dismissive way, like it's fairy tale or just some spooky stuff that you don't have to take serious or whatnot. What we now call myth today, or mythos from the Greek coining the word, is a literary style. And so it's the same way like today. Let me give you an example. Today, we can report everyday street phenomena on the street, our life and stuff like that. We can write that down into a rap, put a beat to it, and then create a mixtape about life in the streets. But when we do that, we're going to use a literary style called metaphors, analogies, symbolism, and all kinds of stuff. And rappers do this every day, all day. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite person that I like from the golden age of hip hop was Method Man. I remember when Method Man came on the scene, his ability to use metaphors and stuff I was like, wow, But anyway, we can report exactly what's going on, but in a literary style using metaphors. which means that it shouldn't be taken literally. So you have these comparisons. You have similes and metaphors, all the different tropes. And all of this is figurative expression. So myth are no different. Myth is like a full blown story and narrative with characters and the interaction of characters and so on and so forth. So, so in a lot of these different myths of ancient Egypt, if you want to know get more close to the reality behind these different figurative expressions, you have to study the deity, what the deity's name actually means in the language and how it's used outside of it being personified as a deity, along with all of the epithets. So, for example, the name Osiris or Wasir is poorly defined by scholars. Like to this very day, scholars are not very confident in the meaning of Osiris's name. But if you look at all the different epithets that Osiris has, all the different titles and epithets, and then you place him in the myth, you read the stories where he's mentioned as one of the characters stuff. That's how the Egyptians defined these gods and goddesses. So I'll give you an example of this one that I talked about today. The destruction of humanity, as scholars call it. In that story, as I said, Ra gets pissed off at humanity for plotting against him, and he sends his daughter to go kill him, basically. And his daughter starts off as Hathor, Het Heru. Then she transforms into Sekhmet. And then she wreaks havoc. She gets drunk. She goes to sleep for 3 days. She calms down. She turns back into Het Heru or Hathor. So you got Hathor transforming to Sekhmet, killing. The killing stops. She turned back to Hathor, and that's it. That sound like the Incredible Hulk story, where David Banner, or whatever his name is, David Banner gets angry, transforms to Green Hulk, damages everything, and then he calms down. Now he's back to David Banner. You know, that's the whole story of Sekhmet. And so how do we know about Sekhmet? What are the realities behind Sekhmet? So first of all, we look at her name, Sekhmet. We know that her name comes from a real word in the language that's used all the time, Sekhem, which means power or might. And it's the feminine form of that, Sekhemt or Sekhemet or Sekhmet as people pronounce it. So we know the meaning of her name. And then we look at her attributes. She's known as the Lady of Destruction and the Lady of Life. So she has a twofold, almost opposition role, simultaneous opposition. So she's a bringer of disease, but she's also the defender of life, which means she wards off disease. She could bring a plague and she could protect against a plague all at the same time. Another one of her attributes or things about her is that she is the patron deity over the medical physicians of ancient Egypt, called Sunu. These are priests who are doctors. So today they would be equivalent to MDs working in a hospital. She is their god or goddess. So the question is, why would a lion-headed human woman portrayed in the artwork as a lion head, human woman with a sun disk over her head, why would she be associated with doctors, medical doctors? And again, we answer that question by going into the myth, going to the meaning of the epithets, meaning of her name and everything, and we will see exactly what the Egyptians viewed her as and what she really represents. You see, and so I just want to put that out there, just based on this question about the conversation I had about the existence and new, or if they could clarify that. Because we know about these deities. One, none of them are literal. There is no Egyptian deity that is literally what we read. Like, it's not to be taken literal. There are no humans walking around with animal heads, frog heads, snake heads, ibis heads, falcon heads, ram heads, none of that stuff. And the Egyptians did not believe that that was literal. And to think so is to really be a Hegelite, and to think that all that just Africans are just retarded. Like they don't have the ability to think and use literary devices. They're the ones that invented it. Figurative expressions was invented on the continent of Africa. Early in human history. So anyway, I know I'm rambling at this point, but
I got a few questions
okay.
if I can. Okay, so first question, and definitely talk about this a lot, but what do you think that they used it for, right? Because it seems like nothing they did was just random or like just like, oh, this would be cool. Like, it was like way, it all had a meaning or a true purpose. I'm trying to say, and so like, what you think it was? It seems like it's almost like how animation hits kids. You could be telling them something, but if it's animated in color, or, but it's telling the same story, you can still get the same information or knowledge that you're trying to relay off. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what do you think they did that for? Just because it uses a different part of the brain, or you have to use a section of the brain that's like imaginative, which makes it, you're able to retain it more? Is it something more or something I'm missing?
No, it's you're right there. It Figurative expressions was invented back then for the very survival of people. And it's very, very simple and very basic. They had to figure out, early humans had to figure out a way to transmit, record information or the knowledge of the day, the cumulative knowledge of any particular day and time, and then to transmit it into the future for future generations. And the whole idea behind it is to prevent future generations from having to start over from scratch. Nobody wants that, even to this very day. You don't want your children. I don't know if you have children, but nobody wants their children to start over from scratch about basic stuff, about knowledge, just general knowledge. So we store knowledge so that it can be built upon and grow and grow and grow and grow. And so we have to remember that, and we really, really, really have to appreciate this. Writing was not invented until roughly 5,000 years ago, whereas human beings are over 200,000 years old. So if you compare the emergence of humans to the invention of writing, and if you were to scale that, writing is like saying writing was invented yesterday. So for the longest time, humans had to take their experiences, their knowledge, and transmit it orally. And so that is the perfect climate to figure out a way to store information within what you're already using. So if I speak a language and I'm in a community of people and we speak a language, but now I need to store information within the language, I have to take the language and manipulate it to create room for a storage device, because they don't have computers, they don't have writing, they don't have paper, none of that stuff. So they have to use the oral, what they do already, and then carve out a segment of it. And so what we call that now is figurative expression. So they take a word or they take something and they do a semantic shift or switch. So it's not to be taken literally no more. It's taken figuratively. That's what we call it now, literal versus figurative. But they invented it for the sake of storing information. And so that's what caused information to survive over the generations. So it was out of necessity. Now today, we don't rely on it the same way because we have instruments of documentation now. We got computers, we got paper, we got books, library, you name it. We have all that stuff. So we use figurative expressions in more of an entertaining way now. We don't rely on it for our survival as ancient populations did. You know what I'm saying? So it's totally different. We have to appreciate that. And so they definitely used it. So to answer your question in a short way, they did it for the purpose of mnemonic devices in memory. So they did it to memorize things, to pass it through generations. It was a necessary thing for them to do. If they didn't do it, we'd be in trouble.
Okay. Now that you
Everything would be
said that,
different.
yeah,
Everything
yeah,
would
you
be
said
different.
that. Right. I definitely heard you say that before. And I just want to get this last one in so you can get to somebody else's. But is there, when you're dealing with this type of knowledge and information, when you're studying this, and I've been listening for years. So do you, and I heard you say this, you said one time, like there's certain stuff that you'll talk about on here, or you won't, that you might not talk about on here, but you will talk about, I think you said on Facebook or something like that. And so do you, sometimes I wonder, because it's like the conversations that I want to have sometimes, like really piercing deeper into it. I guess those are sort of some of the conversations. So is it kind of like you're not throwing your pearls before a swine, or what is it in terms of like getting deeper into like 12 hours of the dua, and like it seems like they know what happens in death, but they're alive. So how do they really know that? And we know that how ingenious they were, and how so it seemed like they were purposely dreaming, having certain dreams, and like really making it or doing something in a way that was all the way tapped out of. So I'm wondering, like, is there a reason why you have those conversations that, or you won't have those certain conversations, or is it true? Am I right? You know what I mean? Will you just openly talk about anything, or do you take this as like sort of some of this information and some of this knowledge is sacred and not to be like just kind of just talked about randomly with anybody on any chat? That's just a personal question, I guess.
Okay, so this is a good question, and I always touch on it every now and then, and so there are certain things that I don't mind talking about, because it doesn't take a long time to have a discussion about. If I feel that there's enough on the surface where we can exhaust a question or a piece of information or a topic, then I'm all green. I'm all for that. But a lot of times on these topics, it takes more than just microwaving and Google ship that a lot of people do. And so I refuse to waste my time to talk about something that deserves like a 2-hour discussion and try to crunch that in 2 minutes. And so, for example, like sometimes I'll get on a panel of other people, and I'll have a different opinion than other people. So I'm going to give you an example. So let's just say there's 5 people on a panel. I make the 5th person. There's 4 other people. The 4 people share the same sentiment. I may have a different view of something. So in a conversation like that, I have to wait 4 times the amount of time before I get my 2 cents in. And so what people don't know to do is to allow a person of a different view of something. You have to allow them the equivalent time based on the ratio. So if I'm the 5th person who have a different opinion and 4 other people have the same opinion, and we allow everybody to talk, then I should get 4 times the amount of time to talk, because I have to address not just one person, I have to address 4 people. And people don't know to do that. And so it gets very difficult to even get a point across when you're on a panel of dissenting views, of oppositional views. So I prefer one-on-ones, because then it's equal time. There's equality there. And plus, you don't have to worry about being interrupted and talked over a lot of times and stuff like that. So that's one. And then two, just on the strength of the topics, like, these are specialized topics, but people don't appreciate it that way. So they think it's just something that you could just Google real quick or microwave. And that's just not the case. Many times it's not the case. And so I rather talk about it in a learning environment where I know people are really interested. They're doing their homework, or they're willing to do their homework. They actually study the stuff, and I can have a progressive conversation with. So it's not nothing spooky, or I think it's secret or sacred like that. It's just that it should be appreciated enough to really have a worthwhile conversation, so as not to waste any time. So I don't do that. Like back in the day, like 20 years ago, you may find me wasting my time fussing and arguing back and forth with people who don't even know how wrong they are, and whatnot. And I wouldn't even care. I would just argue anyway. That was back in the day, but I don't do that anymore. So no, but
Okay.
but you know what? But I'm not like every field of study does that. Every field of study does that. You're not going to argue with a chemist about chemistry back and forth. You're not going to find a chemist arguing back and forth with somebody who don't even take the time out to understand the basics of chemistry. Like really get into chemistry and be grounded in that. You're not gonna find that. You're not gonna find an astrophysicist arguing with the random Joe Blow on YouTube and stuff like that. No.
Right.
And so I'm not doing that. I don't do that. I will talk about surface stuff and try to bring logic and reasoning into a conversation, but I don't go too far. So like you mentioned the Amduat and stuff like that. Those texts, there's a lot of prerequisite things that a person has to have under their belt before you can really have a worthwhile conversation about those things. And case in point. So for example, if I show a picture right now of an ithyphallic deity with an erect phallus, you will have people who don't know nothing from nothing and don't study Egypt, but they'll have so much to say about that picture. And the Hebrew Israelites are famous for doing that. I've seen them. Hebrew Israelites will say, Kemet is gay. The Egyptians are gay. Why would they have a person with a erected penis on the wall? I would never show my child that, and so on and so forth. So when I see that, I'm like, I go the other way. I'm like, nah, you definitely not ready. I'm not gonna waste my time arguing with you. So I mean that's an extreme example. I'm just giving you an example of what turns me off in terms of stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So
Makes
yeah.
sense.
But I would love to see. I would love to have conversations, to tell you the truth. And I do. If I'm around that environment, like I have a lot of sessions that are not live. I pass the link around and people come and we have discussions on Saturdays and stuff like that. And everybody shares. We go in on text. We deal with the grammar of text. We deal with the language. We deal with the meanings behind the figurative stuff, the realities behind figurative expressions, and so on and so forth. A lot of times, just like I tell people, like and sometimes I'll go live and present on it. So like the Book of the Dead, the judgment scene. I gave a presentation on that to give people a clue on what the realities are behind that. That's not a judgment scene like people think. No heart is being weighed on a scale. Literally, there's no human heart that's ever going to be lighter than a feather and everything. I tell people exactly what the realities behind those symbols are. That amalgamated creature, the crocodile / lion / hippopotamus, that's not a real literal thing. Egyptians never thought that creature existed in real life. That's a representation of guilt. And I go through and break it all down. And so we do that with a lot of different texts. The text I did the other night with the birth of time, Mehen that you mentioned, the serpent, the protector of Ra, the solar deities. What is all that? What does that really mean? Why is there a glyph in the middle that people don't realize a glyph right there? Wasek. It means space, to broaden, to widen stuff. Why is that there? Why is the snake's body going under the horizon where you can't see it anymore? And then out comes these different stars, 6 on one side, 6 on the other, times 2, which is 12 times 2, 24. The 24 hours, or these 24 cycles. Why is it coming out of this space or pit and stuff? See, people are not really up on enough to have those kind of conversations because they think the Egyptians are spooky.
Are you constantly realizing like new stuff or finding new stuff? Kind of like, listen to a song, read a poem. Like, do you ever go back and then still find, or
say it again?
Are you ever like surprised? Like, oh shit, I'm just like, do you find out like new things in terms of like for instance, what we're talking about? Like, have you ever went back to it after thinking you've seen or explained something? Wow, I just noticed that. Like, have you ever, like, is it, because it seemed like it's multi-layered, that you can't really get it the first time. Second time, it's more than a double entendre. Like, it's like so many different layers upon layers, like an onion with some of this stuff. Like, are you still finding out new stuff? Like,
yeah.
Okay, cool.
The answer is yes, and I'm glad you said it, right? Because you're absolutely right. There are layers, and purposely so. There are layers, and look at it this way. It makes sense that this stuff is layered because the way that information had to be recorded. You're dealing with various human populations that had no way to record data. They could only record it orally, verbally. And that's a small space to try to store data in because you're talking every day to each other, but then you have to carve out in your everyday communication a space to store data that you take very serious that you want to pass on to the future generations. So you have to invent writing devices. I mean, not writing, excuse me, literary devices to store information. Today we call that figurative expressions. And so that's the birth of symbolisms, the birth of metaphors, analogies, hyperboles, similes, and all the other different figurative devices. And so it's multi-layered, where you can read one story that will have like 4 layers to it. And most of the Egyptian gods, speaking of Egypt in particular, but this is true for other African communities, most gods have a multi-layer functionality to them. They're multi-layered, very much so. Like Heru. Heru represents kingship. It's the personification of the institution of kingship. So that's a political creation. What we call today political thing. But notice how the kingship, the institution of kingship, is given to other personification of other deities. So it starts with Ra. Ra gives it over to Shu. Shu gives it over to Geb. Geb gives it over to Osir. And Osir gives it over to Heru. And the buck stops at Heru. So not only does Heru represent kingship, the institution of kingship, but he also represents the awakened state of awareness. Today we call that just simply consciousness. To be conscious about stuff, to be aware of stuff. And that's metaphorized with day as opposed to Gere, night. So Heru's day as opposed to Gere, the night. Light associated with the sun, and so on and so forth. And how does it play on that? The famous Book of the Dead, what the title of it in the book is, the coming forth, Ra Oru Niu Peret Em Heru, which is the utterances for coming forth by day. But that's after something else happens. You're traveling somewhere else and then you come forth, and this happens on a daily basis. Every Su cycle, which is a 24-hour cycle, you emerge into the day, Heru, as opposed to Gare. So you got one Heru, one Gare equals one Su. And so through a cycle of Su, every cycle, you're going to appear in the day, in the light, or you're going to be conscious. So you go through two states. Human beings go through conscious state and then an unconscious state. We call it sleep. So you wake up, you make conscious decisions, you take care of all your voluntary stuff. You got involuntary actions, voluntary actions, but then you go to sleep, everything is involuntary. You're totally unaware.
But it's all predicated upon what happened in the voluntary, right?
What do you mean?
I
You
mean,
definitely
like
lost.
you go to sleep and you're saying like basically you're unconscious. So, and everything's involuntary. But isn't that predicated upon everything you did in the light? What happens in the dark? Would you say so? Do you understand what I'm saying? Want me to just be more
Yeah.
clear?
No, I think I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Now the reality is that the subconscious is way more powerful than the conscious, though. And that's nothing spooky, nothing special either. It's a fact that I can show you right now just by talking. There are a lot more involuntary actions that take place in every human being than there are voluntary actions. Period, hands down. Nobody disagrees with that. Anybody disagrees with that is just having fun. So in other words, so I can give you a very narrow example. The act of eating food. You consciously and voluntarily shop for your food, pick your food, prepare your food, cook your food, put it on a plate, and the whole nine. But the moment that food enters your mouth and the enzymes in your saliva start breaking it down, you start digesting that food, everything after that is involuntary. You have no control and no knowledge of those processes. And there's a lot of processes that take place. It break the enzymes break down. That those parts of you that are doing all these things, all the various different cells, all the different things, from the pancreas to the stomach to the hydrochloric acid to the insulin to the glycose to the glycogen, all these different things taking place in your body, the hormones that are released and unreleased and switched and on and off and everything like that. You don't control none of that consciously, but yet you control it because it's a part of you, but you don't consciously do it. And so again, I just use that very narrow example to show there's way more subconscious or unconscious or involuntary actions that take place within each one of us than those that we're conscious of or that we do voluntarily. So it's the other way around. The subconscious is way more powerful than, and I'm equating power with responsibility and functions.
Right. No, I definitely agree. I think what I was trying to say was basically what you're doing while you're woke. It, you know, you end up it's definitely more powerful. So what you're doing while you're woke, which is, just a little like voluntary things, you end up having to, basically what you do while you're alive. At the end of like when you die, you gotta have to account for those things. You have to basically you're responsible for them, and it may be a stronger weight than what it is a stronger weight than what you probably thought it would be, and than whatever it is that you did. So if you do something that seems like it holds no weight here, then you end up passing away or dying, and then you really have to answer to every single thing that may have happened and who that may have affected. I'm really trying to get to like, how did they understand the stuff that they put in the 12 hours of the duat? Like, that's the question I was like really trying to get to. So it seems like we kind of lean in there because I'm talking about subconscious and unconscious, and like, how did they write that? How did they know that? What do you think? What would you say? Like, how would you answer that?
About the duat?
About the duat, about what happens when you pass, because we're talking about You know
No,
what?
no, no. Okay, okay, but hold up. But that's the thing. Don't look at the duat as the realm of the of dead.
Hmm.
It's the look at the duat as unconscious or subconscious. You don't have to be dead. And so this is where today we get this saying, death is the sister to sleep, or sleep is the sister to death. So the only difference between sleeping and dying, not only, but the main surface difference between sleeping and death is the fact that sleep, you reanimate, you activate, you wake up, and from dying or death, the actual death, dying, you don't come back from that. But it's the same. If you were to look at somebody who is laying on their back next to a dead person sleeping, if you look at a sleeping person next to a dead person in an identical position, they look very, very alike. They would look like siblings. The phenomena you're looking at are siblings to each other. The only difference is that the person who is evidently not dead, they're able to wake up. They're able to move again. The other person who's dead is not able to move anymore. And so what that what that does, it brings forth the explanation of how does that occur. How can a person who looks the same, two people who look the same, whereas one comes out of that state, the other one doesn't? So the explanation, the surface explanation, is that the person who is sleeping is sustained by something, because both of them have their mouths closed. But the person who wakes back up obviously had something that was able to travel and sustain them and to enter into them. And we simply call that oxygen or air. And where does it go? It goes in their nostrils. So whatever sustains, or put it another way, whatever allows that person to wake back up must have been a life sustaining force that traveled through their nose. And we call that air or oxygen. They're breathing. And so, but the dead person, that's what, it's not happening to that person anymore. And this is where you see Ankh, the symbol of the Ankh, being held up to people's noses. And it's and as a side note, it is for this very reason why symbolically, not literally, but symbolically, to really kill someone, to really erase someone's existence, they would break off the nose of the statues to prevent that, symbolically speaking. Now, this is not literal, but to prevent that life-giving force to go in the nose and sustain that person, to keep them relevant and alive. So this is why the ancient Egyptians broke off noses on their own statues. Like, everybody want to blame the white man for having target practice and breaking off noses because they want to hide the African features, but that's not the case. The Egyptians did that themselves. There's plenty of statues that are damaged by the Egyptians themselves. They even write about it. They take out names for the same reason. Anything to destroy the identity of someone. The Egyptians did that. So anyway, that was a little sidebar, but I'm saying, so don't think of the duat as death, because nobody died and came back ever. The Egyptians don't talk about that. They don't write about people dying and coming back. Because think about it, from from Khufu to Ramses II is so many years between those two kings, just like there is from Ramses till somebody, when Egypt was finally fallen and beyond. And that whole time, no Egyptian ever witnessed anybody walking up out that grave, out of a grave. In other words, Ramses was never waiting for any pharaoh before him to walk up out of any graves. No king was waiting for that.
But would you say, you definitely would say that they believed in reincarnation in the sense of like how we look at it today, though, right?
Nah, not how we. I was about to say, not how we look at it today.
Okay, but
Nah,
in a
but
in a similar way, basically, like I mean, because a lot of different African traditions, they do like talk about that, and you know, you do see similar, or you see a whole lot of parallels between, you know, I guess I can say I listen to a Sarge channel, and sometimes um, and I definitely read, you know, different books by Maladona Some, and like, you know, he definitely speaks about that. So I see those, I do see parallels, and like just from listening to Sarge channel and having like two of his books, not having all of them, and thinking about just different things that I may read in terms of reincarnation. I've always understood it as the ancient Egyptians believed in reincarnation. If you're, you know, at the judgment scene, that's what happens, right? After, if your heart
well,
isn't.
it's not. Well, it's not the common understanding of reincarnation because and you gotta define. That's one of those concepts
Mm,
you have to definitely make clear before like having a full on discussion about it, because simply naming someone after someone who is deceased is a form of reincarnation in some communities.
mm.
And that's not like what people think of when you hear the word reincarnation. You know, naming your child after a deceased ancestor, after a deceased ancestor, is a form of reincarnation, according to some groups.
Well, that's
But
one of the
but
forms
but
of
but
spirit. Okay.
but no, but here's what it boils down to. No matter who you talk about with reincarnation, it first you have to identify what is actually reincarnating. So to become cardinal again, what is becoming cardinal again? You know, and so then it gets into whatever group you're talking about. How did they view the human individual? And so with the to speak on for the Egyptians, they had a different view of the human individual than we do today. They didn't look at the human as a homogeneous entity like we do today, like we semi do today, because even today we'll break the human down into mind, body, and soul. The average person will say, okay, mind, body, and soul, or mind, body, spirit into three. The Egyptians broke the human entity down as a composite being of 7 to 9 different entities that work together. And so it's these entities that once separated, they will never come back. And so that's what I mean by reincarnation, how people think. No, it's the identity. So the Egyptians spoke about one aspect of the human existence as its identity, which is Ren. And it's all about the Ren in terms of the whole afterlife conversation, the whole reincarnation conversation, and all that kind of stuff. It is all about that Ren, which is the identity of a thing. Now we translate it as name, but it's not name, strictly name like that. It's the identity. It's what makes that thing different from other things. And so the Ren is what lives on, not anything else. But here's the catch to that. The only way a person can live after death is one, it's not the homogeneous person ever. Two, it's the identity of the person that lives on, and that can only live on if somebody who is living remembers them. So the real abode of the afterlife, or the real place, if we had to make it a place, is in the mind of living human beings. So the Egyptian heaven is in the mind of the living, nowhere else. Because if somebody dies and no one living remembers them, then that person ceased to exist. Period. But if somebody living remembers their identity or their name, that person lives on only in their identity. It lives on in the mind of the living. And thus that's why shrines are invented and created and used. Anything to remember people in your family, loved ones, in a community or whatever. They built shrines and things like that, all to keep the identity in the mind of living people. Because once that fades away and that dies out and nobody remembers somebody, they cease to exist. You know how many humans have been born since Homo sapiens sapiens emerged on the continent? So for 200,000 years, imagine how many humans have been born and died. There's practically no one. We got like 7.5 billion humans alive on the planet right now. All 7.5 billion humans who are alive right now, we don't remember any specificity about any human that far back. So they cease to exist. They have no afterlife. They have nothing. And that's what it's, so this whole thing is a long temporary thing. It's temporary, but it's long. As long as you can remember somebody. And so the kings in Egypt, I'm gonna say that I know it sounds like I'm rambling, but I want to get this out because this connects to what you were saying. People who begin to study Egypt, one of the things you're gonna find out is that the kings had an afterlife, whereas nobody else did in Egypt. That's like one of the first things you think you learn when you start reading books on Egypt and Egypt kings and how the kings were treated different. You're gonna see things or hear things that the kings had an afterlife in the old kingdom and nobody else did, and then in the middle kingdom, in the later dynasties, that's when everybody, like the heaven was open to everybody. It was what do you call it? Democratized. And that's just not true. The truth is that the reason why it is even said that kings had an afterlife and no one else did is because the average Joe Blow's identity was not remembered within the population like the kings were. Because there's such high regards for a king and the importance of a king, the king was renowned and known. And it's no different than today. Like Michael Jackson was a renowned, or to this day, a renowned entertainer and singer. He is known and remembered by way more people than the average Joe. You pull up in any grocery store, and just look at anybody. You don't know them. Nobody else knows them except for their own, their own circle of people and stuff. Yes, but they're not renowned. So what are the chances for that person in the supermarket to be remembered versus Michael Jackson? So of course Michael Jackson is going to have a greater chance to be remembered and a longer remembrance in the minds of the living than the average Joe Blow. That's what scholars are trying to explain about kings. Kings are renowned and they're known and they're remembered a lot longer than the average person. But the way they word it, people think that the kings are the only ones who had access to the afterlife. And in that sense, that's true because the kings were remembered longer than the other people. So they had a longer access to an afterlife. And by the way, afterlife being defined as the identity of a deceased person being remembered in somebody who is alive, not some spooky space, a spooky place that people might think of. And I see we got another person here. We got Chris with us, Hotep.
What's up with y'all?
Peace, Chris.
Peace. What's up, sis?
Hotep, Sunny.
So the universe is really mental. Like they meant that in so many ways. Making me think about that when you say that.
Well, I'm not even gonna touch that. The universe is mental because that gets into a whole different thing. We that's a whole conversation right there, because when people separate mental from obviously physical stuff, and in that separation, then you got to say no, because the universe is made up of matter, whose attribute is energy matter, and they don't consider that mental. So if you say the universe is mental, but yet we can measure and discuss and everything about energy and stuff, then the answer is no.
So the all is mine, because that was another one too that you see. Or the all
No,
is,
even
yeah.
now, even that statement is not as simple as that. Like people, the all is mine. Nah, what is meant by that? What does that mean? How do you account for the matter in the universe that we interact with, this thing we call matter? How to if all is mine, then where does matter fit into that?
So basically, it was just translated horribly by whoever translated it, because I'm pretty sure that's not what they said. And they said something similar, but it was lost in translation. The true meaning.
Yeah, that's one of the topics. That's one of the subjects that it will take some prerequisites to really go down there. Because I don't mind talking about that though. But on the surface of the statement by itself, nah. That's you know the question I just asked. If all is mind, or the universe is mental, then where does the matter that we interact with and this interplay between matter upon matter, where does that fit into that statement?
I think I interpret that statement a little different then, because if it's saying the universe is mental, I don't really think that they're saying that. I'm thinking that they're saying whatever you are thinking about is what's, is going to, you're going to attract it in this universe, in your world. And, so whatever it starts in the mind. Like, whatever you create, it starts in the mind. Whatever you have an idea of, a plan, or whatever you see, is starting in someone's mind. So that's how I kind of interpret that statement. Not necessarily that there's nothing in the physical, but more so whatever it is that you're thinking of, this person is reincarnated, like you just said. It's only happening really in the mind of another person. So that's just kind of how I interpret that.
Well, yeah. See, that's a whole conversation. So remember what you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
and bring it up, because I don't mind having that conversation. It's just that right now I don't think I have
Right.
time.
Okay.
We have time to get into that, because there's a lot of things you have to unpack first, and many people are not willing to do that first type of work, that preliminary work, before you even have the conversation. But now let me just clarify what I was saying though. On the subject of something surviving past death of a person. So when a human being dies, what lives on is not the full lock and stock and barrel person. Okay, because the human being, the human individual, is not a homogeneous anything. It's a composition of different entities. So let's just take the human physiological body, and we could see that, and we can see it and measure that and everything any day, all day. So let me ask you a question. Is your nervous system you? Is your digestive system you? Is your respiratory system you? None of those individual things I mentioned is you in and of itself. They are a composition. You are composed of those things. You have the major organ, and then you have the system. And it's all of those things together that makes up your physiological makeup. And they work in harmony with each other, and so on and so forth. They have a function, and they work together. Well, take it a step further and look at the total human. We are composed of different quote unquote entities. And so we're not a homogeneous thing. So when what we're calling the total human dies, the total human doesn't actually die, because we're not one thing that will die. We are a composition of things. And so what survives on, and I'm only speaking of on the surface overt thing, is a person's identity that we call name. It's all about the name of a person, or as I like to say, identity. The word Ren in Egyptian language is more appropriately translated as identity. You get the full grasp of it than just saying name, because name invokes, the word that's assigned to somebody, like Wujau, or like your name, whatever your real name is, or whatever the case is. Not that. That's like real shallow. I'm talking about your identity that is personified in a part of the human being that the Egyptians call Ren. That can live on, but it can only live on if somebody who is living remembers it, or remembers your identity. And so within your identity comes your, Ren is very closely associated with personality, and the very Egyptian word Ka and Ba and all this other related concepts, but they separate them. The Ka is not exactly the Ren, but you'll see where we have some overlaps. But your Ren is what survives on. And there's plenty of texts where a deceased person has on their gravesite, where people who walk by their gravesite, if they're able to read the text, they're telling them to call on their name, to remember them. They say, any passerby, please call on my name, say my name, blah, 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 to remember, blah, 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 blah. So that's what I mean. So any afterlife, the afterlife in that sense is in the minds of living people. It's in the mind of living people. If nobody that's alive remembers the deceased person, that deceased person ceased to exist. And so it's very important to the Egyptians to be remembered. And I'm going to tell you, King Ramses was no joke with it. He didn't play with that. He carved his name so deep in stone that he was like, nah, nobody's going to be plastering over my name. Nobody's going to be plastering on my name. He made colossal statues of himself, bigger than life. He's like, nah, I'm going. And what's interesting is that it worked. Because look, we are talking about Ramses right now. And we know a lot about his accomplishments and his character and what he did. So for all intent and purposes, Ramses is living a comfortable afterlife right now. Because we who are alive, we remember him. We're talking about him. There's nothing spooky about that. It's not that Ramses, the total human Ramses, is living on or walking around somewhere downtown Brooklyn or in Atlanta somewhere. I'm not going to go to Kroger's and run into Ramses II. Be like, what's up, Ra?
You might.
What's up? What's up, Ramses? You know what I'm saying? Be like, boy, I got a bunch of questions for you, Ramses. Sit down, Nah, it don't work like that. They didn't look at it that way either. But there's different aspects of the human, and everyone has an explanation. Every one of those aspects or entities has a definition, a function, and so on. And a lot of people are familiar with them. You got the Kat, the Kaibit, the Ka, the Ren, the Sa or Sahu, the Sekhem, the Ak, the Ba, and the Ib. And I, I'm not naming them in any particular order, but those are the compositions of the human, and those are different entities. Similarly, they did the same thing with gods. So Nu, or Nun is given compositions. So you have Amen, Amenet, He and Hehet, or He and Hehet, Kek and Keket, and then you have who am I missing?
Nunet.
Oh, Nun and Nunet. If you look at those four pairs, they're really further elaborations on Nu itself. And originally, a lot of people don't know this, and I explained this the other day. Before Amen and Amenet, it was Tenim and Timonet. It later changed to Amen and Amenet. And the word Tenim means to wander about aimlessly. And so what they were explaining with that pair, Tenim and Timonet, the male and female of that, was that the state of Nu, or to describe Nu, there was no direction. So you have this infinite, which is Hey and Hehet, Keket, total darkness, no light, no nothing, formless, and then no direction. And then the no direction got later switched to imperceivable, completely imperceivable, which is what Amen means, or hidden, imperceivable. So think about it. Anything that doesn't have form, like do it in reverse. Something that has no form and is not differentiated from anything, of course you can't perceive it. You see what I'm saying? And the darkness aspects is dark becomes a figurative of that perceivability, because like if you walk into a completely dark room, you can't even see your hand in front of your face. You could put your hands right in front of your face, you're not gonna see it. So you don't. I mean, only way you perceive is because it's attached to your body, and you know you holding your hand up there. But other than that, you're totally unaware. And all of these blend with each other. They explain the state that they were trying to deal with this analogy with water. And that's prior to creation. And creation is an ongoing, continual act. That is not a sequential act. It is a simultaneous, real time act where things come into being on a consistent, constant basis out of this formless watery substance that we cannot perceive and never will. And modern scientists say the same thing about the equivalent of Nu in modern science, where they say beyond the Planck epoch, they cannot perceive the absolute birth of the universe. They don't even pretend to know about that. And matter of fact, scientists will tell you that they cannot observe that because that's before light. Because remember, the cosmic microwave background and light period, where the light we see, it takes time to get to us. You know, a light year, which is however many miles per second or whatever the case is. And so they could calculate distance based on when the light reached us. So when we look up at the sky at any given night, it's an illusion, because the light that traveled from the stars that we see currently, the actual stars that are giving off that light might not even be there anymore. You understand that? So the absolute birth of the universe is prior to the emergence of this light. And so all that they can see is the light. So anything prior to that, they're not going to see. So they say it's they separate it from the known observable universe versus beyond that. So it's imperceivable. Egyptians would call that Amen. And then they cool. Anyway, man, let me go down this, boy. I'm looking at the chat right now. It look like they having a full on conversation in the chat, boy. Good gracious. I don't understand. Oh, Brendan Sims, Sims. Listen, I really appreciate and want to thank you for the super chat donation. Definitely said have coffee on me, man. I don't drink coffee. Coffee don't agree with me. But what I will do is listen. We use any financial donations around here. We buy books. Okay, so I really appreciate that. Any donations, any super chats or whatever the case is, contributions, they definitely go into books. There's a whole lot of books in my wish list that that all that this goes to. All right, so definitely.
Okay, so you figure out if you're going to have some coffee or some tea and read some books. We are going to go over Chef's question, which is with the word "unk." I wanted to know if it means upright. It means a man. Does it mean a person? It doesn't mean upright man. And um, I think we've gone over this before, but we'll just do a real quick one on this one right now, just for the archives and just in case this question comes up the next time. So the way these words work is just like we experience with, like English and any other language. Like in English, you have the word book, and book could literally mean like a book that you read, or it could mean like when you're getting booked for something, you're getting written up for something else. So, it depends with the context. So you have words, that actually are written the same way, and but they have different meanings. There are some that sound the same and have, but are written different. So you've had us speak about homophones and things of that nature. But now it comes with the word "unk." And with "unk," it could mean different things. So you have to know in what context, because these are, glyphs that are, if you understand how the scripts work, how the glyphs actually, with the Sesh Netcher, you have words that actually might be written the same way, but with Sesh Netcher, the good thing we have is that we have this thing called determinatives, and because these words don't include vowels. So you have these consonants that might look the same. Probably during that time, they might have sounded differently depending on the vowels that were used. But since it's being written with the consonants alone, you find words that will look exactly the same, but have different meaning. We had that issue with the word kemet at one point. So here now we have "unk." So you have this word "unk" that could actually mean different things. And you can see with the kind of determinatives is that follows them. If they're not determinatives, then you have to look at the context, which is we always say context is king. That will always help you to figure out what is being discussed. So in this sense, when you see the word "unk," and this word alone, this glyph here is for the word "unk," and it has the three consonants. This A, we translate it as lowercase a, and then N, and then X, or in X, and then so that would be that is this word. Now you have the phonetic complements that follow it. I don't want to get too deep. And then you have the that helps us spell the word, and then you have the determinative. So here we what it's telling us is that this word "unk" is in particular actually is used to write for the word for person, like you said, living person, a person or inhabitant or citizen or whatever it is. So in that case, what you are asking would actually apply to this one. In this case, where you have the seated man with the mouth in the hand, it's actually mostly you will see this determinative with words that include actions or verbs. And in this case, he's talking about an oath. So like when you swear an oath and things of that nature. So this "unk" will be in that sense. In this particular section here, you have the word "unk," and then you have a man tied. His hands are tied in his back with a rope. Sometimes you will see a seated man with the rope. We've gone through that. That will be "unk," and that will be the word for "unk," that means captive. You also have other words that for "unk" that could actually mean beetle. So you see the determinatives that tell us it's a beetle. And then you have another one with a goat, and I'll be telling you its meaning goat. Now, sometimes, these words might not have determinatives, and it might not even have the phonetic complements, which are monoliterals that will help us spell out the word. It might just be this sign of the ankh. So all these words could actually be written using this ankh alone here. And in that case, could mean any of this. It could even mean a sandal. It could mean mirror. It could mean life. All these things I've discussed here, and any other thing. So ankh is one of those words that can mean a lot of things, and you will see that in the sesh. So I hope that actually kind of helps you understand a little bit of that. If anything else, just let us know, and we could definitely go over it.
Excellent. So leave that up because I want to just add to that a bit. And so what I would add to that is that there are words that will be, as Emiket said, are referred to as homographs. We don't know if words are true homophones because the writing system did not preserve or document the vowels. So all of these words that you see on the screen could have very well been pronounced different from one another. So they may not be homophones, but they would be transliterated homographs. So you see how they're transliterated all the exact same. You have what on the screen, you have the diacritic version of the transliteration. So you have the reverse apostrophe, the N, and then the H with the curve under it. All of these words are transliterated exactly the same. But in the glyphs, they don't look alike. So none of these glyphs are homographs in the Sesh Medew Netcher themselves, but yet they are in the transliteration and in the way that we pronounce them today. So we pronounce all these words as ankh. So today they're homophones. They're pronounced the same. But now what I want to add to that is that some of these words are connected to each other. So for example, the word ankh, most people think of that word as just meaning life, and then that's it. But they don't know that there's also another word that we pronounce the same way, ankh, but it doesn't mean life. And so, for example, the ankh that means captive is the same as the or similar to the one that means oath, because ankh refers to something that is binded or bound. And if you understand what an oath is a contractual agreement, a binding contract. That's what an oath is. And if you look at the word for captive, it is a person that is bounded. Their hands are bound. So then there's another word, ankh, that she doesn't have on the screen that means document. And we know that in Egypt, the documents or papyrus rolls were bound by a string. And if we look at the actual glyph of a papyrus roll called majat, it shows you a tied papyrus roll. It's that tying of that string, of that rope, like you see on the captive. The wrists are bounded. The oath, you're obligated. You're under contract. You're bound to your word. And today we say it simply the other way around. Word is bond. Word is bond, Ak. Word is bond, son. We say the same thing. My word is my bond. So anyway, I just wanted to add those couple of things that we have to get out of being so narrow and so stiff and shallow with this stuff. And people are going to eventually appreciate this stuff more and more, especially if I have something to do with it, because I don't care what school of thought you come from, who you think you are, and stuff like that. Just like the brother Unk say, Mexicans get it, Africans get it. Well, guess what? Everybody can get it. It doesn't matter. Everybody can get it. And everybody who is going to get it, who come with that goofy stuff or that shallow stuff. All that stuff is going to be brought out. The fact that people don't study but got so much to say about something, people who are dismissive, who profess to be pro-black, pro-Africa, but really they got the underlying sentiment of the European scholars of the 1800s who were very anti-African, very anti, had messed up views of Africans, as if Africans can't think and ponder and use logic and have feelings and come up with this stuff. They totally negate the genius of Africa, even when people say that they do. No, they do out of convenience, not for real though. Because if you appreciate the genius, then people would not be on that shallow tip of saying some crazy things that I see people say. So I'm saying it right here, right now. The panel is open. The chat has been open. I mean, the link has been in the chat. It's been pinned up to the top, and people usually have a lot to say about stuff. But when it comes to demonstration, being a conversation, everybody know what time it is. They're not trying to do anything. That's it. So
Yeah, and just to clarify, because Abjuwe asked the question that what if what does it mean when the Ankh is on its own? Just to clarify, is that usually in all these words that you see on the screen and the ones that Wujao have mentioned, you will actually see them most of the time with the Ankh on its own. These other words that you see next to them, like I said, they are there sometimes, like these two phonetic complements that will help you spell out Ankh. So it will show you that this word here actually has an N, which is the water ripple, and the lowercase x, which is this placenta. But you don't necessarily have to see them with this, and you don't necessarily have to see them with the determinatives that actually help us clarify the meaning. They do appear sometimes. Otherwise, all these words will you can actually meet them abbreviated where they just have just the Ankh. So it doesn't matter that you're actually seeing this Ankh on its own. It could mean any of these words and more. So just wanted to clarify that.
yeah, so yeah, I mean, you say it all. I'm just gonna underline it because I'm trying to look through the chat, see if anybody had questions. And forgive me if I missed. I didn't realize that I was so far behind on the chat, and I scrolled down and now I can't scroll back up. But to re-emphasize the point you just made, Emiket, that is the question of asking about the Ankh being on its own is a fair and valid question, but that question is answered once somebody takes time to understand the basics of the writing system itself. And this is at the very basic beginner's level where you learn about the writing system. The beginner's level is all about learning how the glyphs function, the function of the glyphs, what they are and how they function. And at a beginner's level, you'll learn that every glyph, what it is, every glyph is a pictograph. But these pictographs do not function as such. They function in one of three ways. Way number one, or one of the ways that they function, is as phonographs. Phonographs, meaning phono, meaning sound, means that glyphs can represent sounds. And whether it's one sound, two sounds, three, or four, we separate and label those as mono literals, biliterals, bi meaning two, mono meaning one, triliterals, that's three, quadriliterals, quintiliterals, etc. So those are phonographs. So if I want Emicat to keep this on the screen, but if I was to show you the diagram, you have pictographs, then you have how they function, and the first function is phonographs. They further break down into mono, bi, tri, quad, quin, etc. Then you have the glyphs functioning as logographs, which means that glyph will represent a full word. And so when an Ankh is by itself. Now, when it represents a full word as a logograph, you'll see accompany it what's called a logographic stroke. That's that little single stroke that you may see on words sometimes. That's indicating to the reader that this is a full word. Then, third way that these glyphs function is as a semanteme, aka determinative, aka classifier, where the glyph is not pronounced or transliterated, but it helps the reader or the person looking at it to determine the class or the category or the semantic category that the word belongs into. And so because it helps determine that, they call it determinatives, they're nicknamed determinatives. Because it determines the class it's in, it's referred to as a classifier. Because it helps with the meaning, it's also called a semanteme. Semanteme, classifier, determinative. That's all those are the same, and that's the third way that these function. So when you see the Ankh by itself, it's a triliteral. It represents 3 consonants. All right? And it's stripped of its phonetic complements, which is the water ripple and the placenta, what they're calling the placenta. It's stripped from that. And so the scribes would strip these words or these multiliteral glyphs from its phonetic complements when space called for it. Because the same importance that they took into writing what they wrote, they also put the same importance into how they carved these glyphs. And so they were very, very particular about the columns and rows and how they carved these glyphs on the in stone. So they have what's called quadrats, where all of the glyphs had to fit into a square or a rectangle, imaginary square or rectangle shape. And so if the glyphs were, if there's not enough space, they would truncate the spelling of words. And so you will see Ankh by itself. Sometimes you won't see it by itself. And this goes for any word, especially multiliteral glyphs, meaning glyphs that are bi, tri, quad, etc., not the mono. So hopefully that further elaborates on that. And all this of what I just said, you learn at the beginner's level of the course. And I know somebody asked from Facebook, do we still have classes? The answer is yes. And I can't pin your question, but the answer is yes. Sabre University, we have it all day, every day. We teach classes. Beginners, you can enroll anytime you feel. All right. So anyway, hopefully that further elaborated on that. And as a matter of fact, let me just share my screen a bit. I'm gonna go through some examples now that we talking about these kinds of things. Let me see if I could find these diagrams. Well, I tell you what, we just go on with the conversation, and I'll find it. I'll find it later. Did you have something else, Emicat, on your image?
Nin. So I'm just looking through the questions. There's a lot going on, so I'll just reading through the questions real fast. But yeah, definitely feel free to join the panel, so that you don't have to do a lot of typing. The link is pinned on the chat. It's above. There's a blue rectangle at the very top with the link. So just make sure that you click on that, and then you should be able to come in here and share whatever it is that you have to share. But let me see if we have yeah. So, but yeah, before I even go over that, this is something that kind of in this this, because this writing system is different from what we are used to, like this the alphabet system that we use. So this is why we always recommend that you have to go through the language first, and then this, once you get these basics, it will just help you understand a lot of things, because this issue is actually plagued a lot of people, and some people who actually would actually say that they take time to study this stuff. We had, like I said before, we had this issue with the word kemet, where everybody insisted that that it just means black, and you saw the Shemsu Heru research team, that was Rujao, Sanjeti, and Asar, were going over just the different meanings of how different meanings of Ankh, of Kemet, and where the question was, people need to figure out what that with different words of Kemet, what they mean, and then obviously in the particular debate that was going on in that context, what it means, which was in that sense was a toponym. Other people insisted it was a color, but you could actually see, when you know the language, that that's not what it means. I mean, it's just toponym. So these are the basic stuff that you have to kind of learn, and you will meet a lot of these kind of words in a sesh where words are written the same, which is like homographs, but they could actually be different things. And then obviously also, like Ujao said, some of them actually do at the end of the day have the root word could actually be from something that we can definitely tie the words to. But yeah, so definitely start from the language, because it will avoid a lot of these misunderstandings.
Okay, so real quickly, I have on the screen what I just mentioned. So just to go over this very quickly, so we can at least put that to bed, because I think that question and conversation spilled over to several different videos and everything about Ankh meaning man and so on and so forth. But just to give a review of what I just said, so we have the glyphs themselves, right? All of the glyphs are pictographs, meaning that every single glyph in the Egyptian inventory of glyphs is a picture of something in the Egyptians' environment. The flora, fauna, and even man-made objects, okay? They're all pictographs. That's what they are. But how they function is in one of three ways. We have phonographs, logographs, and determinatives. And as I said, the phonographs means those glyphs that represent sounds. Logographs are glyphs that represent words, from the word logos, which is word. And determinatives is really a scholarly nickname. All of these are categories obviously made up by scholars, but determinatives is like a more playful name because of what they do. They help determine the meaning. But out of the phonographs, the ones that represents sounds or consonants, you have mono, bi, and tri, and quad, etc. And so the Ankh glyph itself is a triliteral glyph. When you see it with a logographic stroke, it will represent the word Ankh in total. Other than that, it will represent the three consonants, A, N, and then what we transliterate as an X or pronounce as a ch, this hard ch sound. And some people transcribe that as a K and a H together. And because of that, by the way, people think that the Ankh symbol represents four consonants, but it doesn't. And so you'll see people break down the Ankh and try to equate the Ankh with the four pair of Ogdods, A, N, K, and H, but it has nothing whatsoever to do with that. And then it's based on a faulty premise that the word Ankh is broken down into four consonants when it's not. It's only three consonantal sounds in terms of the consonants. So I just wanted to show you visually about that. But let me go into something I want to show you here as an example. I think we have Juju coming in. Give me 1 second, Juju. Let me just finish this, and then it's all yours. So what I have on the screen here is an example of a glyph, right? This particular glyph is the floor plan of a house, as they say, or an habitable area. And so as a logograph, this glyph alone would be the word per, which means house or an abode. As a phonograph, it will represent those two consonants, P and R, as you see here. And I don't know if you can see my cursor, so let me turn on my little arrow. You see PR. As a logograph, it would represent the word per, which means house in English. As a phonograph, it represents two consonants, so we call it a biliteral or biconsonantal phonograph, representing the two consonants PR. When it's used as a determinative or semantic ideograph, it represents the category of habitation or habitat or the class of habitats. And so this one glyph can function and does function in three different ways, but never in those three ways in the same word. So for example, in this first word, the glyph is used as a phonograph, the P and the R. So we have the word peret, which means procession. We have this word peret, which means rising. We have this word peret, which means progeny. Notice that we transliterate and pronounce these words all the same, but these are different words. We have peret over here, the season of growth. We have peret here for fruit, and peret here for housemaiden. Per meaning house, and then the feminine form meaning housemaiden. She of the house. And so all of these words are different words, but we transliterate and pronounce them the exact same. So now take what I just said here and think back to what Emiket shared about the word unk. The same thing. All right, so hopefully that clarifies. I don't want to take too much time on this. So and I want to welcome Juju to the panel. And if you had anything to share, by all means, go for it. Juju, you there? We see you, but we can't hear you. And we don't see you anymore. So, Chris, what say you on that?
Say again with Joe.
No, I said, what say you on all that?
Oh no. I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I think sometimes people, I know why they do it. And I'm gonna say what it is in a couple of seconds. Sometimes I think they don't realize that the Egyptian language has some of the same features as other spoken languages. Sometimes I think sometimes people think it's just so super special and so esoteric and deep that the word can only mean one thing. It can't mean sandal strap, right? Well, how can something so sacred mean something so dirty and mundane? You know what I mean? As sandal strap.
Right. So, yeah, you're right. Juju, are you there?
I'm here now.
Oh,
Hotep.
there you go.
Oh, there she
Hotep,
is.
boy, man, we haven't heard from Juju since like last year, boy, man.
Don't do me wrong.
Nah, but last year was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But yeah. So hey, welcome to the panel. It's
Thank
good to have you on the panel. You're always welcome on the panel anytime, and all that good stuff. So I'm sure you probably had something to say, which is why you're here. So go for it.
Well, I really didn't have anything to say. I wanted to see why certain individuals weren't jumping on the chat to express themselves, since clearly there's a lot being said in the chat. So I just wanted to test it out to see if the link worked, and it does. So just want
Yep,
to put
it
that in
works.
the box.
Oh, so demonstration beats conversation. So you
Absolutely.
basically you basically prove it that the link works.
The link works, people. So if anybody want to come on in, Chef, Amber, Commission, Adept, come on.
Yeah. I wish I could just pull people in here and not wait for people to hit the link.
Yeah.
Um,
And I wanted to say hi, Emmy Cat, the best. Love that, sis. Yep.
Hotep Senet E Neferet. I knew you actually making a point. I knew it. Because I saw you coming and then I saw you leave. And you're like, okay, let me see, is this thing working or not? Because
Yeah, I lost audio too, so I stepped out to come back in. I didn't want to like disrupt. So, and new platform. I like Studio Restream. That's interesting.
nice. That's good. Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like I said though, you welcome anytime. I mean, everybody's welcome. I mean, listen. The thing is, we advocate progressive conversation. Like when I say progressive, I mean conversations that move forward, not this circular stuff. Sometimes you have to do a roundabout in a circle every now and again. But listen, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been on social media for quite a long time, 2009, 2010, and I see a lot of time wasted by people not really leveraging the time that we spend together or have these conversations. And it's I mean, it's too many things for me to name at this point, and it's become the norm. So I can't even take the time out to even deal with that. So I'm just trying to create an environment where people can have some takeaways and learn something. But we got to be mindful and careful of how we do these things and have these conversations. Like, you can't talk about God and then try to microwave it. I mean, none of the things we talk about are microwavable. So people might as well just get out of the microwave section of the supermarket and come on over here to the slow cooking produce, vegetable section and whatnot.
The
And get this,
rotisserie.
yeah, the crock pot and everything, because you're not going microwave over here, not at all.
Oh,
You can
he the
try to do
smoke.
not, huh?
So you the smokehouse.
There you go. Yep. I marinate for 72 hours,
Yes.
and then put that on a slow roast with some slow charcoals. Get that smoke flavor up in there. But yeah, I mean that's what it's about. It's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be about, as far as I'm concerned. But as I was saying though, like we can't talk about God and gods, which is a very high trigger word for a lot of these conversations, and not understand and appreciate that the concepts behind God are not the same. There is no universal concept of God behind the utterance of that word, whether it's written down God or said God, pronounced that way or whatever. And we have to appreciate that. And that goes for a lot of specialized words. That's why in every discipline, worthwhile discipline, they always have a nomenclature. And so every worthwhile discipline takes the regular English language that we speak on an everyday basis. They pull words from that inventory and then specifically define words that are used to govern the conversations within the discipline. And so the moment you step into an area of study, you have to respect the nomenclature. And if you don't, you're not going to get anywhere with it. And neither does the conversations. So there you have it. So I want to welcome other people on the panel. We have little A. Oh, I think somebody else fell off. Welcome to the panel. I think it's Amber. Amber, you can if you unmute yourself. And listen, this is not Zoom, so if this is your first time in this, clicking this link, make sure that you allow your browser to have access to your mic. That may be a problem that some people may have. So Amber, if you can hear me, you may need to go out and come back in. And I definitely know Sheffrin has his mic on because I heard all that background air just come on in. Welcome to the panel.
Hold on, I'm trying.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Oh no, I just wanted to say, everybody keep telling me to click the link. Like they acting like I got some contention. Like I'm playing,
Oh,
I'm in the chat chopping it up with everybody. I don't have no contention with what y'all talking about. That's
yeah.
I don't understand. Like what's the big deal? Like click the link. Why you Juju you mentioned me like I was scared to click the link, like I was disagreeing with something Wuja and them was actually saying.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm having a hard time keep up with the chat. I'm looking through it now. So yeah, I just know it's a lot. It's a conversation, a whole life in the chat going on. Apparently, yeah, because you
Oh,
said why I get called, out.
hold on.
Cass, you did have a question though. You asked what Ankh mean, and I don't think you had a clear understanding of what was trying to be expressed to you. So I guess this was
Okay,
opportunity for clarification.
so Sheffrin, did you understand the explanation about Unk? Oh, I think he said he could be right back. Amber, you there? Oh, little A, can y'all hear me? No, I can't hear you. If that's Amber, I'm not sure if that's Amber or not, but little.
I think Demo said that he was in the chat. He dropped in, so that could also be him.
Oh, okay. No, I can't hear. So
My
no.
bad, I'm back.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah, I
Sheffrin,
could
I was asking you, did you understand the explanation about the word Unk and the glyph?
no, I didn't, but somebody on the panel answered it.
Yeah.
They said it means it represents a sandal strap. Is that correct?
No, that's it. That's what you got out of that?
So, no, somebody on here said it was a sandal strap.
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, so while you're
But
here, let me I'm glad you're here. So let me just take a
Did somebody
moment.
hold on? I know I heard that though.
Yeah, no, Sheffin, that was me. I said one of the meanings for Unk could be sandal strap. One of the meanings. That was
I'm
me.
You
saying
know,
the actual symbol, like
yeah.
if it represented something in the real tangible world, what was it?
Okay, so I think we get your question now. So you're trying to say to your question really is asking what the symbol, because we know that these glyphs actually represented, things that were in the,
In the real world,
surroundings, in the
right?
surroundings of the remit. So you're trying to figure out what was it, this particular symbol, what was it from? Kind of like the vulture is a vulture. So
Right,
what is the ankh? Okay, I got you.
right.
Hold up, give me a second. Commission Adept, if you're in here as the real Heru, you're here. So I'm not sure if your audio is working. And what I do know is that when people join this type of panel on Restream for the first time, you have to allow your browser to have access to your audio.
This
And some
Damo
people,
Wu Joe.
Damo,
Yeah,
Hotep.
you remember? I used to go by Hey Ru a long time ago.
Yeah, yeah.
I just don't come in the chat no more. But since Juju came in, I came on in myself.
Okay. All right. Cool. All
That's
right. Well, well,
Dua.
forget what I was saying. I thought no, because I'm looking at the chat and Commission Adept is saying that they can't get the link or whatever. But you all are proving that the link works, I'm not even going to dwell on that. Okay,
It
but
worked.
Sheffrin,
Yeah.
okay, so the Unk, so you're asking you're asking a different question. You want to know what is the Unk a picture of, basically?
Right, right. The
Okay,
symbol.
yeah, okay. First, it's a rope, and it's tied in such a way that it resembles or is used as a sandal strap.
Okay. Right.
So when you it's and in that sense it has a denotation of binding again, because a rope used for a sandal strap is to bind the shoe, the sole part, to your ankle so it won't fall off, and
A
therefore you can
lace.
walk.
A lace.
Yeah.
Yeah, laces. I get it.
So that's what it is, but definitely a rope. Now it has repurposed and and used in different ways. Now people say it's the womb and all that stuff. Nah, it's definitely not a picture of the birth canal and all that other stuff that people say.
Or upright man either, right?
No, it's not
It's
a
a
picture. It's not a picture of an upright man. No,
right,
but
right.
it can represent an upright man.
Or
Huh?
fallopian tubes.
No,
No, no fallopian tube.
no fallopian tubes and all that kind of stuff. But no, it's not a picture of an upright man though. No,
But it can
because
represent a upright man. So either way,
like okay,
if
I'm
somebody say it
mhm.
represents an upright man, you can say in some context that is correct.
Yeah, but not a literal picture. It does not. It's not a picture of an upright man. Just like the Ankh is not a picture of life.
Right. Is a rope.
Right, but
Right.
the Ankh represents life in certain contexts. So it's not a the Ankh symbol is not a picture of life, but it's used as a picture. The picture is used to represent the concept of life, just like the rope or the symbol itself can be used as the concept of an upright man, but it's not a picture of an upright man, just like it's not a picture of life.
So it can you show me where it's used in context of an upright man?
Um,
Is that demonstratable?
yeah, because the Ankh is used for, in general, is used for people, men and women who are alive, so the living. And then by being upright man, you see that the word Ankh is used for the word oath, and people who take the oath are and uphold their oath and keep their oath, they're considered to be upright and having good character. You follow that?
Yeah. Cool. Um,
So, but not upright in a sense of standing perpendicular and stiff and straight like a perpendicular beam, wooden beam or anything like that. Um, upright meaning that you are of good character.
right,
You
virtuous. Yeah, I got you.
A man
virtuous.
of his words.
Right.
Exactly. My word is my bond, and that word and that phrase, my word is my bond, is a contract, is an oath. Amber, you in there now? Boy, Amber having some serious problems over there.
Cricket.
Hey, Amber, listen, you got to change your internet provider, man. You got to get rid of Cricket Wireless.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. There you go.
Now, how do I cancel the noise out, the feedback from my AirPods?
Cut your YouTube off.
Yeah, I'm not
I don't
sure.
even think I'm in YouTube.
Okay, look, if you're looking at this screen on the far right, you should see a cogwheel. It says settings,
She done left back out.
and she left back out. She hit everything but the cogwheel. But yeah, so Sheffrin, yeah. So a virtuous person is represented by Ankh because those are the oath takers. Those are the people who are uphold to their contractual agreements, and they consider upright in a lot of African communities. And so they mark these people usually visually by scarification. So you'll see people walking around with either what we call tattoos today, but it could be scarification where they would cut the skin and it would keloid. And these are people who are under oath and uphold to their oaths, and they consider them upright men and women.
All right. So Fukiao could be, in some sense, correct.
Yeah, I mean in that sense, if I know that Fukiao does not mean that the Ankh as a symbol pictorially represents an upright man. That's not what he's saying in his text. And anybody said that's like the people say that the Ankh represents the female reproductive organs and the penis, and that the two things on the side represent children or fallopian tubes and stuff. I mean, people make up stuff, but
Yeah,
that's
but he said
none of that's true.
he said he put the symbol up and he put a man up next to it and said basically simply the Ankh represents an upright man, like at its basic, you know what I mean, root. Now, I don't know if he was saying in Egypt. I think that might be he said that the symbol is all throughout Africa. And he was saying that in other African cultures, it simply, could represent an upright man. Like the literal symbol, like the circle was the head and the the line across was, I guess, the shoulders, and you know what I mean. That was the picture that he showed, but he wasn't saying in Egypt. He was saying like the symbol is replete throughout Africa, and in different traditions, it could mean. You feel me? Like that. That was the
Yeah,
context that he put it in.
yeah, but understanding Fukiao and and the context that a lot of African communities have a teaching style method or pedagogical method of initiation and oath taking, and so it is spread throughout Africa. In that regards, the symbol or the rope or the ankh as a symbol, as a specific symbol, is dominant in Egypt, but it will manifest other places because I think in Ghana, I believe, or in Nigeria, they have a similar form of the symbol with similar concepts behind it. But as far as the symbol itself being all over Africa, I'm not sure if that's true. The symbol itself, but the oath aspect of it, because Africa, the whole African pedagogical method is one, heavy use in figurative expressions, and then two, what we call like our school system, we just call it school, and we say K through 12, and it's free public school. We just take our children once they get 5 years old, we take them to kindergarten and first grade. Well, in Africa, they had something similar, but people had agreements and contracts, and we would refer to that as initiations, the initiatory systems. We just don't term it that way here in the United States. We just say school. But the initiatory system was their version of schools, and that was everywhere. And sometimes people get sent off away from their parents. Oh, I think Sheffrin bumped out. Oh, the real Heru, we got Damo back, coming back in. Am I missing anybody? Oh, Sheffrin came back in. There you go. All right, let me take MECAS. Are you finished sharing your screen? All right, so let me bump this out. Okay. So hopefully everybody's straight on that. I mean, I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but I mean, we got people in here. We got LA. Who is LA? Oh, that's Amber. Amber, you still there?
I'm still here.
All right, there you go.
Can
See,
y'all hear me?
now we can hear you.
Okay.
All right, so what's going on? You wanted to add to the conversation? What's going on?
I just I really didn't have anything to add. I know Jolanda mentioned that people could hit the link, so I never had a contention. I pretty much got into arguments by way of expressing that I felt like a lot of people had different aspects of the conversation between you and Ankh misunderstood uh, on Unbiased channel, and then
Oh,
that's kind of segued into yeah. I
About
didn't.
what? What was that? Um, oh, the Big Bang stuff.
Yes.
Oh, right. Well, that's yeah. I mean, I don't know how people take it, but um, I mean, I make it as simple as I can, and answer straightforward. Ancient Africans could not, did not have an understanding of the modern post 1927 Big Bang theory. I mean, that should be just like basic logic to everybody. That's like saying ancient Africans didn't have any knowledge about President Barack Obama. It's like, duh, they weren't alive to even witness President Barack Obama. So ancient anybody did not hear or was aware of the modern proposal of the explanation of the birth of the universe, the modern one, which is called the Big Bang Theory. So that's the end of the conversation. A new conversation is, well, let's compare our modern explanation of the birth of the universe with what ancient people thought about the birth of the universe. See, that's a whole new conversation now. And that's a conversation that people are not really trying to have. They get goofy at that point because they don't study who ancient Africans say about that stuff.
Yes, and when you make the statement, or I guess Asar made the statement, and you agreed that there are aspects that mirror aspects of the modern scientific theory of
Absolutely.
the birth, yeah, of the birth of creation, and then they accuse you of being slippery or trying to be slick, which I don't perceive it that way. I think that people don't really understand what's being said. Um, and it kind of gets into this extreme discrediting and diminishing the capabilities of ancient civilizations and what they were able to conceive.
You're absolutely right. And I say, yeah, on both statements. So yes, there are similarities between the ancient understanding and explanation of the birth of the universe with our modern understanding, but not in the details, because in modern times we're able to test our ideas way more than we ever could have in the past, because we have access to instruments, computers, storage, data, the whole nine. Whereas ancient people didn't have the ability to do the extensive tests, nowhere near what we can do today. But the understanding of the basic fundamentals, underlying principles and concepts, there are a lot of similarities. And I gave one, the whole concept of new, and how modern physicists describe the birth of the universe. And the only way that you can really appreciate the similarity is if you actually understand and study it. And so what I don't understand is how people who don't study it have so much to say. Now, it's one thing to ask a question and chime in on a discussion, but it's another thing to try to argue and fuss about something that is really outside of people's lanes. And that's what I don't understand. And then while you're conversing with people, they're busy Googling, and then they feel like they can chime in on a conversation about things. And so I see that happen. I see that happen a lot. And I'm trying to let people getting kicked in, kicked out. So anyway, that's the thing about new. And see, the thing is, I mean, now if we wanted to have a real conversation about it and actually see, I restructured the question. Question number one is, did ancient Africans have an understanding of the Big Bang Theory? The answer to that is no. And see how fast that is? That's the end of that one. Then question number two, a different question, is, did ancient African people, or a better way of putting it is, are there any similarities or parallels between the ancient African understanding of the birth of the universe and our modern understanding? See, that's a new question. And if we have a conversation based on that new question, one of the requirements to even have that conversation is that you have to be knowledgeable about what ancient Africans say. So the newly structured question weeds certain people out of the conversation. And that's what I see as probably part of the problem. because you have to understand what are the ancient Africans saying about the birth of the universe. So the quick and easy out is to say, how can they understand anything? They didn't have the Hubble telescope. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. And that's an easy out. I'm like, no, of course they didn't have that. But you don't have to have that to have some understanding of the fundamentals. And people don't understand how
Well,
deductive
they would even
reasoning.
argue that it was unlikely and impossible for them to even have any understanding, to even conceive an understanding, absent of these modern tools. So that was another argument that they couldn't have possibly been able to draw any type of correlation absent of the tools that are available today.
Yeah, and see, that's borderline Hegelite. If anybody don't know Hegel, George Hegel is one of the founding people of Western philosophy. His attitude towards Africans, which dominated the 1800s, all across scholarship, where everybody who was below the Sahara Desert weren't even worth mentioning. They couldn't contribute anything. They couldn't have emotions. They couldn't think abstractly. They were wild, untamed. All these descriptions are given to Africans as if they can't think. And this gave, a further justification, excuse for slavery and the whole nine. So people are really borderline agreeing with that sentiment when they say things like that. Incapable of doing this, incapable of doing that, without even putting the study in, knowing that or gaining an understanding of how logic works. And what's interesting is that this is told by Africans. They tell you how conclusions are reached, how they actually leverage logic and math. And that's another thing, misconception. People think math is the manipulation of numbers only, not knowing and understanding that math is the study of logic using the rules of logic. So it's all about logic. It's just that the numbers are surface characters and symbols that we use to document and show relationships. But the math at its core is logic using the rules of logic. And this is what Africans are experts at. Hands down. The Egyptians tell you themselves that that's what they do. They refer to it as Tep Hesep, which is the word Hesep is the Egyptian word for counting or reckoning, meaning to calculate, to figure something out. And the word Tep is equivalent to our English word tip, which is the best part or the top of something. So Tep Hesep is the best way of determination, or put it simply, discernment. And we would translate that
I
whole
see.
process as being logic. Go ahead.
I see. Corey made
So
a
would
comment
y'all,
in the chat.
I have some.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know if you heard Amber. Amber was saying something. Amber.
She was
Yeah,
saying
I
Corey
was
made a
saying.
comment
I
in the
was
chat.
saying. Yeah, he made a comment in the chat that you can draw parallels with all creation stories. And I do know the other day you kind of pulled up a Wikipedia page of like different creation stories over time, and you made the point that none of them were from Africa. So, and I do also recall you actually saying when they brought that up in that live that you absolutely can draw parallels with all creation stories. So
Yes.
I took I took it to mean that your emphasis was that you do not find African creation stories represented in the grand like scholars, and they don't care that they didn't have the scientific method. They still pay reverence to creation stories on which the foundation for the scientific focus on where we come from is derived. So could
Wait,
you, was that on point, or could you explain kind of?
I'd love to interject real quick because I think this is part of the problem with this discussion is defining our terms and definitions, even for me. So that's why I kept asking in some of the chats, we need to define what cosmology is, because there are religious cosmology and philosophical ones. And is cosmology the same as astronomy? And is it a science, you know? And if it is, then what methodology was used for that? Those are my questions when we're trying to talk about these parallels, like our, you know, let's not get it confused. I didn't mean to cut you off, Amber, but it was a point I was trying to make before you started talking. I just kept getting dropped. But those were the
Oh,
statements making in the chat also to clear it up, because I don't
okay.
think people have a sound understanding or definition of these things is my thing.
Okay.
And
So let me
move to pseudo.
Okay, so let me try my best to let me pick back up what Amber's saying and then go into what you were saying real quick as I can. So Amber, yeah, you're on point. My point in showing the timeline of cosmological theories was to show that scholars view all these different groups of people as and their understanding of the birth of the universe as cosmological theories. That's what they classify it as, cosmological theories. And on that list of cosmological theories, they have no representations from any African groups on that list. But yet we know that there are many African groups that have cosmological theories, but it's not represented on that group, on that list. That list is very Hegelite-ish or Hegelian in terms of its attitude towards Africans. They don't think Africans contribute those kind of theories or thoughts. So they start from Mesopotamia, they go through Greece, even Arab culture, and so on and so forth. So that's what I showed on that. And yes, you can draw similarities and parallels with a lot of quote unquote creation stories around the world, because these people, although they're different cultures and different locations, they're trying to gain an understanding of the same phenomenon and answer the same question: where did everything come from? So they're going to use, in that day and time, they're going to use the pedagogical method of the day, which is figurative language. And for the life of me, I don't understand why people have a hard time appreciating the importance and the utility of figurative language when it's still used to this very day, even by modern physicists, astrophysicists, quantum mechanic physicists, etc. The very phrase Big Bang is a metaphor. If you take it literally, it's a misnomer. And they don't mean it literally, because nothing was big and nothing went bang. So it's a metaphor. Space, nothing, there's no ingredient, there's no substance that exploded and then filled space, spread out and filled space. No, it is the expansion of space itself. That's what the Big Bang is referring to, but it's mislabeled as Big Bang. And you'll even hear astrophysicists make fun of it and say, "Hey, maybe they should call it the grand expansion, or something to that effect," and so on. Like Neil deGrasse
Pardon,
Tyson will play around with that.
pardon the body, brother. Let me give a drawing to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Hotep.
Yes, sir. Shimotepu, brother. Yeah.
But you just
Oh,
agreed
yeah,
with
yeah.
Corey.
Who me?
Like that. Yes, that's what I'm saying. You agree with the science. What, like, people not listening, like they claim we're not listening, but you just agreed with the science. I mean, I didn't listen to all three of your points, and they all align with what we said. Now, your Egyptian take on it, I ain't getting into that, right? That ain't even my. I don't know the language, but you just you said no, they didn't have an understanding of the modern Big Bang theory. You
Theory,
know what I
right?
mean? Yeah, you
But I
said
shouldn't.
that.
But
So that, but
I
that's the
shouldn't
same
have
thing
to.
that we said. But that's
No,
the same thing that we said, right?
no,
Do
no,
you
no, no,
agree?
no, 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 no. But here's the difference, because you're right. So let me start by saying you're right.
Right.
You all did say that, but it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't stop there, because because if you said that, then the conversation is over. But here's where the
Why we
extra
gotta keep
bag.
adding stuff?
No, no, no. But here's the extra baggage that you all do.
Lord.
You all say not only do they not understand the modern day Big Bang theory, but
Mm-hmm.
you all also say that they don't understand or have an understanding of the birth of the universe, though, which is the Big Bang itself, not the theory, not the modern explanation. But you all are acting like they didn't have or could not have an explanation of their own of the birth of the universe that just so happens on many occasions parallel and are similar to our modern understanding.
And that
That's
brings
where
me
that's
back to
where
your third point. But that brings me to your third point.
Okay.
Like Corey said, that it's a lot of ancient stories that can show parallels if that's the case. And you agree to that also.
I know. So
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I got you.
It's
So we all
really
agree.
no disagreement on the fundamentals of what we're saying.
Okay,
But
so if there's
everybody is getting caught up in okay, Wuja has a different take on what the Africans did perceive. Now
okay, what's that?
that's
What would that be?
philosophy. According to us, that's philosophy. And you even said it before that what they had wasn't testable. So it was philosophy. You had to
No, no, no.
develop certain. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so all right. Here's no. I mean, you're right. If we
Right.
agree, I mean, I'm the one that said that a lot of populations around the world use, and I gave the specific example of water for this beginning state that nobody can perceive. They, for some reason, everybody around the world, not everybody, but a lot of groups around the world chose water as the metaphor for the birth of the universe. And so
That's what Corey was saying.
I'm the one that said that, right? So
Right, but but
there, there,
but
there,
that's what
there,
Corey
there
was
there's,
saying.
but I know, and there's no problem with that. But where everything stops is that for some reason you all don't want to go into the conversation of doing the comparison to see exactly what's similar to the modern understanding. So when I bring up new and this watery abyss, and I show you modern physicists that will explain that same thing and use the same metaphor as water or liquid or fluid or soup, cosmic soup, water, liquid, whatever the case is, this fluid-like substance that we can't detect and can't know about. For some reason, you all have a problem with that.
Right,
Excuse me,
because when the
fam.
Bible people do that, we don't entertain them either.
No,
Right?
Excuse
but
me, fam.
When Ken Ham and them, or Craig Lang, right? Who's a Bible apologist, right? When he debates scientists, he acts like the creation story in the Bible actually has scientific merit to it, right? And he will sit there and argue with actual scientists about the water and God moved upon the face of the waters and act like that the same type of concept that you're talking about. And they don't accept that from him.
well,
And other people use ancient. So we saying that's in the same vein.
okay, but see, that's where you
And
go
you
wrong.
agreed that it was,
No, no,
but you already agreed that it was in the same vein.
Excuse me,
no,
fam.
no,
Can
I
I cut you
didn't.
off? Because
Okay, one
That's
second.
what I heard.
I've been here. I'm waiting patiently. He cut me
Oh,
off.
no, you can
I'm
go ahead,
trying
bro.
to.
My
I'm
bad,
trying to add
man.
to y'all measure. I'm sitting here
Go ahead, cause
patiently.
me and Wujak can do this all night. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Right,
but hold
right.
up,
Is it
before
open
before
for the
before you,
discussion or
okay, yeah,
what?
before Okay, now just before you speak, real quick,
Uh-huh.
Sheffrin, just don't forget that point though.
I'm
Just
not. I'm
put
not.
a
I'm
pin
with
in it.
you.
All
I'm
right.
with you. Right. I got you.
Okay, Commission Adept, welcome to the panel. The floor is
Yeah,
yours.
most definitely. Gratitude, family. I just wanted to add on because I hear y'all speaking of cosmology, and I see the connection is not being made here. You know, before I say anything, I want to rise, give honors to the ancestors. Uncle Jet Sanel to everybody that's on the panel. Life, health, prosperity be upon you all. And I just wanted to deal with this cosmology real quick. We'll get into the linguistics, later. Because I'm hearing people that are not sure that cosmology, is being demonstrated among our ancestors, and I can go into that with no matter of time, so to speak. Can I share the screen real quick, family? Just briefly.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let
Um,
me make sure I got
you see the
everything up. Oh, there it go, right there. I got it. Okay. And this is coming from one that is native born Egyptian. This is the work of Mustafa Gadala, dealing with the Egyptian cosmology. And in this particular measure, he speaks of Amen Renef, dealing with the undefined uh, state, so to speak, which is where you're dealing with the cyclical nature of that which is not the name of an entity, but a state, so to speak, of the unknown essence, right? But it goes into, quotations in relation to dealing with certain measures. This is refers cause, not God or supreme being, but the state in which the universe existed before everything came into existence. So it used the terminology of whose name is unknown to all the Neteru, the gods and goddesses, right? Who has no definition, cannot be defined, who has no image, who has no form, who has no beginning, no end, etc. It says, as such, the ancient Egyptian expression Amen Renef transcends even the quality of being. Amen Renef, and I'm going to get to the Big Bang in a second. Amen Renef is not the creator or the first cause. All the terms God, creator, master of the universe, first cause, the fault, or the first are lower principles separate from Amen Renef. The Egyptians uttered no more of it, and then only under the infinite reserve, appealing always to a deep sense behind the words, that Amen Renef is everywhere in the sense that without its super existence, nothing could exist. Now, acknowledging Amen Renef, whose essence is unknown, we can enter the realms of the creation cycles of which we are a part. And this goes into certain measures. If you don't have this brother works, get his books, because he got them in abundance. Let me scroll this right here, right here. The animating energies of the universe. And I'm going to give a brief measure and I'm going to pass it back to y'all. You were speaking of new, brother, and you're on point in regards to dealing with the aspects of water, but it's just the essence of the form of the water that we want to get into here. And this is dealing with the animating energies of the universe in the beginning, the pre-creation beginning, noon, nothingness. Every Egyptian creation text begins with the same basic belief that before the beginning of things, there was a liquidly, right? Liquidy, primeval abyss everywhere. Now, it goes and it states endless and without boundaries and directions. Egyptians call this cosmic ocean watery chaos, nu, night, noon, the unpolarized state of matter, right? It says water is formless, and of itself, it does not take on any shape, nor does it resist being shaped. Scientists agree with the ancient Egyptian description of the origin of the universe as being an abyss. Scientists refer to this abyss as neutron soup, where there are neither electrons nor protons, only neutrons forming one huge, extremely dense nucleus. Such chaos in the pre-creation state was caused by the compression of matter. Atoms did not exist in their normal states, but were squeezed so closely together that many atomic nuclei were crowded into a space previously occupied by a single normal atom. Under such conditions, the electrons of these atoms were squeezed out of their orbits and moved about freely in a chaotic, degenerate state, right? Nu, night, noon. Now, I like to refer to this in my own terminology as the celestial now. We speak of figurative speech, or esoteric or symbolic allegorical speech. Now, we have to understand when the ancient Egyptians taught, family, they taught upon the premise of as it is above, so it is below. They taught upon the premises of know thyself, right? So just as there is a universe outside of you, everything in the universe outside of you exists within you. So just as the universe came about, if you go into a lot of the records, such as the Piscean record, they like to say, well, let there be this, let there be that, and all this type of stuff. But really, to be honest with you, sound and vibration is what caused creation. There's proof of this. You see, what they call Big Bang, the brother goes into it, it has to do with word. And this was my concept before even reading his works. Sound and vibration cause geometrical shapes to form. And we can see this if we go and pay attention to certain things. This is why you have constellations out there. This is why you have different shapes that are out there, because it has to do with vibration. Now, whether that vibration is high or whether it is low or in between, it has to do with the effect on what takes shape in creation. And that's what scientists call the Big Bang. But Ra, in relation, for example, to dealing with the light, a lot of people like to say, well, that's the sun. But when you speak of Amen Ra, for example, the principle of coming from nothing into something, Amen is hidden. Ra is the light that becomes manifest. We can look at this as it is above, dealing with the universe, or we can look at this as us being in a state of darkness mentally and coming out of that state of darkness in that God self, or that God state coming forth from us. It's subjective when we have no knowledge of ourselves. It becomes objective when we are able to manifest it. You see? And this is just comparing the universe to us now. For example, another thing, that same light that we call, some people like to use the term, they say Rod represents the action disk, the sun. There are rays that come forth from that, right? And it illuminates everything. We know that Autumn was in the beginning, that came forth out of this special creation, according to the Comedian cosmology. Autumn, ATUM, is synonymous with what the European like to call ATOM, atom. You see, the D is interchangeable with the T when you go into linguistics, and they came up later religiously with the term Adam. You see, that don't give credence to what they're talking about. What I'm saying is that everybody has adopted their creation concept from Kemet. So Kemet had to have a creation concept. It's just most of our people don't know. In fact, there were 4 schools of thoughts that deal with these creation cosmology stories. And then only one of them actually had to do with we'll say, a physical manifestation. That comes from the Bremner Ryan paper. You see, where they begin to talk about all this other stuff. But when you deal with everything above, from Autumn to Nu to Tefnut to Shu and all of these things here, that's the ancient way of dealing with the cosmology. So I read this and I'm going to pass it back to you so you can see this. It states the term, right, of course, is synonymous with not finite or finite, right? Undefined, unlimited, unshaped, undifferentiated, and so on. This means that the energy / matter out of which all things are formed must be in its essential state, unformed, undefined, undifferentiated, etc. If the material basis of the world had any essential definitions, formations, right, these would act as limiting factors to its ability to be transformed infinitely. It is essential lack of definition, right? Its essential lack of definition is an absolute requirement for God's creative omnipotence. Now here it is right here. Let creation begin. The condensed energy in the pre-creation neutron soup was continuously building up. This condensed energy reached the optimum concentration of buildup energy that led to its explosion and expansion outwardly about 15 billion years ago. The loud sound of this explosion is what caused the breakup of the constituent parts of the universe. The ancient Egyptian texts likewise repeatedly stressed that the divine commanding voice, meaning the divine sound, was the cause of creation. And this is where I stop at here, family.
Okay.
Sound and form. The earliest recovered ancient Egyptian text 5,000 years ago showed a belief that the word caused the creation of the world. The Egyptian book of coming forth by light, wrongly and commonly translated as the book of the dead, the oldest written text in the world states, I am the eternal. I am that which created the word. I am the word. And that's where you have those who came up later with, in the beginning was the word was God, the word was with God. They got that from Kemet indirectly, even though they don't know it. I'm gonna stop right there, fam.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you sharing all of that. I have that book, by the way, and the Dallas other books. But what I want to say to that, and kind of go back, and you can leave it up for a minute, is number one, that the Big Bang again is misnomered if taken literally, and Godala mistakenly takes it literally in terms of sound, because sound is produced by as you said, vibrations, and so there has to be something to vibrate in the first place in order for there to be sound. And so we're discussing the absolute birth of everything. So that's what the attempt is, to discuss the birth of everything. And so the causal agent of the birth of everything could not be sound, because there was nothing to vibrate in order for there to be sound in the first place, which causes the things in existence to come into existence in the first place. And so when
Did
the
you catch
Egyptians,
part himself? Did you catch the part where he said it built up and that's when the explosion took place? And that's where
yeah,
the
no,
smoke came from.
yeah, but nothing exploded though. In the Big Bang, see our when we discuss the Big Bang, the average person thinks of something that exploded. And so when you actually read the theory of the Big Bang and our understanding of the Big Bang by the people who actually do that work, they will tell you in a heartbeat that they're not talking about something exploding. And they jokingly say, hey, Big Bang is a misnomer and so on and so forth. It's a metaphor at best. There was nothing big, and there was nothing that went bang to even make a sound, and so on and so forth. It's actually literally best to describe as the expansion of space itself. That's really what they're talking about. Space expanding. And that's what the modern understanding of the Big Bang is. And it only goes back to the Planck epoch. Nothing beyond that. So they don't know the causal agent. They don't even know how long from the Planck epoch backwards in time to go, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they say they will not know the singularity that everybody's trying to go for. So really they're trying to unify all the forces and have an understanding of the forces, and not so much the singularity itself.
Do you
Now
know what
that's
makes thunder and lightning, my brother?
yep.
Give me a drawing on what make thunder and lightning from your knowledge.
Two fronts colliding together, causing a buildup of energy, and then it releases and it goes to ground, and that's the form of lightning. And then the lightning produces a sound which vibrates certain elements within the air, and we hear it in the terms of sound, and it travels at the speed of sound. Lightning
So if
travels at the speed of light, and the thunder sound travels at the speed of sound. That's why we can determine
right,
how far lightning struck the earth by counting up to 5 seconds per mile.
so if that's the case, and we know that this is a part of creation, something we can bear witness to. We ain't talking about what somebody said. We know what makes thunder and lightning. We know the process. We know that this is sound. We also know the power of thunder. that it can actually move things around us.
Yeah, but there would be no thunder. There would be no thunder if there was no elements or atoms
Exactly. Exactly.
to vibrate. So what
That's
we're
right.
talking about, prior to the existence of the material that would vibrate to even
That was
cause
the
sound.
Amen-Renef state that I spoke of prior to the existence in what he called a neutron soup. That was basically not active. There was negative energy at the time. And this is the way scientists, they call it neutron soup, so to speak. He used the term Amen-Renef to relate to that. And then he said after a time of the buildup, he used that as special measure in regards to what they call a Big Bang. He referred to this as the time in which creation came into being.
Yeah, but when you read the actual Egyptian text itself, which Godala does not have in his book, which I wish he did,
Well, he make reference
is
to them. I got a lot of them in my record. Because you know he native Egyptian born, right? This
I'm
one that
familiar.
been studying it long before we was born, me and you. You know what I mean?
Well,
So you can't just really discount his works.
no, no,
You
no, no.
know,
I didn't say that to discount his works. What I
mm,
said is that I don't care who the person is, if they don't include the actual source reference or to be able to extrapolate from the actual text itself, that does us as readers a disservice. I don't care who it is. So that's all I'm saying. But when we actually read the stories, as I have and as I do on a regular basis, Amun Renef is a term that's in one particular text that refers to an aspect of new. And like I said in
that's
previous
correct.
show, as I said in previous shows, is that the comparison. First of all, let me just back up a bit because I want to address what you're saying. I mean, I want to elaborate on what you're saying and
Mhm.
discuss what you're saying at the same time, kind of touch on what people are saying in the chat and then in previous shows. So
Right.
I want to make it clear that there's two distinct questions that are at play. One question is easily answered and it should be shoved to the side, and that is, did ancient people, whether they African or not, did they have an understanding of the Big Bang theory? And that answer is emphatically no.
Yeah, I would disagree with that, but I respect what you're saying. You know,
Okay, but
from
but
my
let me give you the
standpoint, because I've
let
been
me
studying the creation for 30 years,
but
and
wait, let me explain. I don't
my
think you
knowledge tell
disagree.
me different.
I don't think you really disagree with me if you understand what I mean by that statement.
No, I
And so
respect your position. I'm just
no, no,
saying I
no.
respectfully disagree with that premise. I
I
respect
know.
your position though,
Okay, but what I'm
and
saying is
that's
that
based on what I know though, because I read
okay,
various texts from
okay, but
different
listen,
cultures.
okay, and so have I. But
Mhm.
you can't disagree with me if you don't understand what I'm saying. So
Go ahead.
let me get it out first, and then let's see if you
Go
really
ahead. Go
disagree.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so when was the Big Bang theory first proposed?
You say when was the Big Bang theory first proposed?
Yep, what we're calling the Big Bang theory that we know. When was it first proposed?
When was it first proposed? What do you mean? The European proposed a lot of things. You
Well, I'm
know,
not talking about a lot of things. I'm talking
they
about the Big
proposed the
Bang.
Big Bang theory. You know, to
Yeah,
me
when?
personally, because there's so many people they are credit for the Big Bang. But I would tell you this right here. Me
No, I'm
personally, that's not a matter of something I really care about, so to speak. You know what I
okay.
mean?
So you don't know.
Oh, I know. I just don't care. That's just like the Hermetic hypotheses. I know where that come from, but I don't care to get into it. I know
No, well, I'm
Napoleon's
not.
purpose to go there. I don't
Okay,
care. I don't care to
but
get
hold
what
on.
I'm gonna show you what I'm saying. Like
No,
I
no, no.
know
Wait,
the
wait, wait, wait,
origin.
wait. Hold on. One second. One second.
Check
One
check
second.
me out,
Wait,
brother.
wait,
Check
wait,
me
wait.
out.
Hold on. Hold on. I
Check
don't
me out.
mind
Check
checking.
me out.
Wait,
Check me
I
out.
don't
Listen to me.
mind.
Hear, hear
Wait.
me
I
out.
don't mind
Just let me
checking
say
you out
this.
and hearing you out. Wait a second. I don't mind checking you out or hearing you out, but you have to at least respect my question to you,
And I
and
respect your question,
wait,
but
wait,
I'm
wait.
telling you,
Either you're gonna answer it, or at least tell me you're not going to answer it, and then we can move forward. Because I asked you when was the Big Bang first proposed, and the amount of time that you're taking to say what you're saying, you could have answered me already.
But I'm telling you that that's not relevant to what we're talking about, and I don't care to go into that because I came to talk to you about showing you how our ancestors had already demonstrated it, not to prove whether or not the European brought the Big Bang on the manifest and when he brought it on that. That's not my issue. But what I want, that's just like dealing with the concept of the language when you hear speaking it. I can come here and say to you, well, what you speaking on the Medew, when did you come up with that concept? And the only place you can go back to, most people, they're going to go back to E. Wallace Budge or Champollion. That's where they got their science to try and interpret the language from. And I would say that that's not right, according to his statements, though. You feel me? But that's
Okay,
no,
so
that's there.
let me just finish what I was saying, because this is why it is very relevant. Because you made a statement and said that you respectfully disagree with me. But how can you disagree with me if you don't know what you're disagreeing with me on? And so what I'm saying is that the question is, the question is,
go ahead.
Do or did ancient Africans have an understanding of the Big Bang Theory? And I said the answer is no. And then you said that you respectfully disagree with me on that. And so what's relevant to that is your knowledge of when the Big Bang was proposed. And so let me answer it, since you didn't. It was first proposed in 1927. First.
We know, bro, with Edward. Listen,
Okay.
Hubble
Wait.
We're familiar with that.
Yes.
But I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose in regards to. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me get it. Okay, and I'm glad you do.
This is elementary.
Listen.
Go ahead.
So we should have a very easy conversation. I don't know why. So let's not make it difficult. Okay.
No, it ain't difficult. Go ahead. I just feel
okay.
like it ain't relevant. But you cool.
Okay.
I feel where you coming from.
I don't feel Godala that you brought up was relevant, but I was patient and let you do that. All right. So I don't want to get into what I feel is relevant versus what you feel is relevant.
That was relevant to the cosmology aspect of it. Fam.
I don't feel that way
because those who was asking for us a story from
but
our
I
people.
don't feel that because you brought up Godala when you didn't have to. It's irrelevant.
When I'm giving you a source.
Okay. I don't want to get off into that. I want to get back to this Big Bang Theory. Go wait a minute.
Go ahead, and we'll cross the other bridge later.
Okay, good. So, the Big Bang Theory was first proposed in 1927. And as you said just now, that Hubble came behind and did some confirmations of the expansion. Right. And then it was refined. And pretty much between 1927 and 1931, that is when the Big Bang Theory was proposed and locked down. All right.
That's right.
So now, the reason why I say the answer to the question that I quoted is no is because nobody born and died prior to 1927 could possibly know and have an understanding of what was proposed after they're dead and gone. So the equivalent I gave earlier was no ancient African had any understanding of the actions of President Barack Obama because they were totally unaware of President Barack Obama because they weren't even born, or they had been born and died and been long gone prior to President. Wait. This is very simple. Just like it's so elementary.
I see the logic you making, but what I'm
saying. Wait a minute.
It existed, but not under the name. Wait a minute. Saying is what I'm saying, fam.
No, when you say it, that's the proposal. Wait. No. The Big Bang Theory.
Say what you say, and I'm gonna say what I say in response to you. Go ahead.
The Big Bang Theory, as we understand it today, did not exist prior to 1927.
And we know that.
Okay, so then
what I'm saying they got the concept from our ancestors, bro. I'm saying it existed, but not under that name.
Okay.
I don't know what part of that you ain't getting from.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, so let me ask you this.
But not under that. They call it the Big Bang.
No, I'm not talking about, listen, I'm not talking about the name. I'm talking about the theory. The
The
theory is not
theory,
just the look. The Big Bang theory is more than those three words: Big Bang and theory.
we
It is
know, fam.
it is an entire explanation of the birth of the universe to up to a certain point, the Planck epoch to be exact.
We know.
So
We know.
okay, so
Hmm.
so what I'm saying is that our modern understanding is the Big Bang theory. That's the most accepted cosmological explanation for the birth of everything. Now, nobody in ancient times understood what our modern explanation is because they were
And that's where I
unaware.
disagree.
They were unaware of the modern explanation. Okay, so
You
let me
know,
ask you. Okay,
and the reason why I
let me pin it. Let
disagree
me pin it.
because
Let me pin it
much of
down.
what
I'm gonna pin it down for
much
you.
of what they saying, my brother, I see what you saying, but most of what they said in ancient time, modern science is only confirming what they already knew.
No, but see
That's
what
what
you're
I'm
doing.
getting at,
This
family.
is this is why the pseudo killers is
Now we
having
ain't no
a hard
pseudo.
time.
We know for a fact
No, no,
that
not. I'm not calling you
everything up
pseudo. Wait,
there,
wait, 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 wait. You don't have to jump on my every word. Let me just get it out.
I'm not.
I'm gonna let you talk.
I'm making it
Wait.
plain what I say.
No,
No,
listen,
you're not
listen.
Just see,
listening, bro.
Wait.
Listen, chill.
You have to just listen to what I'm saying. So what you're doing is why the pseudo killers is having a field day with this. Really.
Real.
But
Real
hold up. But
business.
you know,
here's
fam, you
here.
know who you talking to?
No,
Because
it
evidently
doesn't.
you don't.
It doesn't
You
matter.
ain't talking
Like,
to somebody that don't know what they talking about, family.
and neither
I,
are you.
I studied this thoroughly, but what you doing? See, you thinking that I'm combating you. I'm
No,
giving
I
you
don't. I
insight.
don't.
I
Listen,
respect
don't
your
project.
plat.
Look, hold up. Don't do that.
Listen,
Don't project.
I
Don't
respect your
don't.
platform,
Okay,
right?
then respect enough for me to
I
talk.
respect your platform, right?
Respect enough for me to talk. All
But
right.
you assuming.
I don't want to mute.
What am I saying?
I don't want to.
What
I
am
don't
I
want to
saying,
mute,
brother?
man.
No,
I
I'm
don't
not
want to
going
start that
back
off.
and forth.
You're gonna be the first person of this year that I'm
What
gonna be
am I
forced to
saying,
mute.
family?
Okay.
I'm cool with
I
that. I'm asking you a question. What am I saying? I'm listening to you.
okay, but first let's get through what I was saying. We can't jump to what you're saying. First, let you get what I'm
I'm
saying. Let
trying
me
to see
finish
you
what I'm saying.
understand me,
Let me
brother.
let me finish what I'm saying. So to back up, one question is: did the ancient Africans understand the modern Big Bang theory? The answer is no. The second question, that conversation should be
That's
dead
your
and
answer,
done.
bro.
Exactly. I'm the one that's talking,
Can you
right?
respect that? Yeah, and I respect that's your answer. I ain't
No,
going against you.
wow. I'm not saying my answer is from the whole world. I'm the one. Wajao is speaking, so of course
Okay,
it's my answer.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so that conversation is
From the
done.
whole world. I'm the one.
Now, now a new question is: what can we see, if anything, that parallels or is similar to the ancient groups, African groups, understanding of the birth of the universe versus our modern understanding of the birth of the universe? What can we see in terms of similarities and parallels between the two? That's the new question, or a different question that calls for more discussion. And that's the vein that you're discussing, where you say it existed before and they're confirming what was already said and stuff like that. You're on that side of the conversation of comparison, and you bringing up Godala, it
No, I'm not
confirms
on the
that.
side of comparison.
Co-
See, you
com-
misunderstanding me,
wait,
brother.
wait, wait. No. You
That's
just
why I
now
cut you
said.
off, because you telling me
Wait,
what I'm saying and you don't even know what I'm saying, bro. Go
no.
ahead.
You just brought up Godala in red, where he's talking about the
See,
bang, the sound, the word, and vibration, and how vibration creates forms and stuff like that. You the one that said all that stuff,
that's
and I'm
right.
saying,
That's
oh, so
correct.
now I'm right. Okay, so
I'm
right,
saying
so
that's what I read. I'm
exactly,
not
so
saying that you understand what I was coming from. I'm saying
okay,
that's what I read.
okay, but here the bottom line point is that we need to at all times separate those two questions, and then anybody on this side of the conversation that's going to do the comparisons need to be knowledgeable about what these ancient Africans are saying, and they have to be knowledgeable about the modern Big Bang theory enough to even see if there's any similarities or comparisons. Can we all agree to that? Sheffrin, do you agree that in order to compare what modern scientists say about the birth of the universe and what anybody ancient said, you have to be knowledgeable in both areas to do some comparison?
Bro, I'm very knowledgeable in all areas.
Yeah, I agree, but he's saying he's
I'm very
knowledgeable.
knowledgeable in
He's
all
saying he's
areas, fam.
so I think
And
y'all
that's
gotta
that's
iron
the
that
part.
out.
That's the
Commission, why don't
part.
you hush up? Commission, commission,
That's the part.
commission,
Hold up, bro.
commission,
Hold up.
commission,
Hold
commission,
up, bro. Don't start
commission,
trolling, family.
commission.
Hold up, bro. Don't
No, you
start
hold up, man.
trolling.
You've been
We
no,
have an
hold up, hold up,
intelligent
hold up. Commission,
conversation,
Wait,
fam.
wait, 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 wait,
commission,
wait. Hold on,
Don't
hold on,
make
hold
the
on.
conversation
commission,
go left, bro, with
commission.
disrespect, fam. We
No,
cool here,
it's
bro.
not.
Don't
It's
start trying
it's
to gaslight, bro.
no,
We know how it goes.
it's.
Don't do
Listen,
that.
I don't have a
You
gas
stop
tank.
talking and
So
listen,
I'm
man.
talking to this brother here,
It don't
TRS.
matter.
You
You
gaslight.
disrespectful.
Me and
You
this brother here
disrespectful.
already
Calm down.
speaking, bro.
okay,
You
so let
you
me just
you
say
you
this.
you causing
Wait,
conflict. I'm
wait.
cool with
Commi-
you, Waju. You
okay,
cool.
okay, but okay, 1 second. But
Tell
commission.
your man to stand down with the
No, I
gaslight.
don't.
No, you tell me.
I
I'm right
don't do
here.
that. Right. I
Well,
don't do
yeah,
that.
I mean, if you want
I'm
to
not a
have a respectful
babysitter.
conversation, but if
But
you want
No,
to
you
have
can't have a
if you
conversation because you can't
if
be
you have a
quiet enough.
respectful
You don't listen.
conversation
You
though,
don't
fam,
listen. You don't
listen,
all right,
listen.
fam,
all
we're
right.
not here to
I
go
gotta
back
bring
and
some
forth.
order. I gotta bring some order back on here, man.
And I already know what
Okay. So
time it is.
so
I'm gonna
here listen.
respectfully stand down off your platform, fam,
Okay,
cause
that's your
freedom ain't a
choice.
game to me.
That's
And I
okay. That's
believe
your
in building with people. But if you're gonna be
okay.
biased, family, I ain't gonna.
Right.
I respect that. I see where
Oh,
y'all at. Y'all know
okay.
everything. You
It's
feel
not
me?
y'all.
Okay.
It's
I'm
me.
gonna salute you on that right there. But I know
Okay.
better. I've
All
been
right.
doing this for a long time, bro. Keep
Okay.
doing what you doing, and I'm gonna keep
Okay.
doing what I'm doing. Peace and love.
Okay. All
That's the
right.
Maotic way.
Oh no, no, don't go
I
nowhere.
stand
Hold
on that
on.
for real.
No,
Okay.
no, you
I'm
why would
Maotic
you
for
leave? Why,
I'm Maotic for
hold,
real.
All
hold
right.
on, Commission.
Salute to you, Waju. I
All
appreciate you,
right.
bro.
Okay.
Perhaps
Commission,
we
don't
may come
run.
into contact with each other again. But I
All
don't
right.
argue over the truth because I know too much and I stand on too much.
Okay.
Right.
Peace and love.
So
Okay. Peace.
oh man. Oh man.
So okay. So let's. All right. So give me a second here, y'all. Let me bring that. Let me get Corey up in here. Okay. So let me because I don't know what just happened, but let me try to make some sense. Let me try to make some sense to. I'm not gonna pretend to speak for others. I'm gonna speak for myself. So I'm gonna repeat myself. I think it's necessary to kind of recalibrate. So there's one question that was implied, claimed, repeated, and so on and so forth. And I just want to get that one out the way. That question was, did ancient Africans have an understanding of the Big Bang Theory? That answer is no. And I think that everybody can agree with that, pretty much. Okay, the majority agree with that. Nobody really pushed back on that because we can get very just simple logic. Nobody ancient was even alive to even hear what the Big Bang proposal was because it wasn't proposed till 1927 to 1931. In between that time frame, it was first proposed. They observed the expansion and they dialed the clock back and they assumed that it started from a small point and then whatever, voila, boom, Big Bang Theory, basically. So that's that. Now, so that don't deserve a discussion. What deserves a discussion is our modern understanding of the birth of the universe, to the extent that we have it today. Are there any similarities and parallels to our modern understanding with ancient people's understanding? That is worth having a discussion and actually putting forth that work. That's the side that I'm advocating that should happen, and the side that I chime in on. And what I'm saying is that anybody else who chimes in on that would also have to have knowledge of what ancient people say or said and what the modern understanding is to even do the comparisons. That's just basic logic as well. You can't compare two things if you only know about one and ignorant of the other, and vice versa or whatever. So that's all I'm saying. And so what I know, if I focus on not all African communities, but specifically in Kemet, there are similarities with the ancient Egyptian cosmogonical documentation with our modern understanding. And one such example out of many is the Egyptian concept of new, and not just the mentioning of new or it just being a metaphorized as water, but their explanation of the attributes of this water and the processes that come forth from it. And they refer to it as cosmogonical because it's talking about the genesis or the generation of order. Cosmos meaning order, gani or geni means to generate. So it's the generation of order, and they describe it as such the same way that modern physicists describe the unfolding of the universe from the Planck epoch forward to today. So I've given that example in the shortest way, concise way, as simple as I could, but I'm willing to go 100 miles deeper if anybody want to have that conversation and qualified to have a conversation. And that's my stance. That's been my stance and whatnot. But what I'm hearing,
Well, in order to have a
go ahead.
conversation, your qualifications to have a conversation about whether we can compare ancient creation stories with the modern understanding of the Big Bang, right? Modern
Yeah.
understanding of how the birth of the universe is, right? Your criteria is you have to know the language and all of that. Like, you got to study these things for 30 years. Like, my man just got off. You just kicked my man off, and you was
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No,
condescending.
no,
Well,
I did.
no,
I,
you didn't
I,
come off. I'm sorry. I apologize. I said I'm sorry, but you was just condescending to my man that just left, right?
wait, how was I condescending to him?
Because he was saying how he studied this shit for 30 years already, and
Wait,
you
wait,
didn't
wait,
know what
wait.
the hell you was talking about.
Wait,
But
pause
at
for a
the
second.
same
Pause for a second.
time,
I
you
just
right to me and
wait.
Sheffrin.
Pause for a second.
Y'all dismiss.
Nah.
Wait.
Please get my statement out, please.
Hey, no.
Please.
I'm saying you can, but
I'm just
you
trying to get a statement
wait,
out, and then you
Corey.
can say
Corey,
everything.
I'm not.
Interrupted
Corey,
somebody
I'm
else
not.
to get this statement.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go
Wait.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, Corey, I'm only interrupting you because your audio is very bad. You sound very staticky. So I don't know if you can adjust something or leave and come right back in.
Okay, let me leave. Come right back. I'm gonna leave and come right back.
Come right back in. Right there you go. Because I want everybody to hear everybody's statements. I'm not the cutoff artist here.
What?
All right. Nah, I'm definitely not the cutoff artist. All right, go ahead, Corey. Let's see if it's better.
So my man that just left.
It's still choppy,
Is it
but
still like that? Hold on.
yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, I don't know if you're on Cricket Wireless
Everything
as well,
is connected good. Everything is good connection on my end.
Wait, I may be the only one to hear it. Did anybody hear?
No, I hear the same.
Nah, he's the same, and I think he's probably his audio too was, because I don't know if he was actually listening to the same conversation as well. Because
So I didn't hear my man say that he studied this for 30 years.
He definitely did. But the point
that was the conversation I was
The
listening.
condescending
That's
part.
what I was
No,
trying to bring up.
the condescending.
Man, listen, I can't even get my statement out. It's
All right,
like,
all right. No,
y'all arguing against me before I even said what I was gonna say.
No, I want to hear what you got to say.
Y'all even determined I didn't even listen to the same conversation.
No,
I already determined that.
No, I haven't made that determination. I want to hear everything you got to
Somebody
say.
did,
I was just concerned with the quality of your audio.
But what I'm saying is, my man studied this 30 years. He studies for 30 years, and what he's saying is, you don't know what you're talking about on as far as what the cosmology goes with the Netcher and the Egyptians or whatever, however y'all want to say it, right? But you would turn around and tell Sheffrin the same thing, that you've been studying this for 30 years and that we don't understand the figurative language, the figurative speech, and we don't understand what they meant, the philosophy of these ancient people. But somehow you understand these people's ancient philosophy. But my brother, that just left off the panel, he don't understand this. That's what's confusing to me right there, Bujawa. That's
All right,
real
so
confusing.
let me come in now. All right, so let me address what you said. All right. I was not condescending to the brother at all. And the brother said that he respects me, he respects the platform and the whole nine and the whole thing. I don't know where you got the condescending aspect from, but I don't think anybody else on the panel will agree with you.
Well, that's just my
that I
opinion.
was
So just move on. I
no
can have my
no
opinion. That was my opinion.
okay, but let me get everything I'm saying out without you, disrupting me. Okay, so
Well, I have,
I'm addressing.
We'll get back.
Yeah,
But go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm addressing what you said in order because I take notes as people talk, so I don't interrupt them. So the 30 years, yes, he did say he been studying this stuff for 30 years and everything, but he never said I don't know what I'm talking about. He never said that, and in fact, he shared a book that I actually have.
Well, he disagreed with you, though.
Wait,
like,
wait.
So,
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me get it out. Let me let me get it out.
Let him finish.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. You could, you should listen with a pen and paper next to you. So he never said, I don't know what I'm talking about. And he said that he respectfully disagreed with me on my answer to a specific thing. And what he disagreed with was my answer to the question of, did ancient Africans understand the modern Big Bang Theory? That's what he disagreed with me on. And so if you think that him disagreeing with me on that point means that I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to Egyptian texts and so on and so forth, and therefore I use that same principle against you and Sheffrin, then you don't comprehend. I'm saying my opinion is that you didn't comprehend the conversation you just listened to.
Yes,
So
Bujawu, I heard you, and that's a good point. And I want you to stop right there because you made a good point. He disagrees with you that whether they understood the modern Big Bang, right? And
theory,
whether
the modern Big Bang
modern
Theory.
Big Bang Theory, whatever, however you know what I'm saying.
It's the
modern
same
Big Bang,
thing.
right? It's only one Big Bang, and that's the Big Bang Theory. That's it. That's
No,
all it is.
no,
Y'all
no.
got two. Whoever coming up with these two different meanings for Big Bang, y'all crazy to me. Y'all going, it's convoluted. But
I tell you what, I got to show you a white
I'm
man
done.
that makes a
not
difference.
done.
Then that's what I'm gonna do.
I don't care about the white
That's what
man.
I'm
He
gonna do.
crazy
That's what I'm
too.
gonna do.
He just
That's
crazy
what
as
I'm gonna do.
y'all. The
That's what I'm
white
gonna
man
do.
is just as crazy as y'all.
That's
But
the same white man you get your information from.
no,
Go
I
ahead.
don't get my information.
But let me ask you one
I'm
thing, Corey.
never gonna get my statement out. Go ahead, Amy Captain.
No, I was going to ask you. Okay, just before we delve into either the Big Bang or the Big Bang Theory, we understand when we were listening to the conversation that the disagreement that he said he disagrees respectfully was that
Right.
that ancient Africans had had the idea of what we know as the Big Bang Theory. So
Right.
basically, with him disagreeing, he means that what we know now from 1927, that the ancient people were fully aware of these things. So when
Right.
you
That's what I'm saying. He was arguing. That was my point.
correct.
Right
Okay,
there.
let me finish.
Appreciate
So
that.
so let me finish. So what I want to know from you is that because obviously he disagreed respectfully, and Wujao was like, "You're fine. You can disagree respectfully. That's fine." Now you are coming in because the guy left. Do you
Not
agree or
because
do
he
you?
left, but
No,
not
no.
because
Your
he left,
point. Your
because I
point. You're
have
coming
something
in.
to
When
say.
you came in, you say that we kicked him out. But we can scratch that. But what I want to know from you is that do you agree or do you disagree with the guy?
No, it's not about whether y'all already
No,
know
no, no,
the
no, no, no,
statements
no,
on.
no.
You already know whether I believe whether
No,
he
I don't know.
understood the
I don't
Big
know.
Bang. Well,
I
you
don't know.
should know already,
No,
right?
no, no. I don't know.
We all agreed earlier that nobody understood the Big Bang before a certain time, but I'm talking about this brother that just left the panel. It's not about me. We was having a
Okay, so
discussion about the brother that just left the panel.
basically, in short, what you're answering my question is that you as well disagree with the guy.
Yeah, I disagree with him. Yes,
Okay,
that
so
don't mean
so
that
then
mean
so then that
I
should be
can't
it.
follow his
So
logic though. That don't mean I can't follow him, and I wanted to use him as an example to help me make my point. That's all that is. I'm not saying whether it's not the point whether the guy was right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not my point on whether he was right or wrong. That's not my whole thing.
I
My
understand that.
thing is my thing is that this guy says he's been studying this for 30 years. And he says the ancient Egyptians did have an understanding of the modern Big Bang. This is what he said, right? And he's been studying this for 30 years. Now, Wujahu's been studying this for some years too. And he's disagreeing with this guy. So that's what I'm saying about us trying to get into the heads of people's philosophical thoughts, 2,000 years ago. No, us trying to talk about what people understood 2,000 years ago when there's no byproducts there for us to examine. If there are byproducts for us to examine how much of an understanding they had, then we can judge the amount of understanding they got. Once we study the byproducts that comes from an understanding, from having an understanding, right?
Okay, so let
That's
me
how.
let me let me let me get a word in uninterrupted.
Go
All right. So you're using the brother's disagreement to make a point of your own. And from what you're saying is that because the second time around that you talked, you didn't bring in you and Sheffrin of how, as far as qualifications, the brother claims that he's been studying this for 30 years. Now, I don't know the extent of his studies or anything. Like, I don't even know him. He don't know me unless I know him under a different name. So
I
just
believe.
because okay, and that's cool. You're right. You're right to believe it. Even though, and see, that's alarming. I know you're joking though, but that would be alarming if you just believe it when somebody didn't even demonstrate, the as your terms, the byproduct
No,
of their
if you
of their
told me you've
studies.
been doing it for 30 years, Wujao, I'm just gonna believe you. I'm not gonna argue with you on
No,
that.
We
I'm just
ain't, we
gonna
ain't got to
but
believe
there's
say
a
you a
difference.
liar.
But wait.
you. Yeah.
No. But see, there's a difference between somebody lying or believing for the sake of not arguing. There's a difference between not arguing with somebody than believing what they're saying. So here's the point. The brother only disagreed with me in terms of what I said the answer to the question was, which was no, that ancient Africans did not have an understanding of the modern Big Bang theory. And then what I was trying to get out after that, but I kept being interrupted by the brother, was why I say that. I was painting the logic of that statement. There is no refutation of the logic of my statement. It simply is that the modern Big Bang, our understanding of the Big Bang theory, is a modern understanding that was first proposed in 1927, between 1927 and 1931. Anybody that had died prior to 1927, logically, and the brother admitted that he sees my logic, right? Logically, they cannot have any understanding of something that they are not and never was exposed to, which is our modern explanation called the Big Bang theory. Now, the ancient, and this is why I keep separating this, the ancient people had their understanding and developed their understanding and explanations of the birth of the universe independent of our modern explanations. Our modern explanations was born and cultivated out of whatever we deal with today. The ancient people cultivated their understandings based on whatever was available to them in their day. And so I structured a different question by saying, are there any similarities or parallels between the ancient explanations and understandings and our modern day ones? That's what I said. So the fact that he disagreed with the first one or whatever is really irrelevant because I feel that the brother was confusing both of those two sets of questions, which is why I was adamant in trying to keep them separated and lay out that logic right there. So the fact that he studied for 30 years and everything like that, I can number drop. People name drop and number drop all the time, but demonstration beats conversation. We could pull up the text right now and walk through it line by line. I don't have to pull up Godala's book that don't have any of the text, any of the glyphs or anything in there. I'll pull up the actual primary sources, and me and the brother and whomever can walk through it line by line and do an actual real rigorous analysis of the text. That's what I do, and that's what I'm
So
game
do you
for.
disagree with the text?
Which what text? The brother
The text that he
that
put up.
that he
Is
brought
it a
up?
valid text? Yeah, do you feel as because you said you have it.
Yeah, I have it.
Right. Do you feel it was a valid text?
No, I expressed one problem I have with it.
Okay.
Godala says that he makes reference to sound, and you heard me bring it up when the brother was on. I said number one, the Big Bang theory does not include sound as being a causative anything, because sound, in order for sound to exist, there has to be material to vibrate, and the Egyptian text doesn't use that sound in that way.
It's
And so,
because it's figurative, and you're not getting the figurative angle of what he's saying, though. Like, so,
wait,
no,
no, no,
just
no,
saying,
no, no,
you're
no,
trying to
no.
put you're trying to put your modern thing, and they use metaphors and things like this. So you going to critique his text when I don't think you fully understand the figurative angle that he coming at right there.
This is why I'm gonna take your title you gave to yourself as funny cats, because I know you're being funny and
No,
everything.
I'm being
but
dead serious.
no,
Like,
but here,
come on, see,
but
now
wait,
that's
wait.
condescending right there.
No,
Jowdy.
okay,
That's very
listen.
condescending of you.
I'm not being condescending. Like, I don't understand why people
You said I was funny cat when I just made a statement.
no,
You
because
called me a
that's
clown because you told me the other day.
wait.
You translate that in clown. You told
No,
me
no,
that the
no.
other day. Like, that translates to you as clown. So you just called me a clown, but you said you were being condescending. That's crazy. See, this is what I'm talking about. The
Okay.
flimflammery, the double talk. Go ahead. Tell me how I'm
Okay.
clown. Go ahead.
So
Okay.
you
All
weren't
right.
being facetious when you just made that statement, though?
No, he did. He's this guy.
Wow.
Cut
You
it
know
out.
what? You know what? You know what?
See,
Being
I can't
I'm
even
sarcastic,
not the
talk
bro.
only
to you.
one.
Stop playing
I'm
games.
not the
You
only
just
one.
said you
Yeah.
gonna use it.
I'm not the only one. See, I mean, like, listen,
Look,
Corey.
but I'm
I
just
know,
saying I didn't call you a clown though, and then
and
then turn
and
around and tell you I wasn't being condescending at the same
I didn't,
time in the same
I
sentence.
I didn't call you a
But
clown. Wait,
like I said, this guy,
Let the record
has
reflect. I did not call you a clown. All right, because
right. But the
you
other day
you
we
have a
had a
habit.
discussion.
You have
We
a
had
habit of making stuff up tonight.
discussion. Let me
First you said I
let
kicked
me
the guy
clear the
out when I
record.
didn't. Now you're saying
Let
I
me
called you a
clear the
clown when
record.
I didn't.
Can I hear the record then? Because the other
Sure.
day we had a discussion, and I told Sheffrin and Unc, I said, no, I wasn't referring to Sheffrin and Unc. I was actually referring to Haskell. I told Haskell, man, you're a funny character. And you know what you said? You said, you know what? Yeah, funny guys, funny cats, funny guys. That means clown to me. So
No, I did
now
not
that
say
we
that.
had that
No,
discussion,
no,
now that
no,
Sheffrin,
no,
you on
no.
the
Let
path,
me tell you.
Sheffrin.
Let me tell you what I said. When you
Okay, go ahead.
when you said that, I said, man, had that been me, people would take it as me calling people clowns. And I said, dag, that's to saying somebody that's funny characters or funny cats and stuff like that. That sound like clown. And I said, when I said something similar, the whole house of consciousness blew up. Where my man,
No, you actually said clown though.
where my no, I did say
When it
the
blew
word
up.
clown. No, I
When
did
it
say the
blew
word
up,
clown.
when it blew up, you said clown.
No, I said circus though, brother.
Circus clown or whatever.
Now
Yeah.
hold up, come on.
But you didn't say funny cats and funny characters the way I did though. Like,
Wait,
and when I
hold
said
up.
You said the
I
when I
mean,
HOA
said
was
we're
funny.
getting way
Thank
away
you,
from the
Sam.
point.
no,
We're
but
getting way away from the
Hear
point.
him.
the thing
Yeah,
is
At
he's
this point,
disingenuous
this
because
yeah.
when
this is
I
turning
said
into a
funny
No.
conversation
cats,
about something else entirely.
hold on. When
Okay,
I
I'm
said
gonna give
funny
a
cats,
I'm gonna
when
give a
I
quick
said funny
suggestion.
cats and funny
Um,
characters, he equated that to clown. That's what he did.
No.
So like
Well,
that's
I
all I
wasn't
just to say.
calling you
Like
a
that's just
clown.
disingenuous. Fine.
Okay, but it's not. No. Here's the thing. We're gonna get off. We're gonna get off that because I'm here. I can speak for myself. and I am the owner of my thoughts and my words. So I was not calling you and did not call you a clown. If I wanted to, I would just call you one. All right. And I don't have the need to call you one, and I didn't, and I'm not. But if I did, I would just do so. So I don't play those little immature games like that. Just because I know we don't know each other, but I'm letting you know right now. If I wanted to, I would just call you one. But I
Okay,
don't do
fine,
that. All right.
fine. But
Okay. So we
man,
don't have to.
I
We don't have to,
wasn't
we
being
don't have to
I
go.
wasn't being facetious. I was really trying to get out what my dude's meaning in his literature that wrote, right? That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Like it's
Right. So
Okay.
figurative.
So
It's underlying things in his literature that you may or may not be understanding. That's all I'm saying.
okay. So
okay. So
Godala.
okay. So real quick before anybody else jump in, let's let one person just speak, and then you write your notes down while the other person speaks, and then you come in once the person is done. I mean, even who the commission brother was actually very, very respectful, even in his disagreements, was very respectful. You have to let somebody finish the thoughts, otherwise we get off track. Is a lot of things, presumptions, and then bring historical stuff, what happened last week and whatnot, and then we don't move forward. We don't even solve whatever it is that we brought up. So let's just keep that in mind. One person at a time. Note your thoughts down, and then come after.
Okay. So let me just clarify something. I pinned this comment up because whenever I say stuff like that, people get this. Well, I ain't say people. It's when it happens. So this is what I just said was not an internet tough thing or whatever. The point I'm saying is that I do not do the immature innuendo stuff. I'm a very direct person, and I understand that people don't know me and I don't know them. So this is the learning process. We're doing it virtually where we tend to get to know each other a little bit more as we hang out on these platforms. So I'm just making it clear to everybody that I don't do the innuendo stuff. If I want to call somebody something, I'll just do it. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's not internet tough or whatever. I'm just saying the opposite, that I would rather just be direct than to play the immature games of the innuendos. That takes too much time. I'll just be more direct. And I don't see the need to call anybody a clown on the panel or anything like that. So back to Godala though, the book. Godala's book, which I have several of his books, and I just have one right here in front of me. Godala, I don't agree with everything Godala has in his book. In his book, there are some points that he makes that are on point that I do agree with, but there are some points that I don't agree with. And so until we walk through the book and I point those out to you, then I don't understand what the conversation would be about. One such point though I will raise is that Godala is taking something that is figurative, and he's giving his thoughts on the reality behind it. So he's bringing it from a metaphor into literal or the reality, and I don't agree with what he brought forth as a reality for the metaphor. So Corey, when you said that I don't understand the metaphor, you don't. By you saying that, I don't think you understand that Godala is not even dealing with metaphor anymore in the section that I'm talking about. He's actually making a literal bring about the reality. Remember, every symbol has a stand-in for some reality. And so a metaphor is a literary device to symbolize some reality. He's saying that when the Egyptian text talks about the word, that is talking about the sound of the Big Bang. And so let me ask you a question. When we say Big Bang, are you under the impression that the universe made a sound or not made a sound?
Look, I'm not gonna even entertain that question. My thing was
Why not? Why not?
like,
That's a
because
legitimate
why
question.
would we walk through that garbage? Like, we already understand that it was an atmosphere. It takes an atmosphere to make a sound, right? So it
Okay,
don't.
so see how quick that was. So no. So your understanding of the
Like,
Big
why
Bang is
bother
that there's
asking
no.
that question? We already understand that, though. Like, that's not the need to ask the question. It's because that's like
No.
taking away from my whole point. Like, it's dragging along something way longer.
Okay,
than
well, make your point.
what
Make your
is-
point so we
my
can get
point-
past it.
My point.
All right,
You
what's your point?
saying my point is like you saying like dude is taking it from the figurative and bringing it into the reality, right?
How can that
But
be your point
like,
when I just said that? I
huh?
just said that though. I just
Right,
made that comment. Oh, you got a new
right,
point. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
well, y'all all gonna agree on certain things, Mujah. Like, so, like, come on. You
right.
did say it, but you know, we can all agree that the Egyptians, you then taught us a million times that they use figurative language.
No, what
Like,
I'm saying is that Corey made a statement that I disagree with what the brother presented, right? And so I'm very specific about what I disagree with, and I said I disagree with Gadala on the point of trying to say that the sound or that the word that's spoken of in the Egyptian text is a metaphor for the actual sound that's made at the Big Bang.
so
And
what
I'm
is the
saying
water a metaphor for?
I'm saying that's wrong.
So the waters of Nu, what is that a metaphor for?
Wait. I'll answer that, but I don't want to jump to new. I want to stick to the sound part. I want to know.
All right,
So
we can agree that it wasn't sound.
So we know it wasn't no atmosphere. So you're
Yeah,
gonna
we know
keep
it wasn't
asking that
sound.
question again?
No. I wasn't going to
Okay.
ask you. I was asking Sheffrin since he chimed in. I'm saying so
Yeah.
Sheffrin. So you and Corey and I agree that there's no sound involved in the Big Bang, right?
Fact.
So you all will
But
therefore.
I don't know if the Egyptians knew that.
Right.
No, but the Egyptians didn't talk about it. That's my point. The Egyptians was not saying that when they use word, they were not talking about a sound at a Big Bang.
I know,
Well,
so I'm
that's what
saying
that's
we
what this
don't
guy
know
did,
if they knew that
No,
it
but
wasn't sound in space.
but
We don't know that.
Oh my goodness. No, but I'm saying, but they're not referencing a sound. That's my point. They're not whether they knew
Right, so
sound
it's
existed in space.
figurative.
They're not. No, but it's
Just
not
like
sound.
they wasn't really talking about water.
Oh my
right?
gosh. No.
It was
Listen.
figurative.
Okay, what was figurative? Show me the text. No, forget water. I'm talking about sound.
Y'all
I'm talking about the
said
sound.
that it was figurative.
No. What was figurative
We're just
though?
following the story that y'all putting forth.
No, but I'm saying,
right. I didn't
Sheffrin.
read
No.
the story.
I
If that's
think
what
they
you want to
meant
say.
literal.
That what you
I
asking.
think the
Did we read the
Egyptians meant
story?
literal.
Here we go again. Y'all didn't do the homework. Y'all don't know.
No.
Y'all have no idea. There's
No.
no way y'all know.
No,
Y'all
right now
don't
it's paying
like.
attention, comprehension. Right now, that's what
But
it
that's
is.
what I'm saying. We can't comprehend. We don't know English grammar.
Right
We
now,
don't know
yeah.
figure. We know
You say
figurative
you
Yeah,
don't
see, now-
language.
understand.
We
You're
don't
having
know
trouble
shit. Y'all every time y'all talk to us, is we don't know. Y'all don't know.
because
Y'all
you
don't
talk.
know. Y'all
Okay.
didn't do
Okay,
the
let me
homework.
let me
I
let
know
me
the
let me
language. I did it for 30 years. You know what
no
I'm
no
saying?
no
Like,
okay, so let me try let me try. Okay, so let's just get on where what we know, because when you first came in, you were talking, because we understand, everybody on the chat, on the panel as well, and even on the chat understood that the guy that came in didn't even get a chance to actually go through the text himself. So at this point we can't talk about we disagreed and we're disagreeing on what the Egyptians say, because we didn't even get to that point. You want us to get to that point, but that didn't happen.
I don't want you to get to that point. I don't want to go through text. He said they understood the Big Bang as we know it today. That's what he said. And y'all disagree.
Correct,
Yeah.
but listen, when you say that, even himself, he didn't get a chance to actually demonstrate that. So you cannot, you or anybody else. Hold on. Let me wait. That's not what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm saying at this point it's fruitless and it's useless to even discuss whether he was right or wrong, because he himself didn't even get to that point. So all he said was that he disagreed with that point, and that was that. So anything discussing beyond that is actually everybody just assuming things. So that was done. So now we can get to other things instead of just building on top of something that didn't happen.
I just want to say this. So to move on, for some reason,
just move on.
Yeah, I am. So if you don't interrupt, I will do just that. For some reason, when the conversation sits squarely on doing the comparisons, there's always issues and problems like we're having right now. So to solve it, what I suggest is that instead of people using hyperboles and doing that Eminem effect like Corey's doing with exaggerating that you don't know anything, you don't comprehend anything and stuff like that, even though that wasn't said, and stuff. Instead, let's actually have the conversation. Let's actually do the comparison. Now, I already heard Corey express that he's not doing that. Like he's not reading the text or whatever the case is. If I understood him correctly,
Right. I don't
he
have, I never, this conversation is not about Egypt or Egyptians and understanding the Egypts and what they thought about the text. What the
wait
conversation was,
on this channel.
I know, I understand, but see, y'all keep bringing, y'all keep talking about
Wait,
the Big Bang and what we said about, right, and what we said about ancient people, right. But we
no,
always got to bring it back to Egypt. Always the conversation always ends up in Egypt for some
They
reason, right?
Africans, bro.
no.
This was
They Africans.
originally about the Kikako people and whether they understood
I understand
the
that.
Big Bang, right?
Yeah, I
So
understand that.
then you, hold on, I'm not done though. Then you come in and you bring in and you talk about how, well, certain ancient people, there are comparisons that you can do, right? And everything. And so I know William Lane Craig, right? And I know the tag argument, right? And the transcendental argument for God. And I know the Kalam cosmological argument. So I know there are parallels that you can draw with ancient creation stories. And I wrote that in the chat, right? But I think that was kind of brushed over a little bit or whatever. But what I'm saying is all creation stories you can draw parallels to. But is that the thing to do? Is to draw? Is that what the ancestors would want you to do? Is draw parallels to the Big Bang Theory, to their ancient creation philosophy? It's creation philosophy, a creation story, a philosophy story, and you're trying to equate that, which is pseudo, to we're trying to draw parallels and mirror it with modern science, which is a mistake. It's disrespectful to me.
Okay, right. So, and that last two words is very important to you, and I can respect that, and I can
Yeah,
appreciate
it's my
you
opinion.
say,
Yeah, to me.
yeah, and so I can respect that, and you just simply wouldn't be included in a conversation of doing a comparison, and that's what I was getting ready to say. I'm saying that you have expressed that one, that I know you don't read the text and don't have a need to read the text, and now with what you just expressed is that you feel that, in a nutshell, and I'm paraphrasing, that it's not even worthwhile to even do that.
No, I feel it's
And
disrespectful, is what I
I
said. Not
no
worthwhile. I said
no
That
that's
disrespectful.
why
hey,
that's
Wu
why I said
Jabu, that's
paraphrase. Wait,
because
wait, wait. Well,
we
hold up.
seen it done
I,
before.
well, wait. I just said I was
I said
I
that
paraphrasing.
told
So
you
let me.
earlier.
about William Lane
So
Craig
so
Right.
let
and
me.
Von Daniken and them.
So
We
let me.
clown them. We clown Von
Yeah,
Daniken and William
yeah.
Lane
But
Craig.
okay, that's cool. But I guarantee you won't be able to clown me on it, and take me up on that. So
But you're doing
But
the
I
same
don't read the
in order,
thing.
text. I don't read the
no,
text though. So I read English though. So that's why I'm able to clown William Lane Craig
right? But you,
and Von
but
Daniken.
again, okay, again, I'm not William Lane Craig, and I'm not Von Daniken, and I guarantee you won't be able to clown me on it because in order for you to even attempt to do that, you would have to get your feet wet and read the text and get dirty with it, and that's
No,
something that
I
I don't
can just
feel
type in the
that's
word
some
in the translator though. Like it's like
that's
whatever you say, like whatever
yeah,
words you say,
you
I
could
can
just
type that
Google,
in
you could just
and
microwave and
translate it.
Google. But listen,
Right.
that's not gonna cut it with me though. You're not gonna be able to
So it
Google.
means
You're
something
not.
different when you say it though.
No,
The word
no,
means something different than what the Google say than when you
no,
say it.
no. What I'm saying is that to do that, you would be doing something disrespectful because you act like that this stuff is Googleable or microwavable when it's not. That's disrespectful. Nobody would simply try to argue about chemistry or astrophysics or quantum mechanics simply through Google ship. Nobody does that. And so for you to
Yeah, I mean,
attempt to do that,
if they pull up a point,
that's when I would call
if
you
I
a
make a
clown.
point, if I make a
That's when I would
point,
say
Ujabu,
you a clown.
no,
If
hold
you
on,
if you if you did
let me tell
that,
you how you can do that. If
okay.
I make a point and the point is incorrect, you can Google it and see if I'm correct on that. Like
No,
that's
what I'm
just very
saying.
point blank. You can say, "Yo, bro, you wrong on that. Here's what the
No, but
experts say."
how would you know? But that's the point though. Like I don't think you and here's where you take it and run with the statement. But until you want to actually put in the work, I don't think that this is a conversation that you should have. I'm not saying you're trying to have it, because you're actually saying the opposite. You're saying that it's not worthwhile. In your
No,
word,
I didn't say it was wasn't worthwhile. I said it was disrespectful. I
Yes,
didn't say it wasn't worthwhile. You
and you're
keep
absolutely
saying that.
right. No, and I keep saying I'm
So
paraphrasing too.
so let me ask you this.
So wait. Let me just correct myself. To be verbatim, because I don't think Corey understands what paraphrasing means.
Well,
Is
but you're not
is that
paraphrasing when you say not worthwhile. But paraphrasing when I say it's
yeah,
disrespectful,
the
the
collective.
paraphrasing would be, you don't think that would be the respectful thing to do, or rewording in some way like that. Like worthwhile
No,
is not paraphrasing what
no
I'm saying.
worthwhile. When I say worthwhile, I'm paraphrasing more than just those two words, disrespectful, or that one word, disrespectful. I'm paraphrasing everything you're saying. So let me make it clear. I'm paraphrasing your entire sentiment as if you're saying that it's just not worthwhile to do. Now, that's my opinion of what you're saying, and I'm paraphrasing. I'm not trying to put that word in your mouth, so you don't have to keep correcting me on that. On you did say it's disrespectful, so let me just use your words so that we don't have to keep going through that. So you said it's
Right, that'd
disrespectful.
be the best thing to do.
Okay,
It's my
disrespectful to
words.
who? Okay, disrespectful to who though?
It's disrespectful to me.
Okay, so it's disrespectful to me for you to even think that that what I'm saying can be compared to the two gentlemen that you mentioned, Von Daniken and whatever. This is why I'm saying that you will not be able. You said you clowned them,
No,
and
I said
I'm
y'all
saying
clowned them. I didn't say I did. I said
okay,
people, y'all
okay,
clowned them. I didn't say I did.
okay,
William
okay,
Lane Craig is a world-renowned apologist.
okay, and that's fine.
Well,
He ain't
That's
he ain't no joke.
okay. I'm not saying he's a joke, but I'm saying Corey said
no, I said y'all
he's
would.
clown.
I didn't say
Okay,
I didn't. I didn't say I
okay,
would clown. I
okay.
said
I
people
mean,
Let
clown.
me
Y'all would
let me.
clown.
he's
Okay, I
respected.
got you. I
I say
got you.
that.
A lot of people are respected, but let me just
Yeah.
speak for myself. Let me speak for myself. I don't clown him, and I don't clown the other person you said. Y'all haven't heard me clown them. All right, so we could just get off that. What I'm saying is that this conversation about this topic is the way that I structured the question is just not a conversation that you all would be interested in. From what I'm hearing, that's what I'm hearing. And then let me just address something. The reason why Egypt comes up here is because on this channel and with me, everybody knows I deal with Egypt. The original conversation, I'm not even addressing the real original conversation. I never have until somebody asked me and pulled up Fukiao's book on the screen and then asked my opinion of the first page that they were showing, mapping the universe. It wasn't until that moment that I ever even spoke about the original conversation. So I'm fully aware that the original conversation stemmed from Sean and bringing up Fukiao and the Kikongo people from Fukiao's book. I was never addressing that. I was introducing Egypt and everything because that's what I deal with. And on this channel, this is what we do. So I'm not attempting to address the original question here right now at all. So there's no need to bring that up, what the original conversation was or whatever the case is, because I don't want that to drag on.
So
What
that's
I'm
what I'm saying. So
okay.
the figurative language that
Mm-hmm.
we started to talk about, right?
Okay.
Now we agreed that there's no sound in space, right?
Yeah.
So that figurative language, that part we can now we get to new, right?
But wait. The figure, but I'm saying what I was saying, and I hope you understand that the Egyptians are not even figuratively referring to sound.
All right, cool, fine. You
Okay.
did right. You
Okay.
disagree with that, right? That what the brother had made, right? Yeah,
Gadala.
or the
That's what
dude
I'm saying.
the
Like
book.
there
Gadala.
was a disagreement there. But go
Yeah,
ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Wait,
yeah, it was the
but
book.
Okay, but let me just qualify with a separate independent opinion about that. Dr. Theophilo Benga also disagrees with Gadala on that point,
Cool,
and I
cool.
can pull that up. All right, but go ahead.
All right. So now, the figurative language that you do accept, when they talk about the waters of new, uh, you agree that that's figurative, that they were actually talking about
The singularity, the ionized particles.
particles, right? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, the ionized particles,
The
right?
the densely packed ionized particles is equivalent to the water of new,
Of
right?
new.
Because once you get it's like once you get the
No, Corey, Corey, don't go
physics
into it.
breaks down. Hold on.
No,
Physics
don't.
breaks down, right? And in physics, once you get things so tightly packed in gravity, right, the physics break down. So then things become viscous like an oil, like the particles become viscous like oil. So what you were saying is this viscous like oil like substance, right, is equated to what new is saying. Like these people understood that, and new is the metaphor for what that is, right? That's what I was getting out of it. But go ahead, Chef. You were saying something. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's saying that it was figurative for that. So how do you demonstrate that and say that according to what we know about science and the Big Bang, right, and the early universe, because that's what we're talking about, that story, because it's talking about the waters of the early universe, that's a parallel, so to say. Go ahead, Wuja.
Okay, so first let me ask a question on what Corey just said, so we're on the same page. When scientists speak about the breakdown of physics, and then you get to the quantum level, and prior to that, going all the way back to the Planck epoch, and within that small area, are you saying that you're talking about that in terms of the liquid, the breakdown, the viscosity and stuff like that? What you just said, are you referring to that Planck epoch era or after?
After.
No. This is positive. This is a hypothesis that well, first of all, they do know how the physics break down, but have they observed this? No, they haven't observed this, right? So this is a hypothesis, a working hypothesis that I was just talked about. So no, I'm not talking about before the 10 to the negative 43. Like no, I don't. I know that we don't have an understanding of before 10 to the negative 43, right? That's what you're asking.
Yeah, the Planck epoch.
The big
Okay.
epoch, yes.
But I don't think
Okay.
we're talking about that though.
No.
No,
I,
we're
I
not
want to
talking
clarify.
about before then. He was just
Okay,
trying
I
to,
want.
We
he wanted
talking
to
about.
understand whether I was talking about before the
I'm
Planck
trying
epoch
to.
or after the Planck
Yeah,
epoch.
I'm
And
trying
so
to
I
make
was
sure I'm
just
on the
want
same
to
page.
explain to him that that's a working hypothesis that I was referring to. But go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure I'm on the same page. All right, so now we're on the same page. So new, and this is another disagreement. The new cannot be speaking about things after the Planck epoch. So to answer your
Or
question,
before, you
short.
mean before the Planck epoch. You mean before,
No,
right?
I mean what I said. It
After the
new
Planck epoch.
cannot. Yeah, new cannot be referring to anything after the Planck epoch, because after the Planck epoch is where you have the unified forces and gravity breaks off and so on and so forth, the birth of these subatomic particles leading up to the atom and all that kind of stuff. All of that would not be the equivalent or the similarity parallel made with new. So that's the
That
answer to
would
your
have
question,
to be new.
Sheffrin.
No,
No, it's not.
what is the
It's not.
what is before that? So
No, that would have.
it's the
Oh
singularity,
man.
or
No.
the breakdown of physics that we talk about at first, Sheffrin.
Wait,
That's what we was talking about.
I want to
Go
make
ahead.
sure. I just want to make sure that y'all
No,
understand
I
what I'm
wanted
saying.
to let Sheffrin know that that's what new is, right? And so that's why I brought that up, so that we on the same page, Mujabo. We don't have to keep testing to see whether we on the same page. I just want you to explain.
No,
I'm
but
not on- I'm
Sheffrin,
not on
no,
the same
Sheffrin,
page.
wait, don't let
Explain,
Corey,
Sheffrin, what
Corey.
the answer is. Like,
I
do his
know,
question.
so
Answer his question.
I
Yeah,
am,
I'm not on the same page.
right, but Corey, I just don't want to mistake to accept you speaking for Sheffrin, because I think me and you on the same page, but Sheffrin is still having an issue, so I want to make sure.
Sheffrin don't study the cosmos the way I do, but he asks good questions. So
Right.
so I just want you to
Oh
answer
my
his
goodness.
question. That's all.
And I just did. Sheffrin asked me a very plain question. He asked about new. Would it be equivalent? And I'm saying no. New is not equivalent to.
What was your question again,
what I
Sheffrin?
said.
Ask your question again, bro. Maybe I
So
didn't
are
get it right.
are y'all serious? Do y'all know how confusing this is?
Look, Sheffrin,
Like,
just
this is-
ask your question again, because I don't want you to be confused at all, man. So
all right,
maybe I heard your question wrong. So my bad if I did.
So the waters of new is the singularity. Is that what you're saying, Wuja? And Corey?
No, describe the singularity to me, then I
No,
can tell
you
you.
asked Uja that question. I'm not saying either way.
Yeah, so Sheffrin,
when everything was packed into a dense point, are y'all the singularity? Are y'all
Right.
saying that's the figurative language that the Egyptians used for new?
No, well, you have to elaborate on what the singularity is, and then I can tell you if it's comparable to new.
The science he talking about what the science is talking about. Let's just say that, Mujawu. He talking about what the scientists is talking about. Is you saying that's what new is? That's
no. What
so
I'm saying.
So you're not saying that's what new is?
No, that's why I answered you the first time. I said no, and so now I'm repeating saying no. So what I'm saying is that the science is saying. So wait, because that's why I want to make sure we're on the same page. That the science is saying that they dialing back the clock. They're using basic chronology, going backwards in time, reversing the expansion that we do observe and everything. They're reversing time back, and they're going back to a certain point. And that's why I refer to the term that people could look up, the Planck epoch. This is as far as they go back, and they describe all that juicy stuff right there. That's what makes these scientists so excited. And I'm saying that explanation and all of that kind of stuff is not the comparative to new. No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
So what is new?
So the Egyptians describe.
What do you parallel new with? Of course, you said that there are parallels in the Egyptian cosmology to our modern joint of astrophysics of the Big Bang. So what is the new parallel to something in modern astrophysics?
Okay, so the Egyptians. Yeah. Okay, so modern science goes backwards. If we were just to imagine chronology going backwards, they go back to a certain point, and they don't attempt to describe the actual birth, the actual moment itself of the birth of the universe. They only go back as far and attempt to explain as far back as the Planck epoch. The actual birth.
They actually have working hypotheses attempting to explain that, but go ahead. It's not a theory, if that's what you say.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Right.
I'm trying to get to new,
and that's what I'm saying. Right, and I'm getting to new.
The parallel.
So, yeah. So astrophysicist explains the actual moment in terms of not having the ability to observe it and not having the ability to deal with it because of the breakdown in physics and even quantum. All of the known laws on the quantum side and on the physics laws break down at a certain point. And then they hypothesize, as Corey said, and speculate about what's on the other side of that Planck epoch. And so I say that to say is that the Egyptians did something similar with having an understanding that beyond a certain point, it is imperceivable and unknowable. And this imperceivable and unknowable aspect of the universe, they identified as Nu. And they describe Nu to elaborate on what they mean by that. They give Nu four qualities. And they personify. See, the difference with what the ancient Egyptians did is they personify these concepts as gods, though, but they're not gods in the term in the Abrahamic sense by any means. But you have Nu, and then you have four other deities that have a pair, male and female, and so the explanation about Nu is further elaborated in these four pairs or these 8 other gods. And so the aspect of Nu is one, it has no form. First of all, it has no matter, and therefore it has no energy, because energy is a property of matter, and none of that exists with Nu. It is undifferentiated. It is infinite. It is eternal. It is imperceivable, and it is darkness, and it has no direction. And so that's their elaboration on Nu. Nu itself is metaphorized as water, and I explain why they chose water as the metaphor for Nu. The generalization of the metaphor for Nu, water, because of how water behaves. And so they saw, just like modern scientists, how we see today, how everything that's in the observable universe comes from a point that we cannot observe, and then it takes shape. So it goes from something we cannot observe, which is beyond the Planck epoch, which they have hypothesis for, but cannot observe it, and so on and so forth. What they do know is that all the material and energy that's in the universe that we can observe comes from that. And so the Egyptians say the same, that everything in the universe comes out of Nu, and they describe Nu with those those four pairs of attributes that I just gave. And what's key to it is the fact that the Egyptians go as far as to say that you will never know about Nu, or the reality behind Nu, which is that state. They say that you never know. And modern scientists, I'm not sure if modern scientists. So maybe Corey, you can expound on this.
No, because I wanted not on modern science, because I wanted to bring up William Lane Craig again, because William Lane Craig, he's known for his tag argument. The tag argument is the transcendental argument for God, right? And in this tag argument, y'all should look that up. Look up the tag argument, the transcendental argument for God. And in this tag argument, he argues that very same thing, that God transcends the universe. He's timeless. He's unknowing. There's no way to know him. And he's transcendent. He's but at the same time, he's benevolent and all of these, potent and all of this type of shit, right? The same thing. I'm paraphrasing it, right? But we pull it up and actually look at the tag argument if you want to, right? But all of those attributes that you just gave Nu is the attributes that this Christian apologist William Lane Craig gives all those attributes to God himself or whatever. So that's what I wrote earlier in the chat. You can draw these parallels with lots of creation stories. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me say something. I'm familiar with the tag argument, and the difference between why Nu shouldn't fall into the tag argument is because, or let me put it this way, the only reason why people would attempt to put Nu in the same category as the tag argument is because of the mentioning of God, right? Because people know that, okay, Nu is an Egyptian god, quote unquote, God, and then
what was the attributes to me? The attributes why I
okay. Okay, but the difference is that the Egyptians is not the god. There's no equivalent on that. So that's why I asked you about modern physicists. They also
I misunderstood that. You said there's no equivalent
on the God on the God the G of tag is
Hmm.
there's no equivalent on that. Like he's attempting to justify the existence of God.
So they don't have deities. There's not a deity in Egypt.
So
Yeah,
Nu is not a
it's
god?
yeah,
A
and
deity.
that's why I said Nu is an Egyptian god or
Okay.
an Egyptian deity, but the Egyptian god and that Egyptian deity does not equate to the god that the tag argument is trying to justify, et cetera,
It
et cetera.
has to.
No, it doesn't.
Is it
Like
the same ones? No, no.
according to who? Like Sheffrin. Like, what do you mean it has to?
No,
Like, why would
no,
it have to?
no, we know that
It's
there's
a
two
deity
different
or a
laws.
god. And when we're
Right.
talking about a deity or a god, now I'm
Yeah,
lost.
if it's a deity, then it equates.
Okay,
The
so
deity.
that's all right. So all right, walk with me real quick. I'm gonna be very fast. So listen,
Go ahead.
modern physicists will say
No, now we
that
in the theological realm.
no. I know, but
Yeah, we're not talking
I
about
asked this
physics. We're talking
question.
about deities.
Yeah,
Wait.
now it's theological. Now we're talking
Okay,
about their religion.
okay. So and here is where you all make the mistake, is that you're separating because, and this is what I said. You're actually proving my point just now, is that because Nu is known as an Egyptian quote unquote God or God, now you're putting it into another ontological category in your mind, and now we can't even have the conversation no more
No,
about what
we
modern.
having a conversation.
Wait. I know, but you won't even allow the question to be asked. Because when I asked it, you said no, we're not talking about physics. We're talking about theology. We're talking about religion. See what you did? So let me ask the question, and I'm gonna say
If
this:
it's a deity, then we
the
are.
main no, but here's the difference. Modern scientists and our method of documenting science today, they do not personify any of the concepts that they document and discuss. They don't personify them as deities or gods at all. But it's very easy to do so. Like we can call, like, instead of saying Big Bang or Planck epoch or beyond the Planck epoch, we can just name a word and call that era or that whatever that moment is and whatever took place that we speculate on, and just name it something and personify that as a deity, regardless of it whether it's worshipped or anything like that. But we could just call it something. And so that's the difference. They don't do that though. They don't do that. But what I'm getting to though is modern physicists will say that they don't even know how to discuss that point in time of the universe, because they don't even know if time itself existed. So they are saying that they don't know if it was timeless, like our concept of chronology. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson say, hey, he's okay with moving zero, like the number zero. Like if the Planck epoch represents zero, and he said if we got to move it backwards or even get into the negative integers or digits, he said he's fine with that, because he says that we don't even know about whether time in our understanding of time would even exist at that point, or even exist even in what we do know in terms of the Planck epoch that we do know. So when the Egyptians are giving attributes to this state that people will identify as a god or whatever the case is, they're saying the same thing in terms of time. They're saying it's timeless, it has no direction, and so on and so forth. They're saying it. They're saying the same thing that modern physicists are saying right now.
So they say God is timeless. That's the transcendental argument for God. Like it's timeless. It's spaceless. You know what I'm saying? Like he transcends space
Yeah,
time. That's what the tag
Okay, but
argument is. He
that's what God
transcends
does.
space time.
Yeah, that's what
okay,
ancient
okay,
man said about
I got
God
you. Okay,
all
so
the
here's
time.
here.
It's
All right, so
no
here's my
different.
question. All right, so here's my question. I understand that. I understand you saying there's no difference. Granted, but
In the
do you believe?
attribute of it, in the
I got.
attribute of the
I
God, is
okay.
what I'm saying.
I
Right.
got you. Now let me ask you a question. Based on everything you know about the Big Bang theory, would you say that the moment of the birth of the Big Bang is that timeless?
I don't,
That's when
what I
time
say
came
is
into
what I would
existence.
say is time came into existence with the
Right.
Big Bang. Space time is a weirdly
Is a
woven
product.
fabric that you really can't even
It's
determine the difference between space and time, and that came into existence with the Big Bang. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't like the rest of it. I ain't sure of.
okay. So I got you. So just to repeat it, so I make sure I understand you, is that are you saying that time and space or space time came as a byproduct of the Big Bang?
Yes.
You
It would have to.
okay? So the Big Bang itself, if it came,
No.
okay,
I'm not. No, I don't think that's what I'm saying, Sheffrin. I'm saying
all
space
right,
time came into existence with the Big Bang. Before
That's what we
the
just said.
in before the Big Bang, I don't know about whether space time or if that's even a real thing to talk about.
okay, I got you. So so the so there was a point
I'm not saying that
where
that is two different things. Like the Big Bang and the coming into existence of space time. That's not two different things. That's one action, is what I'm saying.
okay, do you think that there was a moment in existence where there was no time yet?
I'm not sure of that. I don't know.
Okay, so and that's fine. And so this is why this goes back to what I said to Chef in my answer to Sheffrin, that new would not be the parallel or the equivalent of our knowledge of the Big Bang up to the Planck epoch, et cetera, because the attributes of that does not fit because they say it is beyond perception, beyond form,
So it's not a parallel.
undifferentiated. Not with that, no. It's parallel to beyond that. And this is
Oh
what I want
God.
you. This is no, listen. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. And see, I don't mind playing clips on this channel. Like I can pull up because I know, like, I don't think that you all are in the profession of astrophysics or do physics as a profession, and neither do I. But we can play the prominent astrophysicists right now to see how they describe all this stuff and the language that they use and so on and so forth. And I
Right,
can pull
right. And we had a discussion about
the
that.
clips. I can pull
We
the
had a
clips on that.
discussion when they're explaining things, they're not talking to other physicists. Like they're breaking it down onto a layman's term. So when they use
Hmm.
words like fireball and liquid and water-like substance or whatever it is you're gonna say that they say, like these are layman's terms, not scientific terms. This is not how they speak in the papers and the journals that they write. So I just like I don't want to mix that up. Like, oh, he said it was a fireball, and but at the same time we realize no fire in it's no combustion in interstellar space, right? So like we like it's
Yeah,
just
but
like certain.
that's not where I was going. Okay, but that's not where I
I
was
just
going
don't
with
want
it.
to get a quote because I know a lot of Lane Craig quotes physicists. Like he'll be arguing against
Yeah.
uh Neil deGrasse Tyson and pull a Lawrence Krauss quote when Lawrence Krauss don't agree on shit he's saying. Though you know what I'm saying, but he'll
Yeah,
pull
I
a quote
understand.
from Lawrence Krauss,
Yeah, I understand that.
misinterpreting the quote that he said, or
Yeah,
a creationist will do that with Darwin.
yeah.
They'll go and get a quote from Darwin, and knowing that like Darwin don't agree with the shit saying, but you want to misquote it. You want to take this quote and misrepresent it. You know what I mean? So I just don't want that to be done. You know what I
That's
mean?
what's being
And
done
that,
though.
no, it's actually not because I said what I am willing to do, pull up what the astrophysicists are saying, and Corey's concern. That's not where I'm going with it. I'm not. I wouldn't pull a quote to understand their metaphoric uses. Like I know fireball and all that kind of stuff. I'm the one that interject into the conversation is the use of figurative language in ancient times and to today,
Man, like you ain't the only one
all the
know
time.
about figurative language. Like you
No,
done
I'm not.
said that a million times.
No,
Come on, man.
I'm not. No, I
You,
don't
I'm
claim
the
to be
only
the only
one that
one.
you guys don't understand figurative language, but I'm the one who brought the figurative language to the table. Y'all don't understand
No,
figurative
I'm
language.
saying
Like, how many times you gonna
no,
say that, bro?
why, like, I don't know if you
I
like
mean, maybe it's just
a little
me. Maybe
paranoid or
that's
something.
my
Yeah,
fault.
yeah.
All right,
I think it's
my
just you.
bad,
All right,
my
so
bad.
all right, right. So let me just talk. The reason why I said that just now is not to act like or pretend to be the only one who knows figurative languages. So let's shut that down from the gate. I don't believe that I'm the only one that understands figurative language. The reason why I mentioned that I am the one who brings it to these conversations is to satisfy your concern, Corey. You are concerned with me being like the Lane dude about quoting astrophysicists and how they use the word fireball and this, that, and the third. I don't want you to be concerned with that. That's not me. So I hope that you stop bringing up Lane and Von Daniken and whoever else you want to bring into this conversation.
But Lane is not a
Stop doing
layman.
that.
William Lane Craig is not a layman. He actually understands physics.
I'm
That's why
I
he's the best. That's why he's the best Christian apologist in the world. Like,
but
I'm
that's
not clowning him.
okay, but that's cool. But I'm saying you keep bringing him up in this conversation
Because he's a good example. Is he
no,
a great example?
I know,
He is.
but
You're discrediting him. You saying
no,
like I
I'm
wouldn't
not.
be able to clown you like William Lane Craig, and I wouldn't even clown William Lane Craig. Like I'm giving him his credit. Like he the best Christian apologist in the world.
I think you
Like
missed my
nobody's
point.
better than him.
No, I think you missed my point.
And I'm saying like you could possibly be the best Egyptian cosmological creation story apologist in the world. You could be up there like with that.
Yeah,
That's all
right.
I'm saying.
So, okay, so what I'm saying though is that you bringing him up is causing you to have concerns that are unnecessary. So
But
I
that's
am
the
not going.
equivalent, though, Wuja.
Wait. All I'm saying is that you brought up Lane just now when I said that I'm willing to bring up some clips from videos of astrophysicists saying or explaining what we're talking about right now. When I said that, you brought up Lane again and saying that you don't want us to go down the road of knowing that they use metaphors and stuff like that, and Lane is good at doing that and so on and so forth. So I'm trying to squelch your concern by saying, nope, that's not where I was going with it, and I'm not doing that. So you don't have to compare me to the actions of Lane. I don't care who or what Lane does. You don't have to compare me or what I'm doing to him or anybody else, because I'm here right now. We're face to face having this conversation right here, right now. So I'm very present in the conversation.
But if William Lane Craig, right, uses an ancient cosmology, right, what that have religious jargon in it, figurative language, right, ancient figurative language, right, a story that's close to Egypt, right, because it's the Levant area, then we're saying that he does almost the same thing that you are attempting to do with the Egyptian creation story. Like we're not making this.
When you said that, see, and this is the problem, because to say that is to be very unappreciative of the difference between the Egyptians and how they document and what they're talking about versus Lane Craig and what he's doing and the things he's referring to and talking about. And I said that earlier, but it kind of just went kind of brushed away real quick. I'm saying that the tag and what he's doing, the transcendental aspect of God or whatever the case is that he's doing, is not and should not be compared to the Egyptian documentation, text, and so on and so forth, because the entire it's a major difference between the concept of God. And when I said that, you brought up deity and God, and that's why I keep saying air quotes God or whatever the case is. That's a fundamental thing that we have to flesh out. Maybe at another
You
conversation.
saying there's a fundamental difference. Like,
Yes, and I'm not the only one though. Like I don't want you to say you as in like me, only me.
yeah. I'm gonna say you because from what I understand, that all of the attributes that the Egyptian deities have, the Christian God has those same attributes.
No, they don't. So let me explain.
Wow.
No, it's not wow. I mean, I understand why you say wow, but let me stop you from being wowed. Let me ask you a question. Is the Abrahamic, because you know you got Judaism, Christianity, Islam. Is the Abrahamic concept of the creator? Is that creator? Does that creator do things as an intransitive action or transitive action?
Explain what that means.
Okay,
Does he
transitive.
act in real life, in the real world, any kind of way? Is that what you're asking?
No, what I mean by that is that well, let me answer it then. I'm gonna answer it and I'll explain it. The Christian, the Abrahamic concept of God is transitive, where every act of God is external and outside of God, where God creates and then God does this, God does that. God can actually hover over the face of the deep and do all these other kinds of things.
That's figurative. Go ahead.
No, I'm speaking about the story
figurative.
That goes into
okay.
the tag argument a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
but it's figurative.
Okay. We're talking about we're talking about everything we're talking about right now is figurative. I'm talking about characters in a narration, okay?
Right.
So this God character does things transitively. Okay?
Figuratively, yes.
Right. So now I'm explaining. So now I hope you understand what I mean by my question. Does the Abrahamic God do things intransitively or transitively? And you want me to explain, but I answered it as well as explaining.
He
It's
do
transitive.
both. It depends on what brand Christianity you're talking about. He do both. I done heard both of them. I done heard that God he manifests and he actually can affect reality, and actually he transcends
He's outside
reality
of it too, right?
Okay,
Yes.
but all right, so now
I
that you
said
said
it has
that,
all of the same qualities.
no, but that's not what transitive and intransitive. I'm making a separation between transitive and intransitive. Intransitive means that if we're going to use the character God himself would become all the things in the world and in the universe himself.
Yes. That's an attribute of Christianity. Yes, yeah. I've heard Christians refer to God as that, as
Oh,
everything, as this omnipresent being
no.
that everything came out of. Everything started with him, and this is it's like a what do
No,
you
not
God
call
is
it?
in
not
every.
not
God is in
God is in
everything.
everybody. Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Come
yeah.
on, Wuja. Like you
no
heard it before.
no. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about the genesis of the universe as explained in the book of Genesis. All right. When they talk about creation, now I understand that people will give the three omnis attributes to God, but that's not demonstrable in the Bible. You cannot say God is everywhere.
I don't know. I just this
Oh
is their
my
oral
gosh,
tradition.
man.
This is their oral shit.
I
Like I
know,
mean,
but let me just
Or
refer to what.
because that don't belong to them. That's somebody else's creation story. They got
man, I don't know where you coming from. Keep talking, Wujawa. Where's nigga come from out the side view?
been in here, boy. Been in here chilling, listening,
Like, well,
listening, man.
we like
Forever.
you coming
Okay,
way out of left field, bro. Like, cut it out.
no,
Go ahead,
but
Talking
listen.
Wujawa.
about you talking about Christianity. You're not even really
You tell
analyzing and
me where they
assessing
stole it
their
from.
own
You
God.
finna tell me where they stole something from. I don't even want to
I'm
get into
saying
that
you
conversation.
talking about their creation story. Do it belong to them anyway? If not, what are we even
Yeah,
talking
they
about?
claim they
Why
said
waste
it do.
time about it?
They said it do. So
Who
like
do?
Okay, hold up.
I'm not getting into that argument, bro. Like you coming out of
Okay,
left field with
Because
that. Go ahead,
you don't want to
okay.
Wujawa.
deal with
So
no details.
so let me ask
We
you this,
dealing with
Corey,
the
to settle
details. What you mean?
All right, to settle this little brief point.
No, I don't
Um,
even want to settle that. I don't want to settle it. I want to move on to what you was talking about with Joe.
yeah.
All right.
No, I'm back. No, I'm back on what. No, what I'm talking
Okay.
about is brief. Is brief. Yeah. So the God of the Bible. Let's deal with the biblical text, right? I'm talking about the Abrahamic God as it unfolds in the Bible, not what people attribute to it after the fact and what people and everything. I'm saying the God of the Bible.
I'm not
Wait.
sure if they did that though. I'm not sure. I can't say they
Okay,
did that. But go ahead. Go ahead, though.
okay. Because I think that all of us on this panel are at least familiar with the book of Genesis and what it says up in there. All right. So
Right. I've heard
to the
of it. Yeah.
extent to the extent of my question. So when the Bible explains God's actions, is God separate from the acts that he's performing? Yes or no?
I don't know how you could
Like
be. I
hovering.
don't know how you could be. Go ahead though.
Okay, hovering over water
He
is
hovers. He hovers over it, but he actually
That was
created the
Jesus
water
did
though.
that. That wasn't
No,
God.
no, that was God. No, God, he does, but he created the water though.
okay. So
But Jesus hovered over the water.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
that's not. We talk about God though. Not you get into Jesus. Hold on.
okay.
Jesus is God.
That's
Yeah.
Man,
I'm not. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna go down that
yeah.
rabbit hole.
See y'all know that Bible, boy. I tell you,
But the thing is, like,
y'all know that Bible.
what we example, what the example
Hold on,
is,
let me just
you
finish. Wait,
can do
let
that
me
with
finish.
all of it. Go ahead.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
let me finish.
Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to get to. I mean, I asked a question, and I don't want it to get lost because I'll talk about transitive versus intransitive, and this is how we
I
can
think it's both, though. That's what I said. That was my answer.
Well,
You do both.
okay, you say both, but
Mhm.
to be both, you can't, and that's one of the points that
Well, that's what
I'm
God is. That's what God do. Like, God do what you can't do. Like, I mean, you can't be mad at me about that.
no, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's
God,
logical fallacy.
no,
Right.
okay.
But God, I mean, we talking God
Listen,
here.
I'm getting to a point because this train that we're on right now is me making a point to separate tag versus what the Egyptians
Okay. Yeah.
views and stuff is. Okay, the
Way to
difference
get
between the
us back
gods,
on track. Way to get us back on track. Go ahead.
the difference between gods. Okay, so the Abrahamic God is transitive. God hovers over water, which means he's separate from the water. God creates the heaven and the earth. He's separate from the heaven and the earth. He he's separate from all this stuff. God goes and walks in the garden and asks people and talk to this, that, and the third. God is separate from everything else.
But you're
So
doing like
And
you're doing
some
like.
ideas of
But
it,
hold
yeah.
on, but
It just depends on
you're
which
doing
branch
like
you're talking about.
you're doing like you do it. You're doing like you're doing with the Kemetic language. You're taking you're reading it and then you're doing it
The
literal
literal. Yeah, he doing the
no,
literal.
without a metaphorical understanding. Like if you do
Okay,
it
so let me
literal, you're gonna lose the context.
let me
So wait. Sosa, let me just clarify, and then MK, I know she wanted to say something. This is not an issue of whether something is metaphoric or literal. So I am talking about the story as is.
It's written.
Okay,
Go ahead.
God is a character in a story, even if the story is metaphoric or literal. It's a character in the story, and there's certain events that take place based on the story. And so I'm just talking about what the story says, that God in the story does transitive things. Everything is transitive. God is separate from the creation that occurs. He's separate. And to the point, to make it quick so that other people can talk. In Egypt, that equivalent or the ultimate supreme or the God, what would be equivalent of a God, is intransitive, where God itself is existence itself. It's not that God creates. God creates
Christians
something
don't
and is
say that.
separate. No, Christians do not believe that God is existence itself. I'm not going to say all Christians, but I'm saying the Christian doctrine is not that God is
The
existence
Orthodox.
itself.
You talk about Catholicism, Orthodox Christianity.
No,
Orthodox, yeah, but that's
Baptist, Baptist, or Catholics. I mean, you name it. I mean, there may be some Christians that will go in left field and have those stances, but the Christian doctrine, the Judeo doctrine, the Islamic doctrine, all from the Abrahamic belief systems, they don't believe that God is existence itself. They do not do that.
I don't know.
Okay,
But I
so
would.
I just wanted to answer that question because I felt like we are having a discussion, right? And we wanted to move somewhere. And if a question is asked, I mean, we don't have to be on guard where it's like you don't want to answer. So I just wanted to go ahead and answer the question because everybody else was afraid to actually answer the simple question. You asked that if God, if God is hovering over water, is that God everywhere? Logically I would just say like no. I mean, I don't even need to think so hard. Something cannot be everywhere and then be at one place and where it's hovering over something. So I just wanted
But
to answer
God is
that
not
because
logical. I
no,
wouldn't bring logic into talking about a God.
no, that's extending that's having presumption. Just if a simple question is answered within that realm of the question that being answered, we don't have to
You
start
can
because
answer it right.
right. So otherwise
But
there's no point of discussing and trying
It's
to
just
get to a point.
following the logic of
but I
it,
think
Corey. That's
Right.
all she's saying.
moving back to the origin of it though, and because this is why I came on, right? We can disagree with the God being erroneous as compared to Egypt, right? But in the realm where new begins, that's where God begins in most religion. I think that was a fundamental argument. That beginning point you're talking about with new, those attributes is the exact same point where God begins another religion. I think that's the overall point that was made.
Okay, and that doesn't bear out in the
No,
text.
I'm just saying, but would you agree?
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't bear out in the text though. No.
Before God is imperceivable. Before there was any God existed before space and time. He existed outside of space and time.
Okay.
Right. So if he was there, if he exists outside, like in the beginning, it was God. You know what I'm saying? There's no time if it's just God. You know what I'm saying? Time starts after God.
Right. And it was the primordial waters.
Yeah. I think that's the overall theme. Yeah.
Okay, hold up 1 second. I think somebody else is trying to get in here. Oh, so you in here twice.
Yeah.
Sosa.
Hold on, let me get up.
Boy, Sosa come in wreaking havoc.
I don't know how to read, man. Boot me out of one.
Which one? Because you
Hold on,
same.
hold on.
He must got two tabs open, right? All right, there we go.
All right, I got rid of one of them. Okay, so yeah, you're saying God existed before time, and all of that good stuff. God existed before time, because in the Bible, according to the Bible, time didn't start until now. Sosa coming in again. God didn't. Let me kick this one out. Sosa, which one are you using?
I powered off on the other phone, so my other phone's off.
All right, there you go. So you're saying God existed before time, and so time.
There was no talk. There was no there before God. There was no time. Just God.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm playing Call of Duty, man.
Oh, he's playing Call of Duty. Good gracious. So that's what I'm saying. So man, we done went all over the place.
No,
man.
but we can agree on that, Wujaro. We can agree on those attributes.
Agree on what? Agree on
like
what?
the existence started with God. Like there's no God is before. Like there's no time. Like the time and space, the imperceivable, the unknowable. That's God.
Okay, but see,
I forgot about the Kalam cosmological argument too. We can pull those two arguments up. Like we can pull them two up, and all of those attributes that you gave they all in there. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was basically saying. But go ahead, John. Y'all keep on with your discussion.
Okay, so the difference between even what you said, Sosa, about God, beginning time, new is not the equivalent. So I'm not saying you're saying new is the equivalent, but I'm saying because you're saying that, and we were talking about new and the Egyptian concept of new, it's not the same.
You're saying
But
new.
you all are saying that it
No, I'm
is,
saying just
but
for
it's not.
clarity. You're
Okay,
saying like
okay.
new is the point that the scientists don't can't perceive yet. Like they can't go past that point, right?
I'm
That's what you're saying. New exists there. 10 to the negative 43.
No, I'm saying that our modern no, our modern scientist goes from today backwards in time and chronological back to that point that you just said, 10 to the negative 43 or negative 46, the Planck epoch.
And then where's
So we
new?
still at the same spot.
And then
Wuja?
where's new?
So
Where's new? Where's new at?
so
Before
I'm not
that?
saying I'm yeah. I'm saying
Yeah.
new would be conceived as prior to that, but I'm not saying that's where new begins because
No, I'm just saying like,
okay.
just after that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, but like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? She goes back further than that is what I'm saying. Yeah. That's all. Yeah.
Okay. But here's the thing. That new here's some attributes of new. I said I'm gonna repeat them. Undifferentiated,
Mm-hmm.
infinite, and eternal. Blah, for lack of a
God.
better word. You can't think of
Okay.
You
of a
just
word.
said God.
No, I said blah.
Oh, but
Yeah,
but
no.
but that's God.
Infinite, eternal, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? Before time and space existed. All of that.
No,
W-
undifferentiated,
That's what Will Lane Craig said in the
infinite,
chat.
infinite,
Undifferentiated, right. It's nothing like it
infinite.
in all creation. It's
Un.
different from its creation.
Okay, but now
It,
why? Now here's the thing. Now why can't you
mm,
apply those same attributes to beyond the Planck epoch? That whatever we're speculating on, that was the actual moment of the birth of the universe or before, is the same.
what are you talking about?
Understand the question.
Okay, infinite deals with time, right? So Corey said earlier that with the Big Bang, time also came into existence simultaneously with the
Yeah,
Big
I
Bang,
don't think
right?
infinite really is a time stamp, really. But go ahead. Like
No,
it's
no.
a
Okay,
marker. It's a
timeless.
marker for equations.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
like
timeless.
real
yeah,
Time.
but
time.
Wuja, you
Yeah,
acting like
timeless.
we're not using. You're acting like we're not using theology and then scientific hypothesis side by side. You acting like we're not jumping back and forth. And the
No,
moment we jump back into one pocket to explain, right, the
again, it goes.
theological, you
It
saying no.
no, but it goes back. Okay, if you're going
But
to
you would do that with
compare,
new. But you
no.
would do the same thing with new.
Listen, in order for you, me, or anybody to compare modern scientific explanation of the birth of the universe, we will call that science. Any comparison to an ancient African anything, you would put it in a different category. So
Yes.
so by default in your mind, we are comparing either theology or philosophy, whatever word,
And
but
you
you will
saying
not.
that's erroneous when it comes to
Yeah, because
Egypt. You
you're
can't do
calling
that with
ancient African philosophy or religion. In your mind, you got a default to think that it's science.
No, what I'm saying,
So now we had two
good
fundamental.
gracious.
You already said it was.
No, what I'm saying is that you
You said
you
it was a
may look.
figurative way
You just
for them
accuse.
to
No,
explain.
wait.
Oh,
You no. You just accuse me in saying
I
that
definitely
I
accused
act.
you.
Yeah, I act like we're not talking about theology and putting science side by side. You just accused me of
Yes.
that. Like that's what I'm acting like, and I'm saying
Yeah,
that
because you said it
there's
parallels it.
wait. Listen, to what I'm saying. There's
Go
no
ahead.
need for me to act or pretend like, because the Big Bang Theory, as understood today, is categorized as science. The African cosmogonies is not considered science. So
And for
so
good
so I don't
reason.
have to. So I
and when he said
but
that,
wait
we
but
got
wait
the
but wait
tomatoes thrown at us.
but
Two
hold
tomatoes.
up. Wait. Sheffrin, I'm just clarifying and refuting your accusation. What I'm saying is that it's like a duh. We're comparing the modern scientific understanding with the ancient, whether you call it philosophy, religion, belief, or theology, have at it. But that's what we're doing. We're comparing the two. Yes. So I don't have to pretend or act like we're not.
But
Like
like I
where
said,
I don't know where you get that from.
I can push the
Yeah, let's walk through it because
Judeo-Christian
I'm
God.
curious. Now,
Yeah, hold on,
let's walk
Sosa. See,
Mm-hmm.
the thing with it is,
through it.
I can
All right. So
push the Judeo-Christian God
new.
to that same point that you're talking about with new.
No,
I
but my
could
question,
posit, I
but you're
can
saying
posit
everything. But I asked you a
the
question.
Christian God at that point also. So,
Okay, I began to ask you a question though on the science
mhm.
side. On the science side, all right, modern science, modern physics, and quantum mechanics, and the whole nine. Prior to the birth of time, which coincided simultaneously with the birth or the Big Bang, would you say that that era of whatever is timeless? There's no time. That's just a logical question. Before time, there's no time, right?
Yes, yes. Let's
Okay,
go.
Before
so
the
to
big, yeah,
clarify,
before space and time. What I'm talking? Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
before the Big
yeah.
Bang,
yeah.
there was no time,
And
right?
why we ask those questions? No, it was no time before time. No,
Right. All right. So great.
like them questions is like I don't get it. But go ahead.
Okay. So now,
All right, go ahead,
wait
go ahead,
wait.
go ahead.
I'm stepping through the conversation. So my question now is, do you accept or believe that there was an existence, and I'm not trying to name it or anything, an existence prior to time?
No, time existence is a temporal word, so you can't exist without time. The word temporal is dealing with is a way of the form of time, right? So existence is a temporal word, so that means you cannot exist if there's no time. So that's why I always say when somebody talk about transcending space and time or God being outside of space time, by definition, that means that deity or God does not exist if he's outside of space and time. Existence is only within space and time, by definition. Go ahead.
Woo, go ahead. Woo. I got to lay something.
No,
Okay.
Oh, what that?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm still here. I was gonna pull a clip
playing
up
Call of Duty.
because hold up, I'm hearing background noise. That must be Sosa. Sosa, you in the car or something?
No, I'm chilling. I'm hitting me real quick.
Yeah, if you could mute.
Somebody else just came in down at the bottom.
Oh, that's science over pseudo. So whoever that is, you got a noisy background. If you could mute, if you don't mind muting.
I don't think that's my background.
Oh, no, that's
That's
somebody else.
Asar.
Somebody.
What up, Asar?
That was me.
Yeah,
My
Jeez,
bad.
science.
My bad.
jeez.
Okay, yeah, that was Sosa. So here's the thing.
That was me. I
You
just came back. That just came back, man. Go ahead.
man, I
Go
don't
ahead.
That
know
was
who
Travis.
it was.
That was Travis, bro. My
That was
bad.
Travis.
Oh, Chavis. Oh, Chavis is the culprit. All right. Yeah, I can't even identify. All right. So my question was, okay, so Corey made a statement earlier that space time came into existence simultaneously with the Big Bang.
Now Corey's saying that you can't exist.
Wait. He's here.
No
Hold on.
existence.
I don't want you to
No, just
speak
paraphrase. He
for
just
him.
said that there's no existence without time, and that's what he. Just so you can go ahead
Well,
and respond. He was saying that
don't
without.
don't don't say paraphrase. Well, he gonna get on you
All
for
right,
that.
go ahead, man. All right, go ahead. Go ahead,
All
Corey.
right.
Corey, right there. He gonna say the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
No, but because I'm in the middle of my Call of Duty game. But
Yeah.
All right.
Tell him
yeah,
about
All right.
temporal.
All
Tell
right.
him about
All
temporal,
right.
Corey. Tell him
I
about
said
temporal.
that, Wuja, with what you said. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Cool. So now, the physicists are they are clear in explaining that the entire Big Bang theory and what they discuss is not an attempt to discuss the actual Big Bang. And they make this separation that we see, that you all seem to don't think is important, but astrophysicists and quantum mechanics and theorists do make this.
We already know can only go back so far. We talked about 10 to the negative 43. So no, it's not that we all act like that. We all realize what you're about to say already.
Okay, but all right. So let me finish what I was saying, because I don't think you know what I was going to say at this point. That they also say that time itself breaks down with what they do know, and prior to it, they don't even know how to explain. So these astrophysicists do believe in a state of existence that is prior to time, or that can't be explained in the context of time.
I don't.
Wait,
No,
hold on.
No,
You just said existence is a temporal.
Existence. Who
Oh
tell me?
my
Show
God.
me that. Give me that. Give me
All
that.
right. I tell you what.
Let's do it.
Okay, y'all.
Give me that.
Okay,
Now,
y'all have a
and for clarity,
conversation.
and for clarity, is it
I'm gonna
a
pull up.
scientific theory, or
I'm
is it
gonna
just
pull
like
it up.
is it like a
A
hypothesis?
hypothesis.
Let's
I'm
be
gonna
clear.
pull it.
Is it a
No,
scientific theory or is it a hypothesis?
no.
It's a hypothesis.
Okay, so
I'm
if you
asking.
Anything before
wait,
the Big Bang is hypothesized about. They don't
but
know.
let me reiterate my statement. Whether it's a hypothesis or a theory, my statement was that these people that do this work as a profession, unlike us, they are proposing or postulating or discussing a state of existence prior to and within the context of time itself.
Okay.
Who's standing on that
Okay,
though?
but let me ask you this, Wujar.
Wait, hold on. Are you aware of that? Because I
No,
will
no,
pull
I
up the
want
videos and play
no.
them.
I like to see it, but I also want to say, okay, but listen though, if that theory is proved to be wrong, then do you throw out the whole new concept? Like you said, because new rides with that, right? So if that shit gets thrown out, then the whole new shit gets thrown out, right?
What exactly? Because you definitely lost me with
If
that.
if new hinges on existence outside of time, before there was time, right? If that theory gets disproven, then new is disproved, because that's, you can say that that shit is no, you know what I'm saying? Nothing can exist outside of time before there was
Okay,
time.
yeah. Okay, yes. If
Okay, all right, go ahead.
if it's demonstrated that there's no such thing existence in an undifferentiated blah 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 that these astrophysicists are saying, and they later find out that what they've been saying is wrong, then okay, I'm gonna rock with you.
I mean, but y'all just said about logic, right? So time, existence. The word existence. That's a temporal word. You have to be within time in order to exist. Existence has a time limit on it, right?
Well, Wujar got a different argument. I want to see it.
So if you don't, if there is no time, that means by definition there is no existence.
No existence.
That's just logic right there. Now I have yet to hear a scientist talk about a state of existence for the Big Bang, or before time existed, or before time was in this.
He about to show us.
We're just about to
Yeah,
talk
go
to
ahead.
Okay, so give me a moment to find timestamps, because I'm definitely not playing entire videos, so I don't have the timestamp on top of my head or written down, so I can scan and do my best to find it as fast as I can. So let me pass the mic.
we could put a pause on that.
No, because this is a critical.
All right. Cool.
Because we're all deferring to the experts when it comes to this, and so it's important. So if y'all want to bring up something else and give me a moment.
Nah, I can respect that, because you bet new on it. You bet new on that thing. Let's do it.
Right.
Oh, definitely. But so who else we have in here? Because I only see letters.
Asar here.
See, okay, we got Chavis.
I can only see 3 people.
So Asar, you got so yeah. Anybody grab the mic and go ahead and rock out for a second. Let me.
We done made it to the final boss already. Ain't even time for the final boss.
Yeah, y'all must don't know too much about certain cosmic arguments. For example,
we know about the Kalam cosmological argument. Know about that one?
Do you know about multiverse arguments?
Yes, we
Yeah.
know about the multiverse.
All right.
We know about
So
the heat death. We know about the big freeze. We know about the bounce, the
so
cosmic
if
bounce. We know about
so
all of
if
them.
if
Discuss
they
those.
have a
Hold
multiverse
on,
argument,
No, let's let
If
him
if
build. Let him
no,
rock.
because the
Corey,
problem is
Corey, don't
it's
even go.
always
you don't
we
even
don't
know
know.
the argument
No,
yet.
Corey, let's build. Let's
First
build, bro.
thing
Don't even.
everybody always
Corey,
says
let's
about
build,
us
bro. Let's
is y'all
build.
don't know.
Let's
Y'all don't know
build.
about
Just
this. Y'all don't know
Corey, give him
about
a pass,
figurative
bro.
language.
Corey,
We
give him a
don't
pass
know
on that,
shit.
bro.
I'm tired of people coming in.
Corey, give him
How
a
you just
pass.
why don't you just come into the
Okay, so
discussion
this is what we're gonna do. No, listen, we're not
what
gonna
we
do
don't
this on.
know all the
Okay,
time?
listen. This is not what we're gonna do over the Hugh channel. So Asad just came in. He didn't even get 2 words out. Everybody else has been speaking this whole time. So what we're gonna do
The
is we're gonna
first
let
2 words
Asad.
was condescending.
No, listen. Even if it's condescending, just let him
Just
speak,
let
and
him
then
have it, bro. Let him have it.
you can talk about his condescending words after he finishes his words. So let him finish all his thoughts first, because he just
So
walked in.
respectively, let
Don't
him be disrespectable.
Corey, don't sweat it, bro. Don't sweat it, bro.
Listen, just let him speak his points. You haven't even heard what he's saying. Let him finish, and then you can talk later, because we're not going to talk over each other on this channel. No, we're not going to do that.
Corey, but I just want to say this, Corey. I know we don't know each other, but I would like to hope that you got a little more thickness in your skin to not take everything as condescending or whatever the case is, man.
I just asked a question. I didn't make a
so
statement.
so I'm gonna get back to listening to. I'm trying to find a spot. So y'all
All right,
forgive me.
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Build on the multi. Go ahead, build on the multiverse.
All right. So we have several issues here. First of all, the concept of, for example, infinity makes time a non-existent thing, because you can't create infinity. Infinity already is. So when they talk about time, they're just talking about certain differentiations. And one of the fundamental hypotheses is multiverse theory. And with multiverse theory, there's already a pre-existence that gives birth to one existence that we know in terms of this universe.
Not in this universe, though. That's what we talking about. This universe, not multi-universe.
You can talk about this universe, but the scientists are talking about that's why I said multiverse. This is
We
one
understand.
of the
We already
bruh,
talked.
you
We
gotta
already know
listen,
about
and
that.
that's
No
probably why you're not
hypotheses.
getting
We talked
things. You
about
don't listen. You
different
just want to argue and talk.
Corey, mute your mic.
You can't learn and talk at the same time. In a multiverse, this is a prominent argument and hypothesis, just like the Big Bang is a hypothesis. And it's based on deduction and math, not observation. When you talk about an infinite anything, this is a concept that is an unimaginable. You can't add 1 to infinity. It already is. And it's the same argument with Nu. Nu, when you read in the text, is the father of the gods. It is God itself. And everything evolves within the Nu. Just like if we have an infinity, everything evolves within the infinity itself. You can't exist outside of the infinity. And so because of these paradoxes, this is why you have all of these different proposals by scientists. And scientists have a pre-existence before the Big Bang. It's just that the equations and things break down a few seconds before the Big Bang. And this is just a known fact. And so when you're talking about time, you're talking about time within this universe, but not time itself. Because if we're talking about movements, whatever molecules or particles and everything that came together before the Big Bang, that's time. It's motion. That's all time is. And so with the what the people propose is just this infinite motion of particles and antiparticles, and then over time there was just some conditions that were met, and then we get our universe. But the proposal is that there are other universes, and that there's infinity there moving apart. Matter of fact, if you listen to Dr. Cross, he has a whole lecture on this, and he discusses this in his text, Something from Nothing. Or my bad, A Universe from Nothing. He has a whole section on that in the text. And so this is what makes me question, or do y'all have the doctrines itself for all of these proposals, and to understand within the context of what time is from a scientific perspective?
Hold on. You said that the Big Bang Theory is not a theory. You said it's a hypothesis.
Yeah, it's a theory, but the synthesis itself is its own hypothesis.
Yeah, and the multiverse is just a hypothesis.
And it's another hypothesis.
But the Big Bang Theory is a theory, though.
No, it's really a hypothesis. Because if you can't go a few seconds before and to know what the conditions were for the Big Bang itself.
Hold on, we
don't have evidence.
We have the Hubble. We got the Hubble law. We have the CMB, and we have the expansion or what you call it, the hydrogen and helium test that they did. So all of these things bear out.
You can't recreate the beginnings of the universe. Everything is based on deductive reasoning and math. So when you talk about background radiation, and for example, with the Hubble telescope and seeing the galaxies expanding, they just did math. Math is not science. They did a mathematical equation.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move away from that.
Logical deduction to go back. They didn't go back. You can't go back. You can't recreate the conditions. There's no experiment that you can do.
It was a hypothesis before they had the other. When the dude first proposed it, when the priest first proposed it, it was a hypothesis. But then we got facts that backed it up. So now it's a theory.
You have facts that make a suggestion. You make a prediction. The prediction is Big Bang. But there's no way that you can test for that. Everything beyond that, these are math equations. This is logical deduction. These are mathematical concepts. Something can be mathematically sound, but ultimately be proven scientifically to be false. Because math is not science. It is logic and reason. It's philosophy. Using a formal language that we call math to reason about reality.
Like I said, I'll just get off that. Let's move on.
Nah, I can't accept that one.
We'll just move off that.
Hey, hold on. Let me take a stab at it.
I want that. Wait for you to bring that. That's what we was waiting for you to bring the.
Yeah. I'm looking. It's hard, right? It's hard for me to listen to this conversation, and then I'm playing. I'm scrubbing through video to find the points. And
what video you're going to?
I'm looking for. I had bookmarked several videos, and now I booked so many I got lost where this is. But there are astrophysicists that are discussing the fact that the quote unquote Big Bang theory is really limited to the certain point that you were just discussing, Asar, and then things beyond becomes pure speculation and math.
10 to the
And
negative
so
40.
yeah, and so they were saying that the Big Bang Theory is not really about the Big Bang. It's about everything that happened after what they speculate as a Big Bang. Big Bang is a hypothesis due to mathematics and rolling back the clock
Basically, they
and so on
say
and so
that
forth.
the Big Bang is an explanation of what happened after the universe was created.
Yeah, but they also describe this state prior to time. Like they say the context of time has no meaning whatsoever prior to the Planck epoch, or even I'm saying Planck epoch, but it's even another
Further
name
than
for
that,
the epoch. Yeah, the
I get
epoch
what you're
after
saying.
that.
I just want to see,
So
bro. I ain't
so
confused.
so my point in raising that and to show this was to say that even modern scientists are proposing a state of existence on the other side of what we call time, a timeless aspect, but yet existence is there, and they're proposing this stuff. And so time. So Corey's definition of existence being a temporal word and time, and if something, in order for something to exist, it has to exist in time. That's not what the professionals are saying when they're discussing the Big Bang and the things that come prior to that. And so I was trying to show something that I saw that I bookmarked, but it's a whole video, and I don't know where it is in the video
It's all good.
where they explain it. I
I
mean, I
told you
have it.
put a pause on it and deal with that later.
Yeah,
You
I
determine.
was just about to propose that since this is a very detailed aspect of the discussion, that y'all can pick a date so that we can go get our source material and have that prepared for 5 or 10
As I say,
minutes.
we'll come back to it.
Yeah,
All right, so let's.
because
All right, so let's.
I can go through some of my material, but I have to go through it and find the pages and put them up.
We was trying to work from new up into where we are.
I'm still on the hypothesis of the Big Bang.
We'll
Okay,
table that.
okay.
We'll
So
table
Sheffrin,
that.
no, that's
Listen,
the easy one. Wait, no, that's the easy one. So Sheffrin, that's the easy one. So no. So Sheffrin, what's what we call the Big Bang Theory includes in the conversation things that are not included in the theory itself. And so collectively together, you can't say that the Big Bang, like what we're talking about, like you all even said earlier that you, Sheffrin, and Corey said earlier that scientists have a working hypothesis for the other side of the Planck epoch. Did you not say that?
Yeah, they got different hypotheses about a lot of things.
Yeah,
Okay.
but so you're saying Big Bang hasn't reached theory stage yet? That's what
No. What I'm
Yes,
saying
it
is,
did.
wait. What I'm saying. Okay, wait. What I'm saying.
You're
What I'm
talking about
saying.
the events before. You talk about.
Let me.
He's talking about
No.
the Big Bang itself. That
Let
thing.
me.
That
Let me
it,
say.
that.
Let me say what I'm saying. So the Big Bang Theory is an explanation that the title of the theory is misleading and a misnomer, and scientists say this all the time, that beyond the Planck epoch, beyond this fluctuation in fields that produce the particles that form atoms and stuff like that, they are pure speculating. I ain't gonna say pure, but they're speculating and hypothesizing all this, that, and the third. But yet when you hear Big Bang Theory, people are thinking about the actual moment of this birth from that point coming forward. And so that's that. But out of that,
y'all confusing people. Yo,
Yeah, but
this ain't
but
right.
I know. But what he's just saying is,
no,
what he's
we're
saying.
probably
He's just
confusing
saying
you.
that everything up until the Black.
Yeah.
Just
He's
say
just
you're
saying that
confused.
it's a hypothesis. Once you get past the Planck epoch area, all that's a hypothesis. Then the theory comes afterward with however many milliseconds this shit comes in.
Big Bang Theory is a theory.
He's talking about the components that come
yeah,
before.
I'm not letting him twist it up.
That's what I'm saying. Let's just move that way. I know you say this. He just talk about
what's a good day to come back to this?
No, we right here now.
No,
I understand.
No,
but
we can
I'm just asking, so that can be a focus of a conversation.
Any day you pick the day. I know you work. It's snowing up here, so I might be stuck in for about 3 days. This snow look crazy. So I mean, you down in Houston.
It's cold as hell. That's why I'm up late. 'Cause I'm like, I ain't gonna do shit tomorrow. Like I ain't gonna do a damn thing. It's cold.
All right, hey, Sheffrin, let me just ask you a quick question. So when Lemaitre first proposed the what became later known as the Big Bang, y'all gotta remember, the Big Bang was not even the original tag on it.
It was a hypothesis, right?
Okay, so during Lemaitre's time in 1927, it was just a hypothesis. That's what you're saying?
Yes. He
okay, so when
it. Right.
Okay, at one point did it become, in your mind, a theory?
When they got facts to support it, right?
Such as
they got they got a body of facts that support it. Now it became a working theory, right?
I'm saying such as give me an example.
The CMB, the ship moving away from, you know what I mean?
Okay, the Hubble observation and the later the cosmic microwave background, right?
Yeah. And there's another one with the hydrogen and something I can't think of it right off, but that's 3 right there. That support it, and it's more to this date. Like they constantly adding to it. So
right. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna unconfuse, because I think you're in agreement with what I'm saying and what Asar is saying, but in a different way. So I'm gonna word it backwards now. So what's now a theory only became a theory through in your words,
the supporting facts, right?
The supporting facts, and those supporting facts are, for example, those 3 things you just said.
Right.
So what's included in those 3 things, anything beyond that is external to the theory, right?
It's a hypothesis, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
If it's not proven yet, right.
Right, okay. So the point is that those observations, those 3 things you mentioned, is very limiting. And so what scientists are saying, that they can't even observe or even construct testable on the science side anything to observe to observe any of that stuff. So they have to walk from the side of science, cross the bridge over into the side of logic and deductive reasoning using mathematics. And so it's not science any longer. Science is not math, and math is not science. But they are used together, to help complement each other, but they're not the same. And so the moment that they leave science and go over to math, which I'm sure you will admit that they do, it can't be a scientific theory. That's the point.
Nah.
Wait. You saying nah, but you okay?
No, because you're ending. You interjected something else into it. Like when we already agreed that it's a theory.
No,
so
I'm saying
I can't agree with your last point if you saying it's not a theory.
Okay, so Matt.
Why would I do that?
Okay, so let me ask you.
He's
first
saying
of all,
that
do you have an understanding?
Saying that the theory and once we get that
a scientific theory, a scientific theory. For Sheffrin, do you understand that science and math are 2 distinct things?
Yeah, but science uses math also. So I mean,
true, but
and
first,
sometimes you have a science of mathematics also. So
got him.
Just like you like to say, math is logic. Just like
got it.
Yeah, but logic is not logic, and mathematics is not science, because, for example, when we talk about the Higgs boson, the Higgs boson,
but just like
was not the Higgs boson was a mathematical conceptualization, but it was not proven to be an existing thing until like 50 years later with the creation of the Large Hadron Collider. And for example, I want to find this page that discusses this, because there were several steps that went into the discovery of, you know, what became known as the Higgs boson. And it talks about how there was this one point where they argued that the mathematics was sound, at least sound enough to warrant a scientific experiment. And so you can go, for example, to it's a New York Times article in the Science, and it says the Higgs from theory to reality. So it goes from the whole process from 1961, you know, all the way to, I think it was like 2013, 2000. It's like 11 or 12 when
Right.
it was actually, you know, discovered. But so, you know, they're building off of arguments and things off of the, how should I say, Einsteinian theory of relativity, right? So
Yeah, but I'm having
unanswered
two
questions.
issues
Yeah.
with what y'all said.
But the point, I'm just trying to make a point here. And so Wujawa, I want to share my screen if I could, because I found the article.
Okay.
Science, math can
are
be
you trying to
considered
share it now?
science.
I am.
And the
trying
Big
to
Bang
share it
Theory is a theory. You said
Hold
math
on.
is not science.
But under because we can, I want to show this so you can see this thing here, and how it comes. So Higgs and others invent field. 1964. It talks about this here. It's a concept that they came up with. They had to invent the Higgs field, right? This is 1964. And so there's no proof whatsoever. There's no science. They're just hypothesizing. And then he came up with the math to explain the hypothesis. So it talks about quarks named. The Higgs becomes a centerpiece of the electroweak unification, 1967. 1971, electroweak theory becomes mathematically traceable. That means it's getting logical traction. 73, a new face for the weak force. 74, November Revolution, Samuel Ting of MIT, yada, yada, yada. W and Z bosons discovered. This is 1983. So Large Hadron Collider proposed in 83. U.S. Isabel Collider canceled because United States sucks. U.S. approves superconducting collider. U.S. cancels super collider again in 1993. Large Hadron Position Collider comes close to Higgs. Larger Hadron Collider begins operating. Higgs-like boson announced in 2012. Hold on, I'm missing. I skipped over something. Yeah, so I did. I'm sorry. So it says electroweak theory becomes mathematically traceable. So Gerald T. Hoof, a graduate student of Utrecht University in the Netherlands, shows that the new unified electroweak theory makes mathematical sense and can be used to calculate detailed predictions. He and his advisor, Martinez Velton, win the 1999 Nobel Prize. And so all of this is building from this electroweak, theory. They're trying to unify some things. And so it's not until 1971, although it was proposed in 64 by Peter Higgs, that this conceptualization becomes mathematically sound. So he's saying that it is mathematically sound, the essential arguments here, and they later got the prize for that. And then it was with the building of everything. Then in 2012 or whatnot, Higgs boson announced. Everything else, we know about. And so what this timeline shows us is that just because something is mathematically sound and you have a formula for it does not mean it exists. because it's understood that math is not science. If math was science, then string theory would be winning out right now. But and this is what I was going to get at in terms of asking. How do I stop the share? Okay.
I thought you were just talking about that particular field that they made up for that mathematical equation that they came up with the Higgs field.
No, I'm talking in general. I'm just using that as a
Oh,
case
okay.
study
So
and is example that you see how they proposed something and it had mathematics to go with it. But just because you have the mathematics to go with it, as you know, in the formal language to explain a hypothesis, does not mean that it is scientifically sound. So they go through a process to make sure that the mathematics is straight, that you know, we looked at this from all angles. And so that's what happened in 1971 with the proposal, you know, saying for Higgs, saying, okay, this is mathematically sound. But it took several decades after that before the science itself said, all right, we have support for this hypothesis. But the math already, so this is, you know, the connection between science and mathematics, because it's when you're dealing with mathematics is just logic. And that's why I always recommend this book if y'all have a chance to get it. I think it helps you prepare for teaching your children math, and helping you to you know, better understand math if you are just not in a field where like math is required on a daily basis. But it's by I think it's Cynthia Chang, How to Bake Pie. And pie is not PIE, but you know, pi 3.14, yada 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 forever.
Yeah,
Right.
I've heard that book before.
She's a PhD in mathematics, and so she has written works on logic, written works on mathematics, and that's one of them, trying to help the community better understand the role of mathematics. And in the text, she'll tell you that, you know, math is not science, and she goes through a whole series of why it is not, and its strengths and its weaknesses, and why the scientific method is, you know, for science itself, in terms of, because science is, their claim to fame is experiment.
I'm not gonna push back on math being science.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna push back on that.
But that becomes
Why not?
essential to our entire argument, because when we're talking about the standard model and things, much of this is just mathematics and is not experiment or observation.
So what is physics? What is physics? Yes.
It's the study of the motion of matter in particles in objects.
Yeah, I mean, it's separate. Just, I mean, look, I put it this way, like STEM, like
wait, hold on. Shepard does that all the time. Shepard and his sound effects, boy. I'm about to sample you, Shepard.
I never. But listen, like this. But listen, in STEM, right? STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math.
Yeah, but
that doesn't, you know. Science and math are two different things.
Yeah.
So let me share this. Let me share this. Hold up, Shepard.
I mean, math uses science. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I said it's like math uses. That's why I don't say math is logic. I say math uses logic. Like,
no, math.
Yeah,
math
but you have fields of science.
Math is logic.
I say math because math is quantitative logic. Logic clarifies.
You have fields of science that are mathematical, right?
What?
Like, yes.
Like theoretical physics. Like theoretical physics relies heavily on math.
Yes.
Okay, but hold on. Let me share. Let me share this.
Yeah, math is quantitative. Logic clarifies.
Okay, let me share this, because I until you all read that book, because I mean the
cryptology.
the author, what's her name, Lisa Chang. She lays
Something.
out a. It's on Amazon. It's cheap too, man. I should get it on Kindle just
Yeah,
so
I
I can
mean, I'm
share
not
it.
saying that.
Just so I can
I
share it on
understand.
online. But hold up.
But
Let
we
me just
done
share
got
this.
so we
Let me
let
let
me
me
get
let
back
me
to
let me.
new.
Yeah. That's why okay. So hold on. Let me just read this. Cause we gonna come back to this with I'm gonna have my timestamps
We have to
and
do a show
everything.
on new.
We go exactly. We're gonna do a show
We're
specifically
gonna do a show on new.
on.
I want a show on new.
Okay, I did one already, so check it out. But I don't mind
We
doing it
can
with y'all.
just go
Okay, but
piece by piece and
all right,
see what. You know what I mean?
all right. So let me just read this through this. It's not much. Let me just read through it. It says starts here at the top. In the first moments after the Big Bang. Now, by the way, let me just clarify this. In the field of physics and quantum, whatever, they separate the Big Bang theory from the actual Big Bang, and they refer to the actual Big Bang as the Big Bang singularity or something to that extent. So they make a point to separate the two. All right, just for clarification within the field that they work in. All right, hold up. Somebody else was trying to get in here. I think I don't want to miss anybody else. Okay, Corey trying to come in. Okay, so let me just read this. So the
My
moments
bad,
after the
Joe. I keep fucking up. My bad. Go
okay,
ahead, my bad.
in the first moments after the Big Bang, the universe was a hot soup. Now, when they say Big Bang here, they're talking about this Big Bang singularity that they know nothing about. Okay. In the first moments after the Big Bang, the universe was a hot soup of particles where space and time was still to properly emerge. Okay, so moments after the Big Bang, space and time was still to properly emerge. So it didn't emerge yet. Okay, so we're talking about a state of something prior to space and time that has yet to emerge now. All right. So let's keep going. But how did these particles come into existence in the first place? Quantum field theory tells us that even a vacuum supposedly corresponding to empty spacetime is full of physical activity in the form of energy fluctuations. These fluctuations can give rise to particles popping out, only to disappear shortly after. This may sound like a mathematical quirk rather than real physics. Now, notice how they separate math from physics. But such particles have been spotted in countless experiments. The space-time vacuum state is seething with particles constantly being created and destroyed, apparently, quote unquote, out of nothing. But perhaps all this really tells us is that the quantum vacuum is, despite its name, a something rather than a nothing. The philosopher David Albert has memorably criticized accounts of the Big Bang, which promise to get something from nothing in this way. Suppose we ask, where did space-time itself come from? This is where I wanted to get to just for this, to share this. Where did space-time itself arise from? Then we can go on turning the clock yet further back into the truly ancient Planck epoch, a period so early in the universe's history that our best theories of physics break down. Okay, so we can kiss the theories goodbye. This era occurred only 1/10 or 1/10 millionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a second after the Big Bang. At this point, space and time themselves become subject to quantum fluctuations. Physicists ordinarily work separately with quantum mechanics, which rules the microworld of particles, and with general relativity, which applies on large cosmic scales. But to truly understand the Planck epoch, we need a complete theory of quantum gravity merging the two, and they do not have that yet. We still don't have a perfect theory of quantum gravity, but there are attempts like string theory and loop quantum gravity. In these attempts, ordinary space and time are typically seen as emergent, like the waves on the surface of a deep ocean. What we experience as space and time are the product of quantum processes operating at a deeper microscopic level, processes that don't make much sense to us as creatures rooted in the macroscopic world. The most we could say, I'm reading this, the most we could say with confidence at this stage is that physics has so far found no confirmed instances of something arising from nothing. In the Planck epoch, our ordinary understanding of space-time breaks down, so we can't any longer rely on our ordinary understanding of cause and effect either. And so when you want to try to define time, we all often speak of it in a sense of cause and effect, this pattern of cause and effect, which creates this sensation that we experience as time. Despite this, all candidate theories of quantum gravity describe something physical that was going on in the Planck epoch, some quantum precursor of ordinary space-time. But where did that come from? And I don't have to keep reading. The point for me bringing this up is to confirm, external to myself, that there are conversations out there among the professionals in this field of an existence prior to time space itself emerging from. All right, so I just want to put a period there, and that now we could jump back over to Nu if you like, because we'll find that the Egyptian description of Nu sounds eerily similar to what I just read. Wow, it got quiet over here.
Do you remember the dang it, what's the name? Neil deGrasse Tyson usually hosts these every year. I don't know if they've had them in the past few due to the pandemic, but it's those scientific conversations. It's on the same campus in New York.
I watched a few of those. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, they discussed this very thing in one of them, and I'm trying to remember. It's like Asimov series. If I'm
they bring all the different scientists on and propose their different like they do like the
with the science of storytelling.
They do like different type of models. Some may do the multiverse. Some may do the if the world is what is it? Not animation. You know what I'm saying? What is it? Assimilation theory. They bring all the science all the different.
They haven't had one of those in a minute, but it's Tyson, Cross, and some other prominent a couple of ladies on the panel.
I think they discussed this and these are 2 hours long, and so I would have to go through them to find the relevant timestamps. But it's either, I just found it, so it's the Isaac Asimov Memorial Debates.
Yeah, there you go.
And
Asimov.
So for those who are unaware, briefly, this is a conversation that happens between scientists about any particular subject. And so it's either the 2013 Isaac Asimov Memorial Debate, The Existence of Nothing, or it could be the 2011 Isaac Asimov Memorial Debate, The Theory of Everything. And I think in one of those two, or it could be both of them, they're having this debate, about, like Big Bang and multiverse. I know for a fact, especially in that Existence of Nothing conversation, and they're trying to make sense, but you get to see, on the higher level, like what is actual fact and what is conceptualization. You understand that, the Big Bang is just their best explanation given the evidence thus far, but it itself cannot be considered a fact. And as a side note, I had a 3-hour conversation. Well, I guess not technically last night since it's after midnight, but the day before yesterday, what was it? Friday night? Not Friday night. Was it Thursday night? No. What day is it? No, it was Saturday. It was Saturday night. So I was having a conversation with Dr. Shormarka Keita, and even though we were having, because we always have these debates and discussions about the merits of the classifications in language and what that means, right? So he's with the Greenbergian school. He has really no dog in the fight because, of course, he's not a linguist, but he has his reasons for adopting it, for other biological reasons and the arguments that it makes. But we have these discussions, and we're always having these conversations about method. And one of the things that he was explaining to me was that even in science, what you're thinking is theory, ultimately itself is a hypothesis. And I wish I had, it was just one of those off the cuff, because we were initially talking about something else, but when you get to especially Black intellects together, it just always veers into some kind of research. And so that's what ended up happening. But I wish I had recorded that conversation, and so I could have his exact wording. But he's real big on not only just understanding what is science, but to read the literature on the philosophy of science, and to see in the arguments about research methods and science itself and what the limitations are. And so, stuff that I've already been doing, but he's given me some more resources to look at. And I think, like that is worthy of its own show itself, in terms of, what exactly is facts, and what a theory is, and ultimately is it itself a hypothesis, et cetera, et cetera. But that's just a sidebar note and conversation, and I'm gonna explore that some more with him, and to get his exact wording, and maybe the next time we come together I can share these concerns that he raises. And in those Asimov conversations, it's a similar type of conversation when it comes to this. So once you start, kind of seeing when the scientists are discussing it with each other, you'll start to see that everything isn't as it seems.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's another video in that same vein entitled "Is the Universe a Simulation?" I think that's what Sosa was talking about.
I've seen it.
And they bring up they even actually discuss among themselves in the public, like the one I think you're talking about, Asar, is where Neil deGrasse Tyson is basically the moderator, and he's acting as though they're sitting at a bar just having a scientific discussion, but at a bar. Yeah, that's yeah, you're right. It's 2 hours and some change long, and we need to find the exact thing.
Yeah, and what's interesting about one of them is because Neil deGrasse Tyson is always jabbing at string theorists. So the one, whatever one that has Green,
he'll take that shit.
What's his name? Green. He's a theoretical physicist.
Brian Green.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he couldn't physically be there, but they had him like how we used to say back in the day on remote satellite.
Yep.
But he was on screen, and so you can hear Neil deGrasse Tyson, taking a jab at Green and other, and especially like the ones that has Dr. Sylvester Gates. James Sylvester Gates on there, because he's also another theoretical physicist. And they keep asking him about these prominent theories, like you have string theory, but there's no evidence for string theory. It's all mathematics. And he's like, okay, are we going to get anything soon? He's joking, but not joking, but he's underlying showing that, again, mathematics is not science. That at some point you're going to have to come with the experiments that support the theory. But in this same context, they're using the word theory, but it's ultimately because it doesn't have the scientific backing for it. It's still really a hypothesis.
And I think it's been thrown out, right?
On that. it's not, because the mathematics is sound. So
I think,
that's
but they had to rework it though. Right now, they had to go to like superstring theory, right? Because I think they kind of some parts of it. I think they figured out it wasn't like they had to rework some of the math. Like some components they said was good and some was not.
yeah,
So
because
they
it's
moved up.
ultimately it's all argumentation
Yeah.
and logic. And if Wujawu, and it's just a small paragraph, and I just want to read it because I found it and I forgot I have and if y'all want it, I can send y'all. Just hit me up and I'll send you a copy of. I have a physical copy, but it's in Philly. It's Eugenia Chang, and it's
Yeah, I had
how to bake pie. And so
okay, where you at? Where you at? I start you right here. Yep, there we go.
alrighty. So this is on chapter 15. This is what is category theory, or what category theory is. So we're just going to skip down a little bit, and we're going to come to this concept of truth. And she says, people often think that mathematics is either all right or wrong. That's not true. Even a piece of math is right. It can still be good or bad. It can be illuminating or not. It can be helpful or not, and so on. However, there's a grain of truth in this business of right and wrong. One of the remarkable qualities of mathematics is that because it's all built from logic and nothing else, mathematicians can readily agree when something is right. This is very different from other fields in which opposing theories can be argued forever. As philosopher Michael Dumas wrote in The Philosophy of Mathematics, mathematics makes a steady advance, while philosophy continues to flounder in unending bafflement at the problems it confronted at the outset. Mathematical facts has an elevated status over other kinds of fact. We've already discussed that the fact that scientists revere the so-called scientific method, the experimental method, evidence-based knowledge, where facts are deduced from hard evidence that can be experimentally repeated. Math isn't like that at all. It doesn't use evidence, and evidence is italicized for emphasis, because evidence isn't logically watertight. Evidence is the foundation of science, but it isn't enough to give us mathematical truth. This is why mathematics is sort of a part of science, but also isn't a part of science. Mathematics uses the logical method where facts are deduced only using cold, bright logic. Mathematical truth is revered because of proof. Everything is rigorously proved, and once it has been proved, it cannot be refuted. You can find a mistake in a proof, but that means the supposed theorem was never really proved in the first place. Thanks to the notion of proof, we have utterly unassailable way of knowing what is and isn't true in mathematics. And it goes on, and there's another citation where she really goes into the details of how science is not mathematics and the pros and cons, but I won't go there. But I thought I should just read that in light of the conversation to show that just because something is mathematically sound does not mean it has a scientific basis and argument. It's two different things. They work together, for a complete picture, but it's you have to understand them as separate. So when somebody makes a mathematical argument, for example, like string theory, that does not mean that it is scientifically sound.
Right.
So
String
that
theory is a good example.
requires evidence, because science requires it's evidence-based facts, but mathematics is just pure logic. And so you can do a whole bunch of stuff that can be mathematically and logically sound, but that does not mean it is a fact in reality. And so then you have to have a discussion on what is logic and yada yada yada, and that's a whole different conversation unto itself.
So having said that, we definitely should know that math is a different domain than science. Science is a domain of evidence. Math is a domain of logic. So let's have that understanding and never bring it up again. I mean,
No, no,
argue again.
no, no, that's
I knew
not
I
proven.
knew Sheffrin. I knew.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
it's
the
not
Hollywood.
proven. What you wait? What you mean it's not proven? So
Can I?
This one, like, go ahead.
You said what happened?
So you're an
no,
idol
I'm
with this
saying
one, Chef, because I don't feel like that way. I've
Oh,
always felt that
well,
way. Go ahead.
I wasn't even listening. Hold on.
see that's the problem, Sheffrin, man.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
telling you,
because
every
you
time,
have.
like you stay confused because of that. You
Yeah,
don't.
because
You don't
once the conversation get drawn out, like it get to a point where I don't even know what y'all be saying no more.
I know you got in trouble in
I stay
school,
on.
man.
No,
I bet you
no,
got
I
in
stay
trouble.
on the point. I stay on the point. I don't let y'all lose me in the word suit. Like I gotta be
That
able
was
to
not.
stay on
That
point.
was not word, man. That was not word soup. It was plain and straightforward. That math is the study of logic using the rules of logic, and science is based on evidence. And math is a different process. It was clear.
Hold on, but you have different forms of math that can be science though.
What?
Like you gotta apply
I'm gonna
mathematics.
use your.
gotta
I'm gonna use your thing. What? Are y'all crazy? I'm gonna use Sheffrin's words. Are y'all crazy?
So what is physics?
He just told you.
Wait, physics.
Oh God,
That's actually pretty good.
I'm glad this is recorded. That's all I'm saying. I'm glad this is recorded.
Are you sure that you're glad that this is recorded, bro?
Yeah, I'm glad that this is
I'm just
recorded.
realizing that this show been going on 7 hours, 38
30
minutes.
minutes, man. We've been. Hey, listen, we got the frozen rose up in Atlanta, in Atlanta. Hey, Sosa, where you the streets are bad where you are already? Oh, I don't know if Sosa's listen, but anyway, so Sheffrin, man, please,
y'all got remember because the sauce said he's
It
sticking
ain't
the
that
pen
bad, but I
in
know that
the
black eye be lingering.
hypothesis. What?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah, he said he's sticking the pen
he got
in the
a
Big
delay.
Bang Theory.
The Big Bang Theory
being a
hypothesis.
hypothesis. Yeah. Right. And so y'all saying definitively that there's no mathematical sciences.
Math and science. I'm saying definitively, math and science
Go
are.
ahead. Just
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the record.
all right, cool. All right, now you on the record.
Yep.
And y'all on the record saying that the Big Bang Theory is not a theory, it's a hypothesis.
Wait. Let me say my for the record statement. For the record, and I say this all the time. So
I'm not on that record. I'm on two different records, Chef. I'm on the math.
Who this talking?
So you got a big delay because you.
Yeah, that's
it's
crazy.
funny because he answered questions we asked like 5 minutes
Either
ago.
who y'all got. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Yeah, go out, come back in. All right, so Sheffrin, I want to go on record for the umpteenth time to say, and I actually have a slide that even shows this, that math and science cover two different domains of this, I would say, epistemological way of dealing with things. So math is a domain of logic, science is a domain of evidence, and they're distinct, but they are definitely used together to aid in some pursuit of trying to answer questions. So I want to go on record for saying that. I always say that. And as far as the Big Bang Theory versus Big Bang hypothesis, is that even astrophysicists, because you got to understand that the word theory itself, it tends to be used loosely, and then in certain contexts, it's used in a strict sense. And so string theory is not based on any evidence, scientific evidence.
Yeah, string theory is not a scientific theory.
Yeah, but they call it string theory. No different than the Big Bang is really not something that was big or banged at all, but they call it Big Bang. And so sometimes there's a tendency to call things something that could be a little ambiguous or a little tricky. And so the Big Bang theory is a theory up to the point of what they can show in science and demonstrate as evidence for. That's why I asked you the questions I asked you. In 1927, the Big Bang theory was not a theory, even though Lemaitre is given credit to being the father of the Big Bang theory. It wasn't until the observation of the CMB and the Hubble constant or law and the observation of the expansion of the universe moving away from a point that they were able to demonstrate all these different things.
It was a theory, but not a scientific theory.
Okay, if we want to do it that way, fine. So now, but here's what's interesting, and I don't think anybody mentions it. Just a little side thing I'm going to inject in here. What they say about the expansion of the universe is not that the universe expands from a single point in the universe and then everything expands out equidistant or whatever the case is. They're saying from each point in the universe is expanding, which they find fascinating, and that's what they're excited about and they're trying to solve for. So from each point, so they're basically saying from Earth, the observation is that the universe is expanding away from Earth. But no matter where you go in the universe, everything is expanding away from whatever point that you're in or that you're at, your location, your point of reference. Everything expands from any other point of reference.
All right.
But to get back to new, we could table it to bring sources. But my point about new is that this entire conversation is summarily how the Egyptians described and gave attributes to new: undifferentiated, infinite, eternal. Then they break out 4 attributes in pairs of it being imperceivable, having no form, you can't perceive anything, it having no direction, it being darkness, which is no energy, no light, or whatever the case is. And then what was the other one? I already said eternal. He had eternal, timeless, etc., infinite. So what they discuss is from this unperceivable, undetectable, whatever, emerges all the knowable and tangible things that we see and know and call the universe. But all of this happens and takes place within the nun or nu. So it's all part and parcel of the same thing. So it's an intransitive act and not a transitive one. And so that's what I said. That's the key to the separation of the biblical God or the Abrahamic God. He does transitive acts, whereas the Egyptian concept is an intransitive cosmogony. It's they better term is to use the genie, which is to give birth or to proceed from each state. So this is why everything proceeds from something else. Mankind even comes from the tears of this entity. Shu and Tefnut is spat out or sneezed out or even ejaculated from an entity. Everything is connected, and you see this constant unfolding, which is described as Kepler, this unfolding, and that's eerily similar to how scientists explain from the Planck epoch coming to our day and time right now, where everything coming from this cosmic soup
when they say mankind
of neutrino. Mm-hmm. Well, hold on. Let me just get this out. So when scientists explain this cosmic soup made of neutrinos and whatever that builds up to create the lepton, which goes into the proton and the neutron, forming the nucleus, and then electrons start to orbit these things or whatever case is to build the building blocks of the atom itself, and so on and so forth. Notice how all these things are emerging from each other to build as the so-called universe cools down and the climate becomes conducive for these things to take place. And so it's this unfolding. Now they don't give that process a personification and call it a deity like the Egyptians do with the deity Keper or the scarab beetle Keper. This manifestation process or this evolutionary process of the universe, they don't deify it or personify it. That's a big difference. but nonetheless, the underlying principle is the same. All right, so I'm done for now. Everybody's tired, man.
Y'all are something else.
I can't get off that
Man,
delay or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear
yeah. So go ahead and talk. We're here 5 minutes later.
you. That snow must be messing y'all up. So y'all say we not sure. Y'all not sure on the. Well, Asar said the Big Bang is a hypothesis. You
Is that
said
better? Is that better?
I can hear you, but I don't know if there's a delay yet.
Yeah. We good. Yeah, switch phones. Can't get off that delay on
Oh,
that thing.
hey,
Yeah,
you
but
gotta
okay, but look,
get off that Cricket wireless. But go ahead.
on the iPhone, my shit crazy. Anyway, so when it said that mankind come from the tears, what does that mean metaphorically?
Well, it's not literal. So you say metaphorically, it's that mankind or human is a product of a process, and the way the story goes is that Nebuchadnezzar or Atum cries and weeps, and through this crying process or this weeping process, mankind came about. Men and women came
Straight
about.
to man. But straight
Yeah,
to man.
but now I will say this about the Egyptian
Don't do it.
text.
Don't do it, Ujo. Don't do it.
Wait. No, listen. I will say this about Egyptian texts. It's interesting that the Egyptians obviously did not have a focus or a great interest in the origins and the evolution of man, because that's absent from the text. Like they mention things like what I just said, how man comes from the tears of Ra and everything like that, but details of any of that is not even focused on.
But
They
don't
focus
it?
they focus more on. Go ahead.
Don't the myth lead up to Osiris, Asar, the Haru, and that's where the pharaoh would draw the line from, right? Where the line of the pharaoh runs to.
Nah, well, they see creation as a ongoing event through generations. They use birth and that's why they call it cosmogony instead of cosmology. Cosmology is the study of order,
Yeah.
but they describe it as a generation of order, how order unfolds, and so they use bio-generative language. So they talk about familial relationships of who's the parent of who's the parent of this and that and the third. So through 4 generations, they're describing a process. So you have Atum, then you have Shu and Tefnut, Geb and Nut, and then you have the 4, Osiris, Satuk, Isis, Nebuchadnezzar, and then you have Heru, and that's how they explain that unfolding or that process. Heru comes into play when the kingship comes from Ra, who gets old in age. He passes it to Shu, Shu passes it to Geb, Geb passes it to Osir or Osiris, and Osiris passes it on to Heru. And you see the link, the lineage of kingship, the birth of the whole political apparatus.
Yeah, but so you don't see that as a because we can agree that religion played a big part of their society, right? And you don't see that as a story to interweave that into giving the kingship a divine bloodline that would make him royalty basically above the public. You know what I'm saying? It's like kind of like with the King Kim Jong Un story that he weaved that runs to him and it makes him and gives him authority over the people.
No, it's their way of documenting the institution of kingship, because the son is the king of everyday life. The sun brings order to everything around that we can observe. We at least within our solar system today, we can say that the sun is responsible for keeping the solar system in order. and it rules the solar system.
But
And
it
so the
also
king,
gives the king the right to rule. You know what I mean? He's divinity.
Well, we have to we have to really kind of understand that within its proper context, and because the divinity is the same word for divinity is the same word for a parent or father or mother, and you got to understand that these titles for kings derive and expand from a more humble context, and that is that uh, in the village setting, in the household setting, the head of household, of course, is the father, and the father is responsible for he's the head priest of the household, and the household, and he's the resource manager for the household, and over time, when that initial household, remember that you can have multiple wives in many of these traditional societies. These compounds become unto themselves small villages over time, and there's a succession to where the who takes over the ritual role in the household is the eldest son, and if when the father dies, the eldest son takes over the responsibilities for managing the resources of the household, and expanding the the household as well. But when you have multiple wives and multiple children and things, and you have multiple compounds, and of course they got to marry outside of the family, so a lot of people come into the family in this way. It expands from there, and so it is from this initial family dynamic that the uh the concept of kingship and everything emerges. And so even, for example, in many of like the Southeast Bantu uh languages, the word for like king or to rule is kulela, but kulela is actually a verb, and some have defined it as to rule, but it has a literal meaning of, because ku is the prefix meaning to, like to do something, and then lela is the word meaning to give birth or to nurture or to raise. And so this is a title, or a responsibility given to a parent, and so it tells you the initial job of the king, because he's the father of a family, and his job is to raise and nurture, etc. So in modern times we've come to define it as to rule, but that's not the real meaning of it. And
But
so
have you
when
ever followed the origin of religion, uh, from from how we go from an egalitarian lifestyle, and how then we go from that to chiefdom to till we get to kings, and how the religion evolves alongside that.
but this is the point I'm trying to make. You really have to understand African so-called religions in kingships. Kingships is just, a king is just a father, like literally. This, like, even when you go into and you see, for example, in ancient Egypt and many other societies, the quote unquote offices are just titles for family members. It
Right, I
just
get that. I get
expands.
that. I get what you're saying, but I'm saying, have you ever followed the trajectory from?
I've followed the hypothesis of that trajectory, and part of the issue here is that a lot of Europeans impose conceptualizations that don't mirror on the ground what goes on, for example, in African societies. And so with this, when you're talking about religion and all of that, even the concept of religion doesn't really factor in
I'm just
to
using it
what
for
is
flow
actually
people.
going on.
I'm just using it just so we can both understand what we're talking about. Like, I don't want to get bogged down the semantics of it. You know what
But
I'm
the
saying?
semantics are important.
I'm just talking about all those components, whether it's from hunter gathering, because hunter gatherers are egalitarian, right? So how they move out of that egalitarian lifestyle to a chiefdom, right? And then when farming comes along, how they go from chieftain to farming, and what they need to unite that uh, large civilization, because the larger the civilization, the more mechanisms you're gonna need in play to keep all those different individuals together. That's what I'm talking about.
I understand. But this is where the semantics becomes very important, and it's these nuances that don't allow for many anthropological concepts to neatly fit the African reality. Because like when you're saying, the God King, that's not what is actually going on. That's European people who don't understand African cultures and African languages trying to impose something. The king is a living ancestor. He is a representative of the initial father that started the line. Because when we're talking about bloodlines, it's because it starts off with a family dynamic. And so the initial father who was responsible for a particular household, he developed a family, and he is a resource manager, and he manages the resources and is responsible for expanding the family business. And so from there, it just kind of grew. Their success attracted other people to their compound, and from that dynamic over time, it grew. But it's always, when the father dies, the son is responsible for keeping up with the maintenance of the family and the household, which now becomes the village, which now becomes the nation and society. It just scales. And so he's not seen as like in the same way that you would see Amun, for example.
I get it, but I'm asking, like, when we look at kingship, right, or however it is, right? Do they posit a lineage to the deity?
Can I
But that
interject real quick?
depends. It's a little bit more nuanced, because we remember that you have theonyms.
Yeah, I'm not just saying, I'm being broad. So I'm not just pigeonhole the conversation to Egypt. I'm being broad.
I understand, and it's the same dynamic when you go across Africa in general. You can have it's kind of complex, because sometimes some folks will try to link themselves to a deity, like, for example, in the biblical tradition,
Is it
how
more
the
common?
lineage
Is
of
it more
Jesus
common,
Christ
or is not common?
goes. I'm sorry.
Is it more common or less common?
It depends on where. But but this is what I'm trying to say. In the biblical tradition, they tried to link Jesus to Christ all the way to Adam. Adam is really the first. He is the progenitor, the father of that lineage, of the lineage of Judah, etc., from which Christ was supposed to come through, even though he's a mythological figure. But they're still following in that tradition, to where they link themselves to this first father who started the bloodline, etc., etc. But there are some traditions where some will try to link themselves to a particular deity, but at the same time, some of those conversations are actually, they'll have a theonym, a theological name associated with a god, but it's actually a person who was named after a deity. And over time, the name of the person fades, but the name of the deity remains. This is something that, like when you study Yoruba history and culture, becomes a very good issue. They speak about this in the book. It's Sandra T. Barnes. She's the editor of It's a edited text called Ogun in the New World and Old, and she goes through that, how like some of the stories that are linking Ogun to kingship has nothing to do with Ogun the deity. It has to do with a living king at some point in time who was named after Ogun, because everyone has theonyms, names attached to a deity. But because of the popularity of him, the name of the deity remains, while the added other names associated with the king fall off over time. So
Yeah, I do.
when we have these discussions, it has to be contextualized, and we can't make a broad brush in that sense.
But
I
when you
see
go
Jar
back
was
with
trying to share something
but when you go back with say Yoruba, like how far can you go back with the Yoruba
in terms of,
time? Like
I
how
mean, who
old?
knows? I mean, the Yoruba word itself is not a Yoruba
'Cause I like
word.
to, I like to look at more your larger civilization. I'm saying, I mean, to kind of get a grasp of agriculture. You know what I'm saying? Those are going to be the building blocks for a large civilization. You're going to need a way to feed large amounts of people and different groups coming in. You know what I'm saying? So you may have different groups coming in from different ethnic background because you have a good food source, right? So
Understood, but they would still be coming into a situation that already exists. It's just like if I move into, Kuwait, when I move to Kuwait, I have to adhere to the rules and in the history and the customs of the people that are already there. And so when other groups move in to these spaces, like in ancient Egypt, even in the Oyo kingdom, which we understand as the Yoruba kingdom, etc., those folks adhere to and they submit to the culture and the customs of the people who are already there. And
yeah,
so in that same vein,
whoever's the dominant group in that area,
exactly. And
right?
so when it comes to, they recognize the initial family lineage of the people who started and founded that community.
Yeah,
And
but I'm
so
saying,
that's
but when they
everybody's
arrive,
coming.
though, those
I'm
people
sorry.
are, but when they arrive, though, those people are already the dominant group, so that kingship is already been
Established. That's my
established.
point. But what I'm trying to get at is that it initially starts from a family situation. So you always, like when you're reading literature about African history, you always hear about like successors to rulership who will just leave and start their own kingdom somewhere. Remember, Africa is big and has a whole bunch of land. And so it's not enough. I mean, it's not a thing for like one of the sons to just go off and start his own family,
Yeah, I know you're
several
talking about.
miles
I know you're talking
somewhere.
about. Yeah,
And
I mean,
then
they
over
would have to start from
time,
the family. They
yeah,
would have to
over
start from the
time
family.
that builds up into its own family compound and then its own village. And so everybody who comes and wants to be a part of that prosperity and in that culture adheres, but that family, because they are the founding lineage of that particular area, they maintain the kingship until, unless they're conquered or, they had to move because of drought or something like that and be a part of a different situation. But it's nuanced, and we have to understand these dynamics in motion, to better understand the larger picture.
I get what you're saying, but I'm also saying, but interwoven within that, right? You still have right? They're still doing their spiritual dances, right? And you have your um different individuals that's your precursor to your priests, right? Who are communion with the gods, right? You understand? And through that development and through that chemoyo that y'all use, whatever, right?
Mhm.
Develops this um, divine right, so to speak. So I'm saying if this the chief or the priest, precursor to the priest that's communion with the God has levy over the community because he communed with the deity.
But hold on. I gotta say this. You got to understand what you just said in its proper context. For a priest, which is really an essential worker, to have
No, that's what I'm
communion with
saying.
the
I'm not. You going to Egypt? I'm not saying. I'm not
no
going.
no 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 no. I didn't go to Egypt at all either. I said a priest is an essential worker. No matter where you look at it, it comes down to an essential worker. That's what we would call a priest today, regardless of where you are, other than the father priest in the Catholic Church. But my point that I'm getting at is that a priest or a person that we're calling a priest, communion or interaction with gods in an African setting, to understand natural phenomena is to also understand and become familiar or commune with the gods, because natural phenomena is personified as gods. So I just wanted
Yeah,
to
I'm
make
not,
to make that. No, the reason I'm
yeah,
saying is because even on your topic of kingship, as well, it's the same. It's the same thing. I think that's actually missing from what you're saying, what you're talking about. So you're saying the priest communion with God, because your initial question was about religion, and was there religion involved and whatnot. And depending on how you're using religion,
religion is always involved.
yeah, but religion, I mean, that's a whole conversation. But the religion, it's not
The only reason
religion in the sense of
I
belief
I
or
argue
spooky.
I
It's
argue that the only way they could build those pyramids is with religion.
okay. Well, I
But
don't know how
even
you're defining
I
religion,
mean,
but
whatever you want to kimoyo, whatever it is, the faith, the
well,
belief in the supreme. I don't know how to phrase it. I'm just trying to find a
no,
word.
but I know, but wait. I'm just saying it's. I mean, it's not
Do
time
you
to do it
agree?
tonight
Do
because
you agree?
I'm. Go ahead.
Them pyramids don't get built without kimoyo, a divine belief in a creator, us that shit that binds them all. Like it.
It's not as simple as that. There's a
No,
binding,
no, I
I,
mean,
and
it's not.
I'll,
I'm
and
just saying, but like that's the key component.
but
I
what
can
I was
support you on that, but I'm going to give it in context. And I'm gonna go to Egypt on this, and let me
And
find this
always
real
give me
quick.
Egypt, y'all. I can't fuck with y'all in Egypt, man. Y'all robot dope
No, no,
music.
no, but it helps. Well, you brought up pyramids and stuff like that.
I'm just
yeah. I
saying.
mean, that's what I
I'm
was
just
just going to
using it.
say. I'm like
I'm just using it
you brought
for.
up pyramids and then
I'm just
you don't
using
want to
it
talk about
for.
Egypt.
I'm just using it for a large amount of people getting together doing some shit on. You know what I'm saying, on a gigantic level like that. You know what I'm saying, like to get that type of people to get in and be all committed to that type of. Go ahead, Saul. Go ahead.
Well,
Yeah,
look at the Bible. Look at the Bible. Nimrod unified the people to build a tower,
We're not gonna use the Bible.
and it was no God involved until he
We're
wanted
not.
to destroy that bad boy.
Nah,
So
we can't use the story of Nimrod.
he galvanized. He was a mighty hunter. He wasn't even a chief or nothing. He was a mighty hunter,
Nah, we can't.
and a man of renown.
We
He
can't use the
galvanized the
story of
people
Nimrod.
to build a tower that really reached
Nah,
heaven.
nah.
What?
I don't accept the Nimrod as the source.
What? Y'all are crazy.
Go ahead, bro.
Let me.
but I want
Go ahead, bro.
That's
Go ahead.
Sheffer right there.
Go ahead.
before y'all move on, I just want to read uh this. So remember in Plato's Timaeus, section 24c, he writes about a conversation of an Egyptian priest with the Greek philosopher by the name of Solon. And in the text, the priest is explaining the nature of how they came to know what they knew. And so this would support essentially part of your argument that you were making earlier. And that is, and it goes to
it goes on to state, or the priest is now talking to Solon, stating, "As for the intellectual life, you observe, no doubt, what care the law among us, therefore the Egyptians, devotes to it. Beginning with the first principles touching upon the universe, our law has organized all discoveries down to divination and medicine, whose concern is health. From speculation about divinities, it has derived human applications and supervised the acquisition of all other knowledge generated therefrom." And so, but we got to remember what divinities are. They're just aspects of nature. So it's by personifying and studying aspects of nature that we discovered all of these laws and applications of the information. But with the word he used here is, divinities. And it is cited in Obinga's African Philosophy, page 2004, page 126, for those who have that text and want the greater context. But but that quote unquote speculation about divinities, which are just personifications about aspects of nature, that they derived all of this information about the laws of nature, and they were able to utilize that and to find application in the society, aka temples, aka water filtration, aka pyramids, aka boat structures, aka whatever,
Yeah.
So there's
and I got
validity
another
there.
argument, but I'll make it on another time.
But
We so long hours, and it won't be able to do it.
Okay, so I wanna stay on that same point about the divinities and how they draw from it their practical and utility knowledge and stuff, because in this text here, this is from James P. Allen I shared the other night.
Yeah, I got it, but I ain't read. I ain't finished reading it yet. I'm just started.
Okay, but let me just share this little portion here, because it touched on two topics: what you're talking about right now, and then what we spoke about earlier about logical deduction and stuff. I want to show how we see it without it being explicitly stated. So, where was it? Right here. In front of me, a few texts. Okay, I'll start here. The Egyptian creation was called Netcher, the time of the god, or more specifically, Ra, the time of Ra, but also Netcheru, the time of the gods. This reflects the Egyptian view that the creation involved both a single creator and other gods as well. It was a cooperative effort among all forces and elements of the universe. Remember that, forces and elements of the universe. Before the world was created, hold on, make sure everybody can see this big. Okay. Before the world was created, the universe was a limitless ocean whose waters stretched to infinity in all directions. That's to speak to Asar's point earlier about infinity. Everything happens within the infinity, because you no such thing as being outside of it. The Egyptians called this ocean Nu. So Nu, everything happens within Nu, the watery one. Like the other elements of the universe, now remember his word, like the other elements of the universe, it was a god. Or we could say a divinity, a divine entity. Nu, Nun, who was often called the It Netcheru, father of the gods, in recognition of his priority. Now, so on the point of consulting with divinities to extrapolate application and utility in everyday life, as Asar was saying, it's the study of natural phenomenon that they can compare how nature works, that how the community should work, and how the human individual should work, and the relationships, etc., between all of this. So they take their cue from nature. That's a fancy way of saying that. All of that to say, they take their cues from nature, but in the form of divinities or personifications of these elements and forces and phenomena. So I'm going to show you. Although no one had ever seen this universal ocean, its features could be imagined by the contrast to the created world. And so what this statement is saying is that the act of comparing the unseen, unperceivable, unknown aspects with that which is concrete and knowable, they're performing acts of logical deduction. So because of what they see physically happen, like A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, then what's beyond the physical as in terms of a contrast must happen that way also. This is deduction. So we're about to see real quick. It was water, speaking about this unseen aspect. It was water while the world contains dry land. So you see the comparison, water versus dry land and air. Where the created world was active, the other side, or the other that they can't perceive, was inert. So you see the contrast between active and activity and nothing happening, or inertness. Then it was infinite. It was an infinite flood where the land of the world was finite. So we have infinite on the other side and finite on what we experience. Now, and I'm a reference modern physics when they say the same thing on the page I was sharing before. While the world was lit by the sun, talking about Earth and our world is lit by the sun, it, speaking about new, or this other state that was never observed, it lays in perpetual darkness. So you see the contrast between lit with the sun and darkness, which is Keku. And in contrast to tangible, knowable world, it was hidden and it was lost. That word tenem actually means without direction. And so it goes on to say, like the waters themselves, these qualities were seen as what? Divine. Here's your divinities in their own right as gods because of their names are masculine. Some of them are mentioned in the earliest religious texts dating to the Old Kingdom. Because the waters themselves were an integral part of creation, its background, the waters' qualities could also be seen as creator gods. So we're going to skip down to right here. In texts of the first intermediate period, the Middle Kingdom, we meet 4 of them in this role. Wateriness, which is Nu, infinity, Hehu, darkness, Keku, and lostness, Tenemu. Since the Egyptians equated creation with birth, the male qualities were given female counterparts. This is where you get Nu, Nunet, He, Het, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to read any further than that. But the point I'm making is to back up 2 things. One, the aspect of extracting the consulting of divinities, which in their context was consulting and understanding natural phenomena that they personified as deities or divinities, and then taking that and then applying it in their everyday life by way of contrasting what takes place. And we say it all the time, as above, so below, or as below, so above. That statement is a compare and contrast statement where they're using logic. They're saying, okay,
I
this
thought the
is what
scripture
happened.
said that too. Man. I'm confused. Maybe they do. I don't know.
I'm not sure,
I think they
but
do.
I know we say that today. And so scientists today are speaking in terms of Big Bang. They talk about things in a macro micro sense, and they talk about comparing beyond the Planck epoch with what we can detect in the Planck epoch. And they're coming up with these speculations and so on and so forth. So, like, for example, the Big Bang Theory as we understand right now, they see the expansion, but they contrast it with the shrinkage, even though we don't witness the shrinkage. Nobody's witnessing shrinkage right now. But they're comparing what we do see, which is expansion, and they're contrasting it with the opposite, which is shrinking, or what do you call it? Expanding contraction. They talk about a contraction, but they don't see a contraction. But they're only talking about a contraction by a contrast with what they do see, which is expansion. Okay, same thing with
Better
with
worded
other.
as a logical deduction. So they
I,
didn't witness it. They didn't witness the contraction, but by logical deduction, they
I get what
they
you're saying.
speculate in
I
the
get what you,
reverse.
I get what you're saying, but they can observe the expansion though.
But
But I
Yeah,
get what you're
yes,
but
saying.
we're
I get what
saying
you're
that.
saying.
But we're
yeah,
saying
that's
that
what we
because
said.
they have not observed the
Of course, naturally,
contraction.
naturally,
It is
naturally. Yeah, I
it
get
is
what you're saying.
logical to
Yeah, naturally.
assume
Yeah, naturally.
it's opposite. So that's what
Exactly.
he's trying to say here.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
I follow that
And the
part.
and the Egyptians did the same thing because the world is lit by the sun. The other side of that, the opposite contrast or logical deduction, is that the other side is complete darkness. And so there you have it. It's by way of logical deduction that these communities, African communities, come up with what they come up with, and it shouldn't be hard to understand that.
I'm not like I said, was just like I think we said it before. Like you see it, Kemen's going to be a little different because other cultures are going to be slightly different, but you have similar aspects globally. You know what I'm saying? Just in just in their type, and they're using their metaphorical language. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the mode or the pedagogical method of that day, of that
Yeah.
era of time. They had no other choice. They didn't have the scientific equipment or the equipment to bring about evidence itself. So they rely heavily on mathematics, aka deduction,
Nah,
logic.
logic, not mathematics.
Math is logic.
Math ain't logic. Math uses logic. I'm not gonna. I know.
Listen,
I know. So I'd be like, math is logic. I don't accept that.
math
Well,
is
Math uses
can I share
logic.
my screen again?
Math is quantitative. Logic clarifies.
Can I share my screen again?
yeah. Share. Let me unshare this one.
Let me find the exact quote.
While you look for it,
Hold on. Quote about what? You ain't about to
I,
put your authority on me or so.
no, but here's the thing: we gotta defer to the experts. We don't have to appeal to authority. It's logical fallacy, but defer
Nah,
to
but I
experts
mean, I can show.
when
I can put an expert that's going to tell you the same.
tell you what. Tell me what.
That math uses logic. That math is not logic. Math uses logic. Math quantifies. Logic clarifies.
Okay, so you're of the school of thought that math is simply the manipulation of numbers. Is that right?
Math uses logic. You know what I'm saying? No, I said math uses logic. I agree to that part of it, but math
No,
itself is
no,
quantum. That's what
no.
I'm
But
saying.
hear what I'm saying. I'm asking you: are you of the school of thought that math is the manipulation of numbers, and it's not
Yeah,
logic itself?
no,
Okay.
yeah, math, and logic. You know what I'm saying? It uses logic, so it's both. But the math itself is quantitative. The logic is not. Logic is clarified.
Logic is clarified. Really?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Show.
logic is clarification.
Okay. Now I'm gonna hold you to it. I want you to present.
I
I
can
want
show.
you to present something. Yeah. Please share something on that. I'm not saying you're lying or anything, but or incorrect. I just want I just
all
want to see
righty.
what you see. I want to see what you see. I want to
Can
see what
y'all
you see.
see?
Yeah.
All righty.
Cubism.
Alrighty. So this is from How to Bake Pie, again from Dr. Eugenia Chang, the mathematician, and who's writing about math. And so she says,
Wait,
characterizing
wait, wait,
math
wait,
by
wait, wait. Is she an auto mechanic or is she a mathematician or what? What?
she's a mathematician,
Okay.
and so her PhD was a math PhD. She contributed to the expansion of understanding and using math. Right.
All right.
So, characterizing math by the techniques it uses is similar to defining styles of art like cubism or pointillism or impressionism, where the genre is defined by the techniques rather than the subject matter, right? Or ballet or opera, where the art form is defined by the methods and the subject matter is duly restricted. Ballet is very powerful at expressing emotion, but is not so good at expressing dialogue or making demands for political change. Cubism is not not that effective for depicting insects. Symphonies are good at expressing tragedy and joy, but not very good at saying, please pass the salt. In math, the technique we use is logic. So she's setting up the thing here that, things certain things are defined by the techniques that it uses rather than the subject matter. So keep this in mind. So the context, defined by the techniques rather than the subject matter. In math, the technique we use is logic. We only want to use sheer logical reasoning, not experiments, not physical evidence, not blind faith or hope or democracy or violence, just logic. So, what are the things we study? We study anything that obeys the rules of logic. Mathematics is the study of anything that obeys the rules of logic using the rules of logic. Mathematics is logic. It's defined by its technique.
I don't disagree with what you said, but like I said, I agree that math uses logic. But the math part is the math is quantitative. The logic clarifies. That was my statement.
No, that's not how that works.
You close, Sosa. I give you. In horseshoes, you still in the game. And grenade. If we were playing horseshoes or throwing grenades, you close. I give you that.
Yeah, I got. Like I said, we'll get late. We'll get into another argument because I go because I'm gonna go. I go into the whole to where you see when you get to Egypt and the agriculture and all that is the birth of slavery.
Birth of slavery. Good gracious. Yeah, we're gonna do that another time then. But
hold on. You said what, Sosa?
He said the birth of slavery.
It's the progenitor of what will become slavery, because you get these elites and these royalty, and when they look at the archaeological record, like people see agriculture now, they think it was easy, but
it was backbreaking work, right?
Backbreaking work. You know what I'm saying? And they look at the bones and the skull and you know what I'm saying? And you had to have a class to go about doing that backbreaking work. And a lot of times the elite and the family of the elite and the priesthood, they were
enslaved the people to the land, right?
Yeah, right. And they were they were absolved of the hard labor. But we'll say that for another time.
Well, okay. Yeah. We got to bring that up again because just by what you said, there's a lot to unpack because, boy, that's skipping a whole lot of details. But I do want to go backwards a little bit just to comment on the kingship issue in terms of Egypt. The kings are one of the 5 names of the king is popularly known as the Sarah name. And if you're familiar with the various different mythos, you'll understand that kingship started with Ra, and Ra relinquished his responsibility as king when he grew old, and he gave it to his to Shu, and then Shu gave it to Geb, and Geb gave it to Osir, and then Heru, and the king is a personification of Heru himself. And so Sa-Ra is showing that lineage, that line of the first king being the son of Ra. And then you have the name inside the Shenu. But so to understand why the Sa-Ra, you got to understand, the Egyptian expression of the succession of kingship, the institution of kingship. But you have to read the myth to understand what, the backdrop and what they mean in the context of kingship. And how the act of kingship leads into peace, balance, prosperity, and so on and so forth. That's how they viewed it. And you can find that in the story of the destruction of mankind or the book of the heavenly cow as a reference for anybody to do further research on it. Where Ra is attacked, feels like he's been attacked by humanity and it seeks to destroy them. And that's what we talked about first thing when I came live tonight. But then he repented and then he saved humanity. And that's eerily similar to the biblical flood story and all that stuff, except Ra didn't use water. He used his daughter, Het-Heru, who turned into Sekhmet and decimated humanity. Then she had to be intoxicated to get drunk for 3 days to bring her karma back down, and thus humanity was saved, and therefore the whole birth of the political situation and peace and harmony and so on and so forth. All right.
Sure.
So there's a lot of things in there. It's not as cut and dry as these discussions may make it seem. I want you to connect slavery to that though. That's interesting.
The progenitors of it.
Yo,
Yeah.
fast,
I'm interested in that though. But go ahead, Chef.
Yeah, it's not that.
Y'all be moving fast. So, Assad, the book that you just referenced, the lady teaches. She teaches math to music students, right? Is Assad still with me?
You asked, does she teach math to music students?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's beyond. I don't know if she specifically teaches music students, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did. But from my understanding, she teaches just at a university, and it's to anybody that needs the requisite courses.
All right. Y'all can go ahead. My bad.
Okay, let me read her.
Before we go to Asar, hey, one question: did the Kikongo see Sirius B?
No. Did they know about
Congo is a language.
Did those Bantu people see Sirius B?
I don't know.
No,
based
not
on
them.
the book.
The Dogon.
The Dogon.
That's
The Dogon. Oh, my bad. The Dogon.
Yeah, the Dogon. Yeah, you crazy.
My bad.
Look at Michael Jackson.
Saw the Bantu.
They was about to kill
got
you.
me fucked up. You killed the Bantu.
They was about to kill you over that.
Yeah.
You know you gotta say everything correctly for them. Or you know that don't need
the Dogon. So are you standing by that?
Anybody can
not
see
saying
Sirius.
that they knew.
No. I gotta understand the essential argument.
Go ahead, Asad.
Yeah, so when you say Sirius, the Egyptians saw Sirius. Matter of fact, the rising of Sirius indicated that the flood of the Nile was going to happen soon. So anybody can see Sirius.
Sirius B.
In terms of his companion star, I'm still trying to find the video. Now, the short answer to your question is I don't know. But I'm still trying to find this video that discussed the merits. I think it was like done in the 80s or something like that. And one of the astrophysicists talked about how certain of these stars, like these folks, could have seen it with the naked eye, but not in recent times, going back 2,000 years because of the position of the Earth in relationship to the stars and things. And so, and from what I took of that, if that was the case, then that is a testimony to the integrity of the transmission process of the education of the Dogon culture, for that long, that they're able to transmit that information, even though they themselves do not see it on a daily basis. And so, it's a argument for me in terms of. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If they couldn't, if we can prove that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then that would mean that either they were lying, or that lady was lying, or that man was lying.
Not necessarily, because again, it's deductive reasoning. For example, that we knew of certain planets, we weren't able to see them, but because
that's more of an
wobble,
issue.
Because of the wobble of the orbits and things of this nature, they knew there had to be a planet there because something is affecting the orbit of this planet. And so there are certain things that you can deduce without actually having seen anything.
Right. So you're saying that they had already advanced to the level of Newtonian physics at that time, right? But for Newton had made his groundbreaking discoveries, because the only way that you would know that it was something pulling on or affecting the movement um of the apparent star that you could see is if something behind it was pulling on it. So they would have had to understand or have a understanding of Newtonian physics to even understand that. So that's even more of a problem right there.
Not
So to say that
necessarily.
they seen it, hold on. To say that they seen it 2,000 years ago, we got to do this. We got to see if 2,000 years ago whether that star was emitting light, right?
Well, the fact
So
that
we
we
got to say
even see the star
2,000 years
today,
ago.
we know that it was emitting light millions and billions of years ago because of how far it is and the concept of light years.
But if 2,000 years ago was already
it was already
a
gone
white
out.
dwarf, then
Exactly. So you're saying that 2,000 years ago, right? That star was emitting light.
No, you get what I'm saying. Regardless if the star itself, Sirius itself, was emitting light, the companion star, even if it was dead and gone, what I'm saying is that it's plausible that they deduced it based on the behavior of Sirius.
So then they knew Newton's law.
No, they didn't know Newton's law. They didn't have to know Newton's law.
How else you gonna deduce that then?
Like, whatever laws that they have to describe, for example, like the full moon, not the full moon, the eclipses and things, doesn't mean that they knew what we're now calling whatever law is attached to that. It's whatever.
I just want to get it on record.
That's another.
We got a lot of time. Yeah, we got a lot of time. I just want to get it. I'm trying to get everything on record so for our next bill, we can, what I mean, we can hash out certain other arguments. Yeah.
The thing.
Yeah. Without the people being present. I got you. So go ahead.
Exactly.
No. All right, hold on. In all fairness, we always do our show. Everybody's invited, but for all fairness, like shows been happening like that with us. So we just do our shows, you know what I'm saying? Like we just, you know what I'm saying?
No, I get it. But no need to explain. I got it.
But next time we do it, I'm gonna tag you.
No, but what happens is you are present with the person to get things on record, but then when you have build sessions after the fact, the other person's not with you. I just noticed that pattern with y'all. So I'm just pointing that out.
That's all. We go live and start be working and shit. Like we don't know we're going live. We just hit the button. All of a sudden we live.
No, I know. I'm just saying the rigor to get the statements is not the same rigor as when you just have a build about it after the fact. But I get it.
I just established that we gonna. I said I want to. Like I'm like you. I want to have the conversation in pieces so we can get a good.
Yeah. Because both sides do the same thing. Like if we state certain things. Asar go and do his research and he go on this channel and do a video on it. So we can't do the same thing. Like
no, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Sometimes it's definitely inevitable, as Sosa pointed out. But I'm just saying the eagerness, the rigor, that happy-go-lucky is not the same though. See, with me. I'm just saying, when I want to have a discussion, because I don't ever want to get accused of putting words in people's mouths or whatever. So the best thing I'll do is just take clips and let people hear it straight or whatever the case is. Or I'd rather have a person involved. I'd rather have one-on-ones anyway, because when I'm on the platform, like when I'm on the pseudo killers, right, for example, it'd be 5 of y'all and it'd be me. I'd be the 6th person. It's unfair that if 5 people agree or on the same page and then I'm on a different page, it's unfair time-wise for me to listen to 5 people for 2 minutes each, but then I only get the same 2 minutes, whereas I should get 2 times 5 so I can address all 5 or any points thereof. And so y'all got to start adapting that too when y'all have people who oppose the majority.
But why do you disagree so much though?
No,
See
I'm saying if.
that
I'm
Y'all
would
be
be
saying
the
wrong.
difference.
That's why. That's
yeah, yeah,
No,
because
ultimately
that's
what it is.
crazy. That's crazy. Like y'all can have a conversation with us, right? And when Wujawu first started, right? Me and Wujawu, if we don't get caught up in the long talk, we can hash out our agreements before we even get to the point where we disagreeing.
yeah,
So
but you have a
it,
habit of zoning out when the conversation slows down. Like tonight, you said I
Sheffer
wasn't
be
even
cutting
listening.
hair. He be cooking. He go work on the car, come back in the middle of the conversation.
He
Like, what
walked
happened?
the Doug
no,
outside.
no,
He
no,
watching
no, no, no. I agree, but it like when we came on, what did you say? No, nobody before we got the before 1927, right? Understood the Big Bang Theory, right? You said we are in agreement,
Yep, and I said
right?
period.
And then we
Done.
went through,
Done.
yeah, period. That's done. We can throw that
Now
off the table, right?
now the new
Right,
question is where right. Once you
right,
introduce the new question to talk about, that's where y'all are really out of your lane.
right, right. No, I can agree with you to a certain point because don't none of us read Medu, right?
Well, not only
And
not
we're
only
not
that,
ingrained in the
but you
culture. Like so
not
it's
but not hold on. Not only reading Metal Netcher. That's a more that you're being specific. But I'm saying in general, none of you all on the pseudo killers is even known by your own audience to be students of African culture, cosmologies, cosmogonies, etc., etc. You all are not known for that. Period.
but what do that got to do with it?
Because you have to have a
If
certain amount of knowledge to put in the work to do the comparison on my second question. My question was, are there any similarities between ancient African understanding of the birth of the universe and our modern understanding? In order to actually execute that comparison, you have to have certain information under your belt. And admittedly, you all do not. I mean, on the Big Bang Theory side, yeah, some of you all are more familiar with that. But when it comes to the African understanding and all this and that, you all are not known to be students of any of that. And I'm not saying this to be negative or condescending or at all. I'm just saying that's just a fact. We could take a poll in the chat right now and name names as far as the pseudo killers panel, and yes or no, are people known to be students of the stuff like that? Starting with yourself, is Sheffrin known
of
to
African
be?
for African culture. But that's
Yep.
it. That's irregardless. Like I'm not known for being a damn Bible believer, but if you ask whether the biblical story have parallels with modern Big Bang, I'ma say no because we saying that all ancient societies, right? They didn't know certain things. That's all we're saying.
But
Like
how do
we
you know
know
they didn't know?
How
Like
do
there
like
you
were
like
know that if you don't
technological.
know the cultures?
Oh my God!
Right.
See,
It's like, for example, let's just say that I want to do, or somebody asked me if, or I want to, let's just say I want to do comparisons between the ancient Egyptian culture and Sumerian culture. And I know that me, Imikit, personally, I haven't delved deep into Sumerian culture. I already know that even though I know one side of the items that is required to actually, research into that matter. I know that I'm 50% handicapped, even though I know a little bit about Sumerian culture. I don't know enough to actually, conduct those comparisons between what I know is Sesh Netcher or ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture. So I would just be honest and say that I am not equipped to even have that kind of conversation or even have that, proceed with that
I
research question. So that's basically what is being said.
right, but I can agree. But we can go right back to the previous conversation when we were talking about the Dogon and being able to recognize whether they could see it or know it from deducing that it was another binary star connected to Sirius A, right? That we call Sirius B. Even if
But
they didn't see it, right? they would have to be able to know certain things that we know now. So it's a bigger problem to say that they seen the wobble of Sirius B. I mean, of Sirius A. They didn't even have a telescope. How would they? So it gets more problematic, right?
Not
When you
really,
say
because you have to understand. This is why it's important to actually read the text, because I cannot recall in the text where they even had a discussion. And we're talking about the Pale Fox, written by Marcel Griol and Germaine Derseling, his daughter. There's nowhere in the text where they're even having a discussion on how they know. He's only reporting what they're saying. So we're all speculating that they saw, or we're speculating that they deduced by other means. We
right.
don't know. And so
So
to
what
have
what other way do human beings be able to discover the existence of a thing other than knowing certain physical laws like the laws of gravity, or being able to see? I'm talking about something that's in space, right? So they didn't have a telescope, and from my knowledge, they didn't have Newtonian physics, right?
But
So
that's irrelevant,
how else
because
would they be able to?
in the non-polluted, non-urban modern city, the details that you can see in the night sky is phenomenal. And when you have over time folks that don't have jobs, they don't have to work in the morning and go to work and sit in traffic. All they have to do is eat, shit, make sure the kids don't kill themselves, and then they got all the time in the world to
They
just
not
look
gonna see
up
the
into
wobble.
space
They're not going to see
and
the
things of
wobble.
this nature, and record what they see over time and pass that information. The point here is y'all are arguing over, for example,
Magic.
that they said that they saw it. They didn't say anything along that nature. We're
All right,
speculating.
well,
We
throw
understand.
Saw
Listen,
out. I
listen,
said we can
listen, listen,
throw
Sheffrin.
Saw out.
Listen,
Right.
Sheffrin. We understand that on some level there has to be some observations, but you always have to go from the source material and what it is actually saying, and don't speculate about what it is saying. So this is why it's important that if we're going to have conversations, that we have to read the material first and understand it before we can start going into the public making arguments about what it said if we haven't read the text.
Nobody made the. So, all right, Saw. Since you read all of the material, how did they know about Sirius B? How? Since you read all of the material, you could tell us.
Did you just hear what I just said? What did I just say?
Go ahead.
Repeat back to me what I just said.
What?
Uh-oh.
You ain't say whether they. You didn't say whether they knew.
Hold on. Anybody
not.
else on the panel? Can y'all repeat what I just said? Just not even a minute ago.
Yeah, you said that they don't even explain how, or that they even saw, and your answer earlier was that you don't know. So the statement, and I think that's part of the problem too, because I remember Ben was in the chat on somebody's platform, and they were accusing him of saying it, and he's right there saying he never said that.
They knew. He said no. He said I didn't say saw. He said I said they knew, but saying they knew about it, whether they seen it or not, it poses even bigger problems.
Okay, so you're under the impression.
That.
Okay, so you're of the mindset that you have to see something to know about it, and you can't say. So it's the same. It's the same. Wait, no, it's the same argument. Like you don't give credit or appreciate logic, the deductive reasoning and logic and stuff. I mean that's what I get from your statements. It's like okay. if you don't see a thing, then see, because I got you on record saying that that your definition of knowing or understanding something is being able to prove it. That's what
But
you said
proof
last time.
is a
Is a
mathematical and
mathematical thing.
logical concept. It's not science. There's no proof in science. You can't prove anything in science. You only prove logically. Proof is a logical and mathematical concept, not science. Science doesn't
What are
deal with
y'all
proof.
doing? Oh, this is.
Yo, I'm about to get.
How y'all going to
Yeah,
be about the science and y'all don't understand science?
No, listen.
I could literally see Chef's face when you say that.
Right.
He said,
What are y'all doing? Like y'all it just be like I think y'all just say anything and just be like, I got them. Like it be. Hold on. If they
got
didn't see it, right? The first form of observation would be the being able to see it. Now, if they couldn't see it, then you said something else. You said 2,000 years ago, they probably could have. So you interjecting all of this other stuff into it. Like, we're not doing it. Like, you're doing that, but you're not giving no definitive proof. So if you read all of the text, right, that you saying we didn't read, that's what's causing our mistakes with the subject matter is because we didn't read it, but you did. So tell us how they knew. That's it. Because you got the information.
For those on the panel, did I not answer that question?
Yeah,
5 minutes ago, you said 2,000 years ago, they probably could have seen it.
Yes, that
because
was
of the
according
clarity of the
to
sky
according to
third.
that particular astrophysicist who was in that documentary film about the Dogon. And I said I have to find it again, but I made sure that I argued that I mentioned that is his argument. And so until I can present that to the public, then I don't have an argument for or against that argument.
So even
I'm just saying that's a
if
plausibility.
it was still, but check it out, even if it was still emitting light, right? There's no way you can see it because it blocks out the other star because of how they are locked together. So either way, you're not gonna be able to see it.
All things are in motion. They revolve around each other over time. But that's a different thing.
So what are you talking about?
Listen to what I'm. Let's go back to the question. Listen to what I'm saying, and I'm gonna repeat it again. And I'm not gonna repeat it anymore after this if folks just don't get it. In the Pale Fox, there is no discussion to my knowledge. It's a big thick text. I could have passed over it. But to my knowledge, there is no discussion on how they knew about the companion star to Sirius. And so for us to sit here and speculate and say that they did it from this way or that way, it's all speculation because that is not what is discussed in the text. The text only, matter of fact, in the beginning of the text, they made sure to inform the reader that we're not going to try to interpret this information. We're just going to present it as it is. And so they're just retelling the information as told to them by the Dogon people. So how they came to know all of this, that's not even part of the discussion. And so
supposedly
that, I say, I don't know, because that's not I wasn't with the Dogon. I wasn't with Griot. And he doesn't write that in the text. So I don't know.
So
but
how do we deduce
all we
how
can
they
do
could
is
have
just
told?
speculate as to what, but we're arguing about something that wasn't even printed in the text.
Right.
So that's my answer.
We're human beings on the same earth as the Dogon. If nobody else could see it on earth, why are we saying that in some way, fashion, or form, the Dogon could have known about, if nobody else on earth could have known about it?
By that logic, But listen, by that logic, remember, logic has to be consistent across the board. Because we today cannot build pyramids, and because you, Brother Sheffrin, don't understand how the pyramids were built, that means nobody else could understand how the pyramids are built. And then therefore, aliens had to do it because
Nah,
other human beings have
that's a
no
false
knowledge
equivocation.
of how pyramids were built.
Nah, that's a
You
false
cannot
equivocation.
project your own limitations on a subject onto other people.
No, we're talking about the limitation of the eye. That's a little bit different.
That's your limitation. Understand this.
No, the
You
eye.
don't understand.
The eye.
You don't understand how they came to the conclusion. That's why you're asking the questions now. That's your limitation.
But nobody
Obviously,
said that they saw it.
let's listen. Let's assume that they did in fact see, or by deductive reasoning, seeing the companion star to Sirius B. They had a method or whatnot that was just lost to history in the same fashion that those who built the pyramids had a methodology and tools that are now lost to history, and we don't know how they did it.
Or
so it's easier to comprehend the pyramid thing because we can see the pyramids when we go to Egypt. I'll be going there in February. I'll take some more photos of the pyramids.
But
And
so you
the
gotta say
aliens that
or.
built it.
You gotta say or they made that shit up, dude. Come on, you gotta give both sides.
No. Wait. Hold on. Sosa. You can't say that when you say the Dogons made it up when in the
the
book,
white boy
they don't.
made it up.
But I'm saying in the text it don't say that they saw it. Like, show me in the text where they say they saw Sirius B.
I said Scratch saw off of it. The fact that they knew about it.
But Sosa said I, the I, human I. So if you
well,
take saw off of it, so if you take
the
saw
eyeball
off
out.
of it, you gotta take. Well, Sosa got to retract everything he said. So
I don't understand how y'all don't see that. If they didn't see it, that's a bigger problem.
But okay. Look what Asar just laid out. Logically, we don't know how the Egyptians built the pyramids. We only know that they actually did it in a hindsight way because they're still standing there. And so we say, okay, they built it, but we don't know how they built it, and we can't duplicate it to this very day.
I think we kind of have somewhat of an idea how they built them damn pyramids.
Nah.
Some of the problem is they can't really go over there and do what a lot of shit need to do because of politics.
They can reduplicate it here in the United States.
Yeah, and they don't.
They understood and knew. They don't have to go to
They don't have
Egypt
to, but we see the mastabas
anywhere in the world.
But we see the mastaba on mastaba, and then it with the step pyramid, the bent pyramid, like.
No, but
we see the process.
And the stages leading up to it.
But the stages leading up to Series B. They definitely have festivals. Wait, no.
Get back to the pyramid. See that jump off the pyramid.
No. I'm saying I'm making a point.
Again,
logic is universal.
They don't have discussions on logic, so it's going to be a hard conversation to understand what just happened in terms of this nature of argument.
And here's the point though. My point I was making about the pyramid is that we see it, but we don't know how it got there. We assume that the Egyptians did it. Some people say that the civilization before the Egyptians, it was there the whole time, blah blah blah. But we see it's tangible because we can see it.
I thought we had records of what you call it?
No, but not how they built it.
They got the ports. They have the quarries and the ports.
Yeah, the quarries.
We have evidence of the quarries for where they shaped the stone, and we have
all of that,
some evidence of possible moving the sleds. But in terms of lifting the stones, and a ramp is a hypothesis, but the how they lifted the stones itself and to be able to put them in the positions, all of that is unknown. So we have some drawings, for example, of them moving a large statue on a big sled, and it's a group of people pushing it. but it's hard to reduplicate that and not argue that that's just not artwork or whatnot. They don't know how they did it. That's to this day. There's no definitive.
Because we use logic though, and
Oh gosh.
Wait,
through deductive reasoning and like
but see
our logic
now you're,
fails us.
but
Our
see now
logic fails us on the pyramid, but
no, but
it
see
keeps
now
bounds
you're
on Series
jokingly,
B.
but see
Come
now
on,
you're
now.
joking. No, but see now you're jokingly making our point though. The point is that there are other ways to get answers outside of the limitations of
I never,
science and
yeah,
evidence. And
I
so
never said that, but there's always gonna be limitations.
Or just known modern techniques, for example.
well,
So the technology is like even they don't even really understand the tools that were used to even make the quarries, because
not
when
only
you
hold up.
start,
Yeah, they don't know that about a lot of cultures. That's yeah, I get it.
but
No, but
that's the point. Just because we don't know how the a certain group did something doesn't mean that they didn't do it or they didn't have the technology. And so by all means, they didn't have cranes. How can you build a pyramid with no crane?
Yeah, motherfuckers
You know
did
how
that.
how much a ton weighs?
the holy of
Do you know
holies
how much
of
like 20 tons weigh bricks?
Yeah, I mean,
the
they was that was just they shit. Like even them Olmec heads, you know how far they dragged them goddamn big ass rocks and
but
carved that
hold up.
shit what it was.
But hold up. They don't even concretely even they guess and speculate about the glyphs being done inside of the tombs. The dark tombs, as far as elaborate as those tombs go and everything,
I
like
think they did because they found like
without
the
sunlight,
I
without
think they
light.
found like the ash from the torch or the lights that they use. They found the ash residue like on the ceilings to see that they were
To the soot.
yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying the point. Even so, even with the fire, no, even with using fire to light up those narrow passages and narrow things to actually carve and paint and do all of that kind of stuff. These things would be very, very and extremely difficult even for us to this very day. The bottom line is that we don't know how the pyramids were assembled, and especially the math that was used to do it, and then the leadership, the foremanship of telling people what to do, how to do it with such precision. We don't have record of them explaining all of that kind of stuff. But in a conclusion and hindsight way, we could say, okay, they did it. They did it somehow. But my point though is because we don't know something, like you're assuming that the only way to know is by way of having evidence, but there's another whole branch that obviously was bigger or relied on more heavily because of the lack of technology. Because today we can dance between the side of logic and the side of science all day because we have a lot of tools at our disposal. The further back in time you go with ancient people, they obviously had to rely heavily on the side of logic for things that they didn't have the tools for to prove or to gain evidence for, hard evidence for. So they were obviously experts at math, experts at logic. Whereas we can dance between both. They had a handicap on the side of science, but they could rely heavily and lean on math. So much so that they deified math.
So we just jump from, since
Did you know
we
that
don't know
did you know that
how.
math is a god? Did you know that logic is a god in Egypt at least?
I think I've heard something like that. Everything's a god. Like that's not fucking joke about. Like I would be shocked if it wasn't. Like everything's a god.
Right.
Yeah. So
They was just very religious. That's what that means.
no, it's just that they were very cognizant of organizing their data in creating nodes, ontological and taxonomic labels, and mnemonic devices to organize and remember this documentation. So
Yeah,
they
there's nothing wrong
deify
with saying they was
personified
very
things.
religious. Even your boy James Allen
Right.
said they was very religious. That's not a stretch.
No, I don't have no problem with saying they're
Pseudo
religious.
killing is a religion.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah,
Atheism is a religion.
is there? Yeah, that's what it is. And I'm a
It's
member.
a goofy philosophy too.
Hey, I'm a goofball. Shit,
Atheism.
I'm a goofball.
Atheism is a goofy philosophy. Really, it really is.
Hey, I'm unfazed with Joe. Hey, you can't phase me with that shit. Shit. I'm saying, like, hey, I ain't really goddamn lose if he scream with you about that shit. Like, okay.
Nah, I know. No, but no, I'm saying I don't have a problem saying I tell everybody's religious because religion, if understood properly, is simply an obligation. The very word itself means that, and then when you look at how it's executed
To
and
bind.
everything,
Yeah.
it's an obligation. It's something that you are obligated to do or that you do on a routine basis. But people confuse religion with
The word
belief,
regular
which is
means bind.
which is which is accepting things you don't know, or ignorance. It's a fancy word for ignorance. Belief and ignorance are synonyms. And some people are satisfied with ignorance, so they stay in beliefs. Some people are not. Some people start in beliefs, but then they start a process on journey to know, and that's the scientific process. And they also use the tool of logical deduction and reasoning. They're not happy
Morning, everybody.
with believing. Oh, what's up? Good morning,
So
Doctor
you're not an
Odade.
atheist?
You guys,
Nah.
what's up, everybody? What's up? You guys are in a marathon right here.
Look,
Yeah,
if it
boom,
ain't
who's that
10
boom?
hours strong, I don't want it.
Almost 9 hours of discussion.
Who's that boom? Who's
I'm
that
Odara.
speaking?
I'm from Brazil. I'm from
Oh,
Brazil,
okay,
guys.
okay. Peace.
I think that you are implying that it's a common fallacy to imply a conclusion from ignorance. It's an appeal of ignorance because we don't know something. It doesn't mean that we can have because we don't know. We cannot conclude something from not knowing. Saying that. Because we don't know how the ancient Egyptians came to that conclusion, it is impossible for us to say that they didn't know simply that. Logic don't allow us to do that. We know, for example, if we can keep only in the Western civilization, we know today that in the 1700s, Newton didn't have the device to allow his senses to to prove by his senses the laws of gravitation and things like that, the laws of motion, saying that saying that something will not stop moving if was not a hindrance, when we didn't have at that time any place without gravity and things like that. So logic does that for us.
But
Logic
he
is
created
a
something.
device.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if,
Yeah,
but if you make a
look what he's saying.
claim,
He created.
Newton
But look what
created
he's saying.
something.
He created. He created.
Yeah.
So why not the ancient Egyptians was capable to create something? Why not?
we're
Just
saying
because
like
we
if
don't
you
know.
make the it, no, we're saying like if you make the claim, then we got the right to say prove it.
But
Again,
proof is
proof
something
is not
which is not.
an
Extraordinary
avenue
claim
of
requires
science.
extraordinary evidence.
Newton was not capable to prove
Yeah,
anything
he
in the
did.
sense you
He
were
proved
No,
it.
he
saying.
did
In the
not. He
sense you were
came up with
saying,
equations. That's why we
Right.
had
He
a
created
yeah.
discussion that
In the
calculus.
math
sense
is
you were
not
saying,
science. Math is a formal language used
We
to
back to
reason
this.
about reality. It is logic. It has nothing to do with science. And so when he
What
came up
does
with
that
those
got to do with what
mathematical
he just
We're not talking
equations,
said?
about. We're just,
listen, when Newton came up with mathematical equations to discuss movement of objects and things of this nature, it is not science. It is logic.
But
we're
what
not.
does that?
Get that in your
We're not
heads.
fighting. We're
It's
not
not the
fighting you.
same thing.
Right.
We're
We
not
not even
fighting you on
fighting
that. That's
that.
not. We're fighting you on that. We're not fighting you on that.
But
No,
how? But how you are saying that
I don't think y'all even understand your
They
own
don't
argument.
understand at
Yeah,
all.
they don't want to
No,
talk
no.
anything,
We just
man.
want to argue with y'all,
But
bro. That's it. Let's
See
not
what
try to argue.
Asai
Let's
is
I'm
how
just
been
saying, like,
trying
if
to
you make
how
explain
a
can
to.
I
claim,
how
you gotta prove
but
it. That's what we say.
that's why we it is simple. It's simple fact. Ujao already showed a lot of text from the Egyptians with their with all the strains of thought, proving how they know what they know, proving it.
No, they didn't
But
prove
we
how
are
they know what they
now
know. They just said
asking.
what they
But
know.
I'm hearing you saying that to for us to prove how they came to that conclusion. When at the same time we have here several videos with Wujao, Asar Hotep showing the text, the primary sources, showing all the string of thought. You just need to read it or to watch it.
Yeah, we
See,
see that. That's
if I was being brutally honest, I would just say that it's just a whole gumbo of just handicapness because math is a problem to even and even if you don't understand what is being explained with math, you already have a problem. You don't understand the cosmology of this the different African cosmology. So that's already another handicap. And then you come into, explaining about the Big Bang theory and all of that. So if somebody was actually being brutally honest, it's just the reason why these conversations end up to be, so long and across multiple platforms is because there's just a lot of things that are just not in place
yeah.
completely.
Yeah,
And
that's what we
No,
said
until
before.
all of
The
that
no,
are
no,
in
no, no. Let
place.
me say this. Let
the
me say this.
cosmology
That's be
extends all the way
oh,
past Africa. That's the way I keep saying.
right. No, because we don't be being brutally honest. Because the moment we be brutally honest, we gonna be called anti-African and everything else. So a lot of things don't get said because we hold our tongue.
Guys,
No, 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 no. But listen,
That
listen.
that
guys,
that that,
gu-
that because the
Okay.
moment we do, we
guys.
accused of being hating
See,
Africa and all of these other things. So
Man,
I don't even want to do
can you
that.
agree?
So I don't even
Can you agree?
I don't even really say what I really want to say. I leave that to the
Chill
You
out,
benefit
should.
brother.
no,
You
no,
Chill
should.
out,
You
brother.
should.
yeah.
to our ever conversations because y'all
You
just want to
should.
accuse us of being anti-African.
Prove it.
So the brutal honesty that she's talking
You
about,
already called us Hegelites, which I was already
Prove
proving
it.
that
No,
part
but
of
Man,
the
listen,
report.
but
we
listen.
know
Can I finish?
today.
Can I just finish what I was trying to say? Because the thing is, I mean, at the
Please,
end of the
man.
day, you as well have to be honest. But I'm just gonna say the reason why I'm saying that, and that can be backed up because basic stuff has to be told to, has been like we actually have to listen to people explaining basic stuff like and when on your channel when it was asked that did anybody or does anybody even understand what these words in Kikongo when those people are talking about this and that, what they mean? Nobody. How many people read the book? It was one person, but that one person, when the first page was actually walked over with them, there was just a lot of misunderstanding. So that's just actually on that. I mean, and then when you come to like when you went to Egypt, I mean, you didn't even know James P. Allen, and then other things, like concepts have to be explained. Like that's just that when that has to be done, you yourself you have to and just be honest and say, listen, I didn't know this, so I don't even need to have this conversation. That's why I said like I would never enter into a conversation about Sumerian, culture and history, even though I've read a little bit, but I already know myself. You have to understand your handicapness. I already know I am not equipped for that kind of conversation. So I'm only saying that in a sense that we have to identify our weaknesses and our handicapness and just know this conversation is not for me. Because if you have to spend hours explaining basic principles, that's just like basic stuff before you even get into the meat of a conversation, I already know we have a problem. And everybody else that's listening gets frustrated because they already passed that and are trying to get into the meat of the conversation and they can't. And that's why these conversations are very stagnant completely because
I'd
they're
I
be.
just it's
thought the
just
I
conversation
felt
was
like we
going
had a
good.
we had a good
Right?
conversation.
How
We
did
we
we get
traveled
here?
we traveled a lot. We covered a lot of ground. It wasn't contentious. We walked through a bunch of shit. That's just how the shit plays out. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like
but
certain things, but when we talk about Series B, you don't really need to have you don't need to have understand Key Congo or understand African cosmology. That's what we talked about Series B. we try to bring it into a fold where we could do it void of African cosmology and just
But
ask
hold
for
up,
proof.
The
but
only
Brother,
okay,
thing,
but wait, let me say
the only
this.
thing we can say,
I just want to say this. That let's understand the difference between being able to get through a conversation versus a conversation being actually productive. And so yeah, we're not jumping down each other's throat and stuff like that. That sometimes happens on, occasionally or whatever the case is. So yes, we're getting through a conversation, but if you were to analyze the conversation, while things are being explained that people are not a student of, from people who are a student of. Some people are playing Grand Theft Auto or whatever Corey was playing, and then you have Sheffrin who wasn't paying attention earlier, and stuff like that. And those kinds of activities don't allow for like the learning to click in or to get past something, because that's why we got to explain things over and over again. The whole concept of math, y'all disagree on what math is. The fact that logic and math science and math are different between
I don't
scientific
disagree
theory
with
or they're
that.
using
I don't
math
disagree with that,
and
bro. I don't
and
disagree.
stuff like that. Okay, well, while I have this thing up on the screen, let me just answer this. This is separate. The brother Mongezi Mbokani, and I'm probably butchering your name. Apologize for that. He says he disagrees with me when I say ancient people relied heavily on logic to explain things. That is his assumption. Clearly, he don't know those people as he think he does. So to that, I can equally say that you clearly don't know what logic is, as you presume, as you imply that you do in order to make a statement about my statement. And so the people are not using logic to explain things. They're using deductive reasoning to gain an understanding of things, as I clearly showed that the Egyptians have this compare and contrast method about what they do. And I showed it on the screen before. And this is logic deduction, that one thing is this, therefore, if this, then that. And you have logic statements, if, thens, and so on and so forth, where they come to an understanding using that process. The ancient Egyptians call a logical process by the term or phrase tep hesed. It's in the logical papyrus that people call the mathematical papyrus, which is written by Ahmose. Go and read it and check it out, where they're showing quote unquote math, but it's a display of logic. They actually use the word hesed, which means to count, dealing with math, to come away with methods of knowing things. And so Wajal is not making this up. And I would love for you to come on the panel and we could pull up the text and go line for line. You read and I read, and we'll see who knows what about the people that we're talking about. And that's my challenge to you, Mgezi and Bokani. Come on the panel and we could pull up some text. You read and analyze, and I read and analyze, and we'll see who knows what they're talking about.
Another African.
There's not enough aliens in your answer, so I'm going to have to not rock with you on what you just stated, for the record.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Is Mgezi, are you African?
Yeah, he's a South African brother, but the thing is, you got to kind of understand, he's one of those, spiritual downloads. They got the information from basically osmosis and initiation type, that kind of stuff. So you just got to kind of understand that context when you're dealing with brother Mbokani.
Yeah. And like for the brother that came on, bro, like don't make it contentious. Like we just be like, this is just how we do our shit, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it ain't.
But you got to understand, Dr. Duarte is a doctor in philosophy.
Correct.
So this is his field when it comes
I
to
understand.
logic.
I'm just saying, like,
and
don't make
things
it
of that
so
nature.
contentious.
So
Like, don't make it so
he
contentious. That's what I'm saying. Like,
he's speaking authoritatively here when it comes to these issues of logic, because that is the foundation of any kind of philosophy degree
I
in
understand
the world.
authoritative.
So just
Tone
let's
that
just
shit
put
down,
some
bro.
respect on his name in that regard. Now, if
I
he
think
he don't include
put
enough
some respect
aliens
on
for
man.
me,
Put some respect on
then
manhood, bro.
you
Tone that
know,
shit
Yes,
down,
it's
bro.
Dr. Duarte.
you
Tone that
know,
shit down,
I'm
bro.
just saying,
As
y'all
above,
be
so
speaking
below, bro.
about stuff that's not y'all field,
Yeah, get
and this
y'all
is his
kimoyo
field.
together.
Get get
Yeah,
that
get
shit
y'all
together.
kimoyo together over
Get
here.
that shit
Plus,
attached,
plus we
bro.
gotta. Plus, I'm just saying. My point is just to actually, we gotta get these conversations moving. You know, it's not like this is how
Man,
we do. Because
I was saying, like, I
definitely,
don't know if you've been listening. Like, we moved.
Right.
Me and Saw had a build about the development of culture. We
no,
went through
no,
the whole
okay. I
kingship
don't mean it
shit.
in that sense. So let me
You know,
clarify.
like, come on,
Let
bro.
me
Like, don't even
no,
do
no,
what
no,
you
no.
do.
Let me clarify what I mean by we gotta get things moving. It's like at the end of the day, we just run around in circles, and coming out of one disagreement, one misunderstanding to the next. What I'm trying to say is that, we got to have, if there is a disagreement or a problem in that instance, we have to end with solving that and then moving on to another, not just leaving things undone and unfinished and jumping to the next problem. And there is nothing that's being solved, because at the end of the day, you can't have the same conversations in different platforms and say that you're moving forward. That's not it. Logically, it's not.
We got to get an Egyptologist
All
on
right.
our team.
Listen, we got 8 minutes, y'all. I'm gonna cap this off at 9 hours and 30 minutes. So we got 8 minutes, so we could kind of wrap it up. And I mean, start making some closing
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna
statements.
put the period. We put the period on the other shit. We're gonna do the. I think Asar gonna do. I don't think Asar. You said you already. The Serious B shit is really off the line because they ain't explaining how they knew what they knew.
So
So
Sosa, so what do you need from me? What do you want from me? Give me some homework. Give me some homework.
like I said, we're gonna go through that new shit. We're gonna run that new shit down from the beginning because we didn't really get to it. Because new starts before the existed. So I want to run the new from that point and then work it back and see. You know what I mean? So we can run down the
Wait,
the
from new backwards? Oh, you mean from
no
new
from
coming to it?
yeah, run back from new till we're talking about what she gave birth to, and we're gonna see how it aligns
It's a
and
he
just
though, but go ahead.
see the other parallels that they could have been explained. That's because
It's a
it's just
it's
easy
a
to
he.
draw parallels than with things but you know what I mean. But they may not necessarily be parallel. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Because
but
so many societies do it. That's why I'm like it's not so much different than other concepts. So
okay.
that's why my hesitancy, because it's some of the thought is so universal. It's not just Africa. That's why I'm like, you know what I mean? That's why my hesitancy is there.
Okay, fair enough. Just by the way, though, new is a male deity. Just want
Oh,
to make
look,
sure people know that.
my bad. I don't know. Look,
Um, just like the Earth is a male, and in other cultures, these concepts are female.
I
But
said was giving birth. I just thought, oh, naturally,
yeah, well, it didn't give birth
I
though.
got it.
Yeah, new didn't give birth.
That's what I'm
I
saying. We're gonna run it down. So we're gonna go through that new, and then we'll work it back with and then work it back with the Big Bang uh, theory as a parallel and see how they line up.
okay. Let me just. I wanna see your understanding of this way. There's a deity named Atum, right? And he is alone, and is the only deity in existence at a certain point. From Atum, he creates Shu and Tefnut. Two.
Doesn't Atom exist? In, uh,
Hmm?
in Atom he's an unexorable or some shit like that.
What? Say it again.
Atom doesn't isn't he like he exists outside of space and time too?
You breaking up when you say your last name. You said, does he exist
No, I
where?
said doesn't he exist outside of space and time too? Atom?
I
Well, no.
thought that was
I'm
the almond.
Might have been
No, no,
I'm a Amun.
no,
That's what I got
no,
that
no,
James Allen book. I
I
got to
think
that book.
Iman is
I gotta
hidden
read it.
in the James Allen shit.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Okay.
no,
Go ahead.
no.
Go ahead.
Well, the name Amen is imperceivable. It's describing an aspect of existence that you will not perceive. But my question
Hidden,
though,
right?
yeah, hidden or imperceivable.
Hmm.
There's a little nuance there now. But anyway, my question though
I heard
is
it explained both ways though. Have you heard it explained as hidden also?
no, yeah, I know that a lot of people
Oh yeah,
define
so you knew
Amen
what I
as
was saying.
hidden.
That's what
Yeah, but
hmm
I'm saying a better
He's
understanding
saying
is
that
being
he didn't.
imperceivable because you can hide something behind something else and it's obscure and all that kind of stuff. It takes you down another train of thought. But let me ask my
If
question. My
it's hidden,
question
it's
about
unobservable also.
Yeah, if it's something is hidden, is outside of our senses. We can
That's what
perceive
I said.
what is
Yep,
hidden.
yep,
So
yep.
when say
We all
hidden
good.
and say unperceivable is the same thing.
Exactly. My man.
Go
Go ahead.
ahead.
okay. So um the
Atum.
question is Atum is by himself. At a certain point he's by himself. There's no other god that helps him, works with him, that's beside him, almost like how Muslims declare Allah. Allah ilaha illallah. There's
There we
no
go.
God.
Let's do it.
There's no God except Allah, right?
No, Allah alone. Let's get
Right.
And aliens.
Allah
No,
Allahu Wahed. Allahu Wahed.
it.
So
Right.
okay, so at this moment in time in a narration, Atum is that. He's by himself. Then all of a sudden, Shu and Tefnut come on the scene as emanating from Atum. So now, the explanation for how Shu and Tefnut got there is through the act of masturbation. So it is a single entity's issuance of two other entities coming out of them. Now, do you think that is a good analogy or figurative way of explaining how a single parent can give birth, a single entity and parent without a wife or a second being able to procreate? Can you appreciate the genius in explaining that in terms of masturbation?
That a single parent can do what? Can give birth to two people with
Procreate. Yep.
procreate on his own.
Mm-hmm.
And do I see that as a good parallel to what?
No, I didn't say the
Late.
word
I don't.
Before
parallel.
you
I'm saying
answer,
It's,
just
it's,
remember he is
it's
not
late.
human. You know that it is today. We know that are exist creatures who are capable to procreate without a mate. So remember, Atum is not a human being. His biology is different.
Okay, and then
Just 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 get that in mind before you answer.
yeah. I'm trying to get the full question. It's late, so I'm trying to get it off.
okay,
Run it
no,
again.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. So I described that scenario where the single entity without a mate or anything like that procreates two children, Shu and Tefnut. And the explanation of the ability for a single parent or single person to procreate without a wife or a second is by using masturbation as the explanation of that. And my question to you, can you appreciate the genius of using that as the explanation of how a singularity or a unity can give forth a multiplicity or a multitude, or at least two in this case?
Yeah, but I get where you're going with that, but like I did not know you was going to the universe with that one. Like I was totally blown when you went that way with it.
Wait, the universe? What?
Because you talking about
Wait, where you get the universe from?
like what's Shu and Tef, like what is Shu?
The
I'm saying
when
What does Shu represent?
no, I'm not even. I didn't even bring up the universe or nothing like that. I'm just saying these characters. We got three characters, But
No, I
before
can't.
this,
I'm gonna
but
tell you
before,
honestly, Woodrow, I can't appreciate it. You had to break that. It's late. You had to break that shit down.
wait a
Like,
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, all right. So
like
You
you hurt my,
lost him. That's what he's saying.
like my, yeah, I'm completely lost. Like I said,
Yeah,
it's
you
late, bro.
lost him, yo.
I'm fucking lost.
You
The thing,
zigzagged on him, yo.
yeah, let's bring this back with Newt. We got to start fresh with you. I was like, you can't just hit me with
Yeah,
at the
you
end of the show.
zigzagged on him.
man,
Cause all I see is a little image of the
Man,
dude
just to
masturbating
say
that they be showing on Sunday. I'm
what
like, I can't even get
all
past
right,
that.
all right. So let me ask you a different way. Let me ask you a
See, now
different
you just
way.
try to warp my mind again at
no,
the
no.
end.
Let
No.
me do something different. Let me go to
I thought it was just me.
the Western
So
account. Do you know that? I don't know if you're familiar with Democritus. Democritus is the guy,
Yeah,
is a Greek philosopher who is
yeah.
attributed to say the theory of the atom. Do you know that he speak about the atom with a piece of bread?
No,
But that is the history. He was eating bread with his brothers, and he just take a piece of bread, starting to swipe it up, and said with the most tiny piece of bread, he said, "This is an atom," and he started to explain that. That's the history with a piece of bread. He didn't have a microscope. He didn't have any devices. He just did it with logic. The same way you can see this with the atom and what you're seeing now in the screen. I don't know if you can see this.
Well, I was asking the question without even trying to identify any parallels. I was just going on the strength of the story itself, in and of itself, where you have this single deity suddenly gives birth to two deities. And so let me ask you in reverse a different way.
but what is that the explanation of? What does that explain?
Well, wait, let me ask you in a different way. Um, why do you think the Egyptians use masturbation as the catalyst for the relationship between Atum and Shu and Tefnut, where
Because
he's the father of Shu and Tefnut? Why do you think
I
they
mean,
use masturbation?
I don't know. I would think because it's sex related and sex produces something. You know what I mean, so that it gives. You know what I mean, that's part of the whole birth cycle. I would say that they would run that as a parallel to use that as giving birth.
Okay, but procreation usually takes two, right? But here we
Yeah, but
have
like
here
you
we have
said, if it's God, then he can do whatever the hell he want to do.
But
okay. See, that's where you go.
it's a logical it's a logical explanation, because if you think about God in female terms, in trying to explain these concepts to a layperson, they would automatically think, well, a woman needs a male counterpart in order to give birth. And so to logically explain how a self-creating entity um gives birth to other entities, they use the metaphor or the analogy of masturbation to to describe the concept of self creation, like in the same way that somebody, even though it's not 100% accurate, because of course when we if a male masturbates, children just don't come out, but by they're trying to describe a process of self creation without being inseminated by something else to create something. And so since it is the only thing in existence, ex- the other forms of existence can only evolve from itself. And so these are just the ways that they're using analogous language to discuss these abstract ideas.
Okay, but what is
Okay.
it a representation of? Shu and Tefnut?
Well, Shu and Tefnut represent humidity and dryness and moisture, or some people say air and moisture, etc., etc. That's the popular explanation of what those two deities represent. But the point of me asking that question though is I was trying to attempt to get you to one see the how the analogy or the figurative expression works, and simultaneously see that Egyptians in fact indeed use these analogies in a way to display their use of logical deduction and reasoning. So it was a question to you, but also pointing at Mbokani Mungenzi, when he said that I don't know, basically I don't know what I'm talking about with when they're relying or using logic or whatever the case is, which is completely just not true, because of the fact
Still beefing
of
with dude. I'm like, oh, I forgot about
no, 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 no. I'm just saying it's in our conversation too. It's just I'm just planting two trees in one seed.
Yeah,
But
but I said we got to back that up, do it with the new. Because even when I was lost, because in my mind I'm thinking like, when you get the atom by itself, I'm trying to figure out what happened to the new. You know what I'm saying?
okay,
That's what
well
I'm saying. We
listen,
got
this
to
this
run
the
that
last.
whole thing down before we even,
Okay,
what I mean? Just run it down.
okay, okay. Well, what I would like for you to do is I did a show laying some foundations about new. So like if you go back three shows ago on this channel, I did a show about new. So if you could like check that out, and then I'll be happy to talk about it. We could back it up and talk
All right,
about it.
I do that.
But
I gotta read the damn. You already gave me the book to read. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta do a whole
oh,
book. And then watch the
what, a
video.
whole book? Oh, no, the James
Yeah.
P. Allen I was sharing on the screen. You could just check out essay 11 and 12.
Nah,
You
I
know.
got the whole shit because there was some shit in there that I wanted to talk about. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, this is the last thing I'm gonna share tonight, and then I definitely gotta get up off this thing. So on the screen, this is something that SAR had shown as well. This is the actual tomb. If I zoom back out, you see it, but I'm gonna keep it right here. When I was speaking of masturbation and things like that, this is along the same lines, to show that it's a consistent thing that the Egyptians do and did. And so in this scene, central to this scene right here, you have this ithyphallic deity standing. And from his phallus, you see these dotted lines going in all these different directions. And this is supposed to be semen, but it's in the form of fire. And protruding from him or emanating from him are all these different. These are six deities on the right and six deities on the left, and all these dotted lines are actually pointing and going to the sun disk that they're embracing in their arms and hands, right here. And this disc here, this glyph here is a glyph of a child with the fire determinative, showing you mess, and then the word for fire, which for some reason escapes my head. I'm definitely tired right now, but this is giving birth to fire, or that fire is being used to emanate or give birth to these 6 or 12 entities here. And so I'm just showing this to show a common theme of how they explain this unity, or this deity who is self created with the help of no other, then from it produces other things that emanate from it. And they use masturbation, they use the act of spitting, or they use the act of crying to show the connection that from this same deity other things come. And so this is the same thing of how things in the universe unfold, even the way we explain things to this very day. Like the gross matter that we can see, touch, taste, hear, and smell is made up of smaller elements, molecules, which themselves are made up of smaller elements that we call atoms. And atoms is the smallest unit of matter that remains what it is. So like the periodic table, like helium or hydrogen, an atom of helium cannot be broken down any further and still be helium. So in one sense, the concept of the atom is correct in that atom is indivisible in order for the thing to still be the thing, because the further you break it down, it's no longer that. And so this is an understanding that we find, that we could see from Egyptian texts when they talk about how things unfold and they start gaining these other attributes and identity and characteristics. So anyway, it's getting late, man.
Yeah. And that's the
I'm
scholarly consensus on that relief.
well, I did a whole show where we translated all the text around here. So these columns of text, we translated all of them. So you can check that out.
Yeah, I'm
So
saying like
is there
the scholars are pretty much in line with the same interpretation. That's what I'm asking.
yeah, what we went through? Yeah. And we went further. We explained this shape here, the serpent. This is an actual snake right here. That's whose
Yeah,
central
I'm
body.
just asking. I'm just asking. You know, go that deep
No,
into
no.
it. I'm just asking.
Well, I know I answered quick and said yes, but now just to kind of elaborate a little bit, I'm saying that we went into detail and explained this shape here, what it means, why it's used, why the snake follows the same shape, and why its body is below the earth, the level of the earth here, and how and why this deity is emerging out of this shape, and from the deity emerges other stars and two sun disk here, and then the 12 times two character. We explain all of that good stuff, what this glyph means, what this figure down here means, the bloody one, and then we translated all this text over here, and these three mummy formed deities over here, and the same three, or the other three on the left hand side. So we broke all that stuff down, and we will be going into other parts of this text. And this text, by the way, is the Book of the Earth, or Book of Aker, or Aker, named after this figure here at the top. And so this whole text is dealing with cosmogony or cosmology, whichever way you like to slice it. All right. And what's funny though is this right here is literally somebody standing on the shoulders of their ancestors. This female figure here is literally standing on the shoulders of her priority or ancestor. But anyway, that was just funny. That's probably a dry, nerdy joke. But anyway,
What I originally, when I came across that that this tomb of Ramesses VI, is the uncanny resemblance to the doctrine and philosophy of the Bantu V that is discussed by Fukuyao, and in the emergence of phenomena within the context of a V. And you see that kind of in these types of shapes. And even when we discuss like the Big Bang, and you see all of the models that that have been drawn, you know, for the Big Bang, they have to do it in the form of a V. And I've been exploring that usage of this particular shape to discuss creation, either because they'll do this or they'll do a spiral, you know, or kind of shell, or like, for example, with the ancient Egyptians, another form that they'll use is the lotus plant, you know. And so that is some ongoing research that I'm doing, and seeing if there is merit to make such connections. Yes, so you see it has that fundamental shape, like what you see in the Wasek uh glyph, which was contained the image of Atum giving birth to the 12 hours, either day or night, you know, and the suns and the stars, et cetera, et cetera. And so that being an explanation of the emergence of creation of this particular universe. And we see the same type of well, we already discussed that scientists use the same language as the ancient Egyptians and the Bantu to discuss publicly the ideas of of the standard model. But now we also see that to a certain extent they're even using the same geometry to articulate what is exactly going on, which is in itself interesting. But that's all I had for that.
All right. Well, listen, we went over the time I said, so I'm definitely gonna wrap it up. And I really appreciate this conversation. It was this marathon, boy.
If it ain't 10 hours, it's not serious. That's all
Exactly.
I gotta say.
You got to be
Serious
serious.
B.
You got to be serious, B.
Gotta be serious B.
You got to be serious, B. Serious, B. Serious, B. But that Dogon stuff about identifying serious B. You also have to understand that along with that claim, and I'm not saying anybody here made it or whatever, but the history of that claim is some baggage with that, because there's running conversations about the Dogons seeing Sirius B, or not seeing Sirius B, but were told about it by a alien, and I'm not trying to be funny, but an alien race of beings called the Nomos that crash landed down here on Earth and went into the waters and used to teach the Dogon by night, and they used to hide in the waters in the day. They used to come out of the waters at night and teach, and then hide in the waters at night. And they were led by Amo, or that was one of the prominent Nomos or whatever. So there are people who think the Nomos that's mentioned in the Dogon documentation are actually alien or some outworldly beings that came from Sirius B. That was a group of reptilians chasing them from the Sirius B binary star system all the way to Earth. And that's a serious conversation that people are having.
And they crashed.
And they crash
They could
landed.
come all the way from Sirius B and they forgot how to fly.
Well, they say crash landed into the waters of the earth. The same thing with the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia and the Netcheru of Egypt. There are people out there that seriously believe that these were once extraterrestrials coming here, having interactions with Earth, and actually the cause of humans. Period. That human is a result of genetic experiments between these species of different various aliens, which is why we got different body plans and body parts, and how we got webs between our fingers.
Somebody just mentioned that in the chat. Yeah.
Third
Fingers
degree
between
alien contact.
our yeah. I mean, people think that the webs between our fingers and stuff comes from these reptilians, and the fact that we had gills, and that's why we born in the amniotic fluid, because we could breathe in water. I mean, it's a whole doctrine out there about this stuff. So I don't get surprised when people say all of that, but I'm just only mentioning it because I don't want you all to get caught up into like projecting that on people who actually do the serious work and studying this kind of stuff. So I just want to kind of put that disclaimer out there, man, because I hear it all the time. The Dogons were in touch with aliens.
Yeah, that because
and that's how
once
they knew.
you start trying to figure out, how was they able to have knowledge of this the secondary star, then all of those things can come into play, because we can't see the star, and scientifically it don't seem as though they was on par, right, with the physics to even postulate that it was something making the shit wobble. So it might have been aliens.
Yeah, the logic.
But listen though, and Europeans don't had a history though. But Europeans had a history. No, but listen, but Europeans had a history though of like going to Africa, right, amongst these different tribes and attaching them some extraordinary claims and profiting off that shit.
Yeah, the claims came from they saying, even James P. Allen, for example, he was one of the sources who say that they say that the Africans in general, especially the sub-Saharan, but even the Egyptian, James P. Allen is one of them, not the only one, but all the claims came from them saying that the Africans were pre-logical people, subhumans. So it is
James P. Allen
impossible
said
for
that.
them.
Ujo, what the
Yeah,
fuck is that reading?
yeah. But even then, I'm saying that that is them disclaiming that the Africans are pre-logical. So came from that thought that somebody who does not, who is biologically
Biological.
possible to have logic. So if they don't have, if they don't even have logic, it is impossible to them to came to either conclusion. All the things that they have, which is accurate, came from extraterrestrial, came from somebody who knows. So because the Europeans did not exist, they say that it was aliens. That is the logic they came from.
Yeah.
Hey, let me just. This is for Sheffrin and Sosa. I already shared this before on a previous show.
About to tap
But
out. Oh, you got
in case, yeah, I'm tapping out too. But on your way of tapping out, I just want to leave you with this. This is coming from your boy James P. Allen. In his essay 12, Creation of the World.
Yeah, I remember when you read that one. I was familiar with that one. You read that one.
Okay, so
Everybody should talk about the Big Bang. Yeah.
So I just want because sometimes people want to hear it from other scholars so that they don't think that we up on these YouTube channels making stuff up. But he mentions it twice and actually compares the Egyptian text to the Big Bang Theory. And so this is just me demonstrating, which always beats conversation, is the fact that James P. Allen is a person that does it. Dr. Theophilo Benga does the same. And so it's not just Wujao doing it or even having this conversation. But I just wanted to show that, that he's saying that the Egyptians describe everything in the world, all its elements and forces came from a single source, much like the primordial singularity in the Big Bang. And the scientists refer to it as the Big Bang singularity in modern physics. Then he goes on, he mentions it again.
He said he was self-created. Yeah, that's what they said about Allah.
Yeah, well, Allah is neither begotten nor does he begets. So that's
was that the NOI shit? Somebody was self-created. That might be an NOI.
So Ellie class.
That's a little different. Allah is not begotten nor does he
might be NOI doctrine. Yeah, then that's
NOI. Allahu Samad.
Yeah, I think that's NOI. Allah was self-created from the atom.
Okay, so it says, although it is explained in generational terms, the Heliopolitan view of creation is therefore less of a step-by-step account than a kind of Egyptian Big Bang theory. So James P. Allen coins the Egyptian Big Bang theory. What about that?
But he's saying that, it's just their way of trying to say how the world came to be like the Big Bang theory tried to do. I get that.
Okay, right. He's comparing. Okay, so you're saying the same thing. He's comparing it. So here's another time. He says, in effect, the text states that the Creator's concept of the world and his creative utterances of that concept caused the what? Big Bang that resulted in Atum's evolution. And you'll see Atum being described as expanding. And that's what modern scientists say about the Big Bang. The Big Bang is not an explosion, but it's actually the expansion of space itself. But all right, with that, I'm gonna definitely tap out. Just wanted to kind of leave y'all with that, because we're gonna let the white man seal it up for us.
Some racist white man you got me reading according to the brother. It's all good.
No, Hegel, which y'all.
He said James B. Allen.
No, he said James B. Allen said that sub-Saharan Africans were subhuman or some shit.
Pre-logic. They didn't have any
pre-logic, right?
Yeah, it was a standard between the Western Egyptologists. They all came from Hegel theory.
Yeah, well, the thing is that the
But peace,
Hegel.
Joe. I'm gonna slide
All
out.
right,
Peace.
all right, peace, peace, peace. I should be doing the exact same thing before I open my mouth again. But let me just say this about Hegel. Um, a lot of or early Egyptology
Yeah,
is
yeah,
is definitely influenced by the Hegelite type of stance. That was like a running stance of the intellectuals of that day and time,
indeed.
1800s, and so on and so forth. So a lot of people fall victim to that, and the results of that is the lack of interest and the dismissive attitude towards Africa proper, as they call it. They separate Africa into three regions. They have the European Africa, which today we call North Africa. They have the Valley Africa, which we refer to as the Nile Valley. And then you have the Africa proper, which is Sub-Sahara. So they say Northern Africa is white, is European Africa. The Nile Africa is Asian Africa, and then Africa proper. That's why they put proper on there. That's the Africa. That's really Africa in their mind. And Sub-Saharan Africans were tameless. I mean, untamed, childlike, unable to feel or have emotions, unable to think abstractly. And if it weren't for the Mohammedans that we know as Muslims, they wouldn't even have culture or be civilized.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. All right, but listen, I'm gonna say peace to everybody, and thanks for tuning
Peace.
in. Definitely subscribe and like the video. We did a marathon. You got whether you disagree or not. I'm sure you at least found something interesting in the conversation. So thumb up the video, and we see y'all next time. But you subscribe because we do these drive-bys and come out the blue on you any minute, at any time, 3 in the morning, 12 p.m., 9 in the morning, whatever. All right, so I'm gonna say Shem Hotep, and I can't
Shem
even
Hotep.
pay attention to the chat. All right, so peace to everybody. Peace, peace, peace,
Peace,
peace,
peace,
peace.
peace.